Hello everyone, Sunday is here and we have another day of Thunder Division. Today, it will be only me and Saint, but I think that the two of us are good enough yappers to entertain you for half an hour. So, Saint, welcome as usual. I'm very glad to have you here.
I'm so glad to be here, Nish, and I'm so glad to look forward to the games that are coming up as well. I mean, so much have happened, right, since yesterday. Things we didn't expect. Wow, I'm looking forward to today.
Actually, we can even introduce like one new feature, not new feature, but new leaderboards for our fans. Because as you have seen during the in-game, we make predictions like all of the casters and people who are working for search. And we have a little leaderboards where we are comparing who's the best when it comes to predictions. And as you can see, my colleague here
of course.
But you know,
when we play the game as much as I do, then of course.
But you know, it's only one game that I predicted less than you. And with me, there's Zakota and Warren right now. So that's something that we can definitely catch up to you. Like today is another day full of miracles because we have such interesting games that could after yesterday, we could definitely expect something totally different than we predicted.
Yeah.
Like,
and you know what's very funny, Nish? When we see that kind of casters predictions, not a lot of people are like looking at that and thinking, that's really good, 50%, 40%. But actually, from what we've seen, I mean, these are totally crazy games, right? I mean, nobody can expect that. Don't tell me you can expect that. That's absolutely insanity. So, you know, for me, I feel 50% usually like kind of is a bad statistics, like 50-50, but I'll take it. Like just based off what's going on. I'm not sure, like in this climate, it feels like anyone can win. And yeah, like I'll definitely take that 50%, but yeah.
No, yesterday was such a crazy day that maybe we can do something new for today, and we are not going to do like a proper predictions, but let's go a little like a step further, and let's go. What could be the biggest miracles today? Like, what would be the craziest results we can get today? Let's go with the first one. We have Revenant. We have Revenant order against Method Black. Like, what would be the craziest that could happen? Like, no one would expect that kind of results.
I think the general community is pretty split on both teams. They think that both teams might win. I've seen a lot like 2-0 Revenant order or 2-0 Method Black. I think the craziest thing is a 2-0 for one of the teams. Maybe Method Black. They haven't been performing that well just in general. They had one good game yesterday against Jackpots, but also Revenant order actually has, you know, they just got destroyed yesterday. So maybe them winning. I'm not sure here, honestly. What do you think, Nish?
From my point of view, like, I'm really hoping for Method Black to finding their wind in their sails, because I think it was such a hard journey for them through the whole series so far for them. Yeah. Like everyone was rooting for them. Like they have so many fans. I would have to say, like every time I was talking to anyone and we were talking about Method Black, they have such a strong. Even Nikki yesterday, like Nikki was going so hardcore fan Method Black. Like you see that these guys are well known. Everyone knows that they can play well, and they're expecting a lot from these guys. But so far it was such a hard journey for them. So I'm really happy that yesterday they finally broke it. But at the same time, like I think that my prediction was a draw. I'm not sure, but that's not really important right now.
I went also, yeah.
But I think that if Method Black would show that they will go 2-0, like that would be really crazy. Yeah. Like that would be something that no one is really expecting, I would say.
100%. And I kind of agree with you. You know, we have seen this kind of, a little bit picked up yesterday, but they haven't really been showing as much as kind of Nikki has been hyping up, or the community knows them to show up. So I think definitely 2-0 will put a strong statement here for Method Black. That would be unexpected. Now we're doing the unexpected picks here. 2-0 for Method Black, definitely unexpected. I would never believe something like that. Is it possible? I mean, everything is possible. I mean, we've got to be honest, but
after yesterday, everything is possible.
Yeah. And speaking of like you know, I would say in that game there is like a certain chance like of possibility of happening. But the Void Kids against Minerva Fury, if you're speaking about the like, you know, what you don't expect, I mean, you don't expect a 2-0 from Void Kids here. Surely not. I mean, sure. You know, I don't know. I mean,
but I would say just this one thing. It's so nice to do this kind of predictions, because if you are trying to do a prediction when you are really trying to win and have a good prediction, then usually some of the teams are like, they take it personally. But now that we are trying to make something like out of the blue, like really ridiculous predictions, like no one can be offended. So it's really nice to have these kind of predictions.
We're all inclusive, Nish. You know, we go serious on the other side, and on, you know, the opposite side, we do that kind of for fun.
Exactly.
What we didn't expect. But 2-0 here, Void Kids against Minerva Fury. Again, can it happen? Everything can happen. How does it happen? I don't know. I
have no idea. But like, it would have to be such a surprise as yesterday. But at the same time, let's talk a little bit about Minerva Fury, because I started this idea yesterday with Danzo and Nikki, but on the first day they showed such a dominant performance. Like, they crushed the opponents, and everyone saw that like all of the players are really so good. But at the same time, like, is it that all of their opponents are most preparing, like they have the highest focus of preparations for Minerva Fury because they see their dominance, and that's why Minerva Fury is like better, like the other teams are reading them better, and that's why they have so many draws?
I mean, can be, kinda, but it also feels like they're not updated in that draft, you know. The thing that, for example, one of the first losses, they let the Angela slip. The Angela cost them a lot because they weren't ready for that combination. I think they went Angela Baksha, if I can remember. It was a long time ago, but they went Angela and they picked a tankier jungle for Revenant order. They completely lost that game just based off the draft. They weren't ready. Every game since then, they've kind of been banning Angela. Now, again, I think like there was caught off guard, I think, with AKKE as well. I'm not sure what they let. Oh yeah, right. They let the Lunox. They weren't ready for that Lunox. And I mean, that was totally dominating Patricusin on that Lunox. I mean, so it feels like a little bit people are preparing for them 100%. I mean, we saw kind of like you know, Toby's stat sheet on Excel and what they're doing. Like people are preparing crazy so in terms of statistics, what they can expect and drafts, but also feels like Minerva Fury kind of getting caught off guard a little bit in draft, mostly in draft, I have to say. So I think that's the main thing. I'm not sure if they're playing enough European teams in scrims. Kind of feels like they don't, but I don't know. Just the draft doesn't seem, you know, that updated if they get caught so easily off guard. But are they some of the best players in the tournament? Absolutely. Cannot be argued. I mean, they have the achievements to back it up. They're kind of very famous players and they're famous players on each role, not only on that XP role with Rusik, but also on the jungle with Macron, and also Pankrat, you know, with the goal and everything. So just feels like they're getting caught off guard a little bit, Nish, here, I have to say. But you know, we're still expecting big things.
But at the same time, like I would say that right now in terms of divisions, like we really have so many strong names. So it's not really, I wouldn't say that it's not a surprise, but at the same time, like we have so many strong players there, and all of them want to show up. Like there's so much going on in this division, because like if you are going to be the last two teams in the leaderboards, you are going to have to play the most hungriest teams that are coming from Rising Division in the relegations promotion tournament, and they are coming for blood. Like for example, Memento Mori, and even yesterday Nikki Danzo, like all of these teams, they are really hungry. They want to prove themselves. So
100%.
I think it will
They
be
need to prove themselves. That's why they're not in the top 8 invited. So they need to prove themselves. Now we are seeing a kind of shift. What we're seeing is some of these qualifying teams look completely dominant, right? We see the top 3, Memento Mori. I know that One Last Time is a very strong team, and also Nikki Danzo team is extremely strong over there. While on the other side, we can't say we see kind of like lazy gameplay, but it doesn't look as motivated as some of the teams I see in qualifier. Now, if those teams are gonna face off, who knows who's gonna win? Because those teams are invited for a reason as well. So we can't take anything, and the competition is extremely strong. So we can't take anything from them. But I'm really interested to see how it's gonna be when some teams get regulated and other teams might come up from the qualifiers. It's gonna be extremely interesting to see when that matchup is gonna happen. When Memento Mori is gonna play against Boy Kids, or when One Last Time is gonna go up against, I don't know, AKKE. If I don't want to say anything, but we never know how it's gonna end up. Definitely, really interesting point there, Nish.
But when you are talking about AKKE is the third match of today against Omni Glitch. Yeah. I think it would be super crazy, and for all of the fans, because I think the underdog story is always the most interesting one in any tournament you are watching. Yeah. And AKKE gained so much momentum and so many fans. Like when you are looking in the chat and everything, like I think they are creating the hype so well. So if they would win today against Omni Glitch, that would be crazy. Yeah. That would be really crazy.
100%. 2-0 would be really crazy. AKKE has been fighting throughout the tournament, and it doesn't matter who. They make sure to stay resilient. They make sure to at least get one game down. Unfortunately, they have had chances. We've seen kind of a little bit potential. Maybe they should try to take the 2-0, but the games haven't been working for one reason or another. Now, I see a lot of people say, I saw one comment saying, no Halkert, no win. But apparently it's not true. He's using Lancelot. Maybe he's ready with something else. You know what I mean? And I said it to you, Nish, and I said it to a few other guys. I think AKKE right now in the tournament is one of the most interesting teams to watch. I think a lot of people agree with that. The game style is there. The entertainment in terms of draft is there. They're not following the trends. Right now, when they're choosing to draft and however they're choosing to rotate, it's interesting. You're just wondering because they're ready for that clash. They want to fight and they want to make it. They want to complicate things. I think that's when AKKE shines the best in those team fights. When it's kind of complicated, who do we focus? Where does Maku go? And what's the objective like? I think that's when AKKE shines, and the games have been really, really interesting. If we talk about that team,
and not just this, like I really love about AKKE that they don't lose the spirit at any moment of the game in any game. Like they go until the final second of like all the time, like 120% more. Just even if they're losing, like I remember it was last weekend. And it was the second game. They were losing the early game. They were losing the mid part of the game. And at the end, they started to it was like a totally different team started to play the late game team fights. They lost, but at the same time, like the fights were there, and everyone was like in the chat. There was this big boom of message like, what is happening? Yeah, like this is going to be like a turnaround, and like sometimes they even succeed. Like they have these comeback stories, and that's the most interesting, as you said. Like that's why their fans are just growing.
Yeah, you can't even go to the kitchen to get a snack or a drink. You don't know when the game is gonna turn around. Like
not with AKKE.
And even with Void Kids, have to give them respect. Games yesterday, like that 2-0 was completely crazy because we have to remember. Sure, the first game looked completely clean sweep. You didn't expect it, but it was so totally crazy. That second game, they were kind of down like 10,000 in gold. Looked like they were gonna lose. Look, there was no chance. It was completely dead. If I had to bet my house against them, I would have. Of course, I would have. I mean, they were down so much.
Their base at like 1 HP. I was watching it and I was like, there was going to come a creep and do like a punk, and it's over.
Yeah, it's over. That game yesterday was one of the most interesting games, and I have to just give respect. They got now another XP, My Lobby. My Lobby hasn't been playing, if I remember, since this week, like since previous weeks, since yesterday, and that was maybe the difference that they needed. I talked a little bit with Zedel. He seemed to really, obviously they wanted to, they was waiting for My Lobby to come back and play for that XP whenever he was ready. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight the game. That Void Kids game yesterday was one of the most interesting matches for me personally so far as well, because that was nothing what she was expecting.
Yeah, but we have the last game, and that's Stolen Angels against Jackpots. And now this is a really interesting game because Stolen Angels, they look like a really consistent, disciplined team, and on the other hand, we have our Jackpots, like our 50-50 team. So we have like this fire and water against each other, like super disciplined and really consistent. And on the other hand, we have a team that you watch the game for first 2 to 3 minutes and you definitely can feel like they clicked or they didn't. Like this is what I'm really looking forward. But at the same time, if I have to make a miracle prediction, I would say that Jackpots 2-0. Because
really,
like,
you think so?
So far, I didn't see them. Like, if you take the one game where they are really cooperating so well, I didn't see two games one after another in such a like good synergy between themselves. Yeah. That's why I didn't see it.
That's a very interesting point. Yeah, that's a very interesting point, because what we're mentioning here is that obviously Jackpots is extremely strong. At least one of the games, they're going to crush their opponents. That's how I feel. So, when you bet that they're going to win at least one, I think it's a safe bet. But winning at least two, we've been seeing they kind of drop off. Not really sure what's going on. They don't usually 2-0 the opponents. And that is very strange. When you look at usually their first game, they come off very strong, come off very motivated. The draft is there. The teamwork is there. And the second game, it looks like completely offline, like completely something completely changed.
Yeah, but usually when you look at their game, it's not that the solo performance is dropped, but just the synergy of all the elements you have in the team. Like that's the only thing that you see that's off. Because if you are looking purely on like a solo skills, like they're performing, it's there, but it's like this is MOBA, so you have to have all 5 players. Yeah. And they have to be like one mind. And this is what we see with AKKE. Like, I love when AKKE is doing an objective, and it's like, objective is done, and the second they disperse, and they know what to do. That's what I really like about them. So, yeah, like, we did a...
And if we talk a little bit about that, just to carry on, like, I think that Jackpots has some of the best players right now. I think Laito is one of the best in XP. I definitely think Pelimetronia maybe top 3 gold lane. Also, their mage is extremely strong, maybe top 3, top 5. So they have this kind of component, and Woki has had that experience as well. So they have this kind of components where they are some of the strongest. I think it's kind of strange when you don't see them kind of shut out, especially when they start very strong. And they have that experience. So it's not a lack of experience here. Definitely not. Maybe lack of synergy. You said something there. And I don't know what it is, but they have to fix it if they want to come out and kind of go for that number 1 spot, number 2 spot. Because Omni Glitch is looking pretty tight right now. They're coming off very strong from the games yesterday. Had no problem really winning those games. So... you gotta kind of make sure to secure your spots, because there are not many days left. How many days? Like they play today and then next week, and that's it.
Next weekend is the end for Thunder Division, and I'm glad that you brought it up, because it's really important to understand that we have the leaderboards either in Thunder Division and also in the Rising Division, and what we are trying to create is this cauldron of the best teams, and really pick up for the European Championship that is going to happen at the end of the year. like the regular season is starting in November. So after next weekend, we'll have just relegation promotion tournament. And then we have last chance tournament, which is like, that will be the biggest carnage there is, because it will be like you have one slot for anyone who can take it. So it will be really hard to get there. And you don't want to be in the position where you have to play this tournament. So you want to secure your spot right now in Thunder Division. So you are directly invited to MEC. And at the same time, Rising Division, same story. You have to be in the top 6 so that you get to the relegations promotions and get your invite. Otherwise, you are really only up to the last chance tournament, and that's crazy. That will be really crazy. And I'm actually looking forward to it, because there will be so much on the line that they will have to fight for it.
Yeah, it's like you said, and those teams that maybe have been established, they're gonna go up against the upcoming teams, and or the teams like Memento Mori. I mean, these are not teams that if you could choose, you rather not play against them. You know what I mean? You rather have that safe spot in the Thunder Division. Yeah, sure, we lose one game here, we lose one game there, but we're still in it with the big leagues. Now, that might be a power shift in the next coming months in terms of where are teams and where do people see them in the community. Are the teams that are some of the best right now? In a few months, we have to be honest, it's not really sure. And you know, that last chance carnage of a tournament that is that is going to be played is definitely going to be big for some of the teams, mostly I think for the upcoming teams, you know, because those are the ones that have the chance, extremely motivated, they're coming up fire from the qualifiers, they have the chance right there to just prove that they're one of the best, you know what I mean? And definitely I think that it's going to be a shift. If people are not motivated, if people are not practicing niche, it's going to be a shift, and I'm looking forward to it.
That's exactly it. And at the same time, I just want to highlight that we are really thankful for you who are watching Thunder Division, and really to subscribe and support these guys, because we are looking at the starting point of European top and professional league or professional esports ecosystem in MLBB here. And these guys, they deserve it. They deserve the attention because they're really doing so much for it. They really are trying to put on the show. Like, they're never giving up. Like, all of the teams we have, they're really trying. They're fighting. They do everything they can. Yeah. So really,
we only see 10%. You know, we only see 10%. Like 90% is the practice. They're doing the scrims. They're scheduling. They're fixing the drafts. What we only see is the finished product. So whether a team is the best, and we look at, for example, Omni Glitch and say they have won these games, but we're not seeing the 90%. We're not seeing those hours being put in the game. We're just seeing the games being played. But you best believe, if you're watching this, that all of these teams, like, even if they're losing, even if you know, whatever's happening, they're putting a lot of hours, and we gotta give respect for that. We have to, you know, just from the dedication right there. It's amazing from each team, I have to say.
And at the same time, we also like giving the respect for all of you people who are watching. And that's why we created, like, we're thinking about it, because there's so many questions about giveaways and everything. And we really want to give something back to you as a community. So we are starting a new rule. So we'll have exact giveaways at 100 like, 300 likes, and 500 likes. We'll also have a giveaway when we achieved 200 viewers, 400 viewers, and 600 viewers. And also there is going to be a new rule, so you don't have to really ask for the giveaway. It will be always given to you during the breaks, so that we are not taking your attention from the game. So you don't have to ask about it. We see it, and you know that our admins see it. So this is everything that I wanted to convey to you, just so that you know. And the last thing that we can is I'm wishing for you to see miracle games today, because what we saw yesterday, that's what we want to see today. So guys, enjoy today's show. Me and Sin, we are thanking you for watching, and we'll see you in the after show.
Yeah, see you guys. Enjoy.
See you.
With the day of comebacks finally coming to conclusion, this potentially could be the day of rising up of the new power out here, ladies and gentlemen. Will we see Void Kids again surging back up into that leaderboard, or will we see Stolen Angels reclaim their former glory? We'll find that out today, right now, here in the MEC Fall 2025 Thunder Division MEC qualifiers. You've got me as your host, Kadiet, and we've got the handsome dude out here with the Esmeralda in a background. My goodness, Kronos, how are you doing, my boy?
I'm doing good, Scary. Thank you so much for the wonderful intro, like you always do. And I think today, like you said, is gonna be a day after the day of comeback, so maybe Sunday's gonna be a slight bit of a different story. I'm not sure about that, but of course, a big story of yesterday was Void Kids picking up that 2-0 victory in a dominating fashion nonetheless. Just when, you know, the pre-show about what they spoke, the post-show about what they spoke, the previous 2 weeks about what they spoke, you know, hey, ZL's got to be flexing. Usually you see him on his Instagram doing those muscle shows, but I hope today he does better to make sure he proves all those haters wrong. But then again, first game and first match of the day, going to be Revenant Order versus Method Black. And Scared, you covered their games yesterday. You got to tell me, do Method Black look like they are of the old, or is this just a shadow of their former selves?
I still think it's the shadow of their former self, man, because I still remember we both being there when Method Black used to be one of those top dogs out here in the EU region. So yeah, I know it's a bit harsh on them as well at this point, but I still think that their potential is out of this roof and they're still on the ground floor. They have a lot of floors to climb up slowly and steadily, but the good side of that is that they're good at adapting, right? For the previous few games which they were not able to close out, again this game against Jackpots, it's not that Jackpots eventually ended up throwing the game, it was actually Method Black stealing that one away. So I absolutely love that, but that was not the only surprise out there. Omni Glitch 2-0 Stolen Angels. That was a game where I was the only one who predicted Stolen Angels would go 2-0, and every other caster was like 1-1, and it ended out to be an absolute cinema.
I think I put in 2-0, didn't I?
It was a 1-1.
Oh my god, I gave Stolen Angels the benefit of the doubt just to make sure they could possibly pick up one, because you know what, at first I put 2-0, I edited it and changed it to 1-1 just because of the fact that I think they could have made a comeback. But hey man, hey, Omni Glitch saying that, come on, Kronos, you got to believe in us a little bit more. But you know what? I like to believe in Scared. I like to believe in these players. Some of them are familiar names. We got Creve, that is a familiar name in Revenant Order. Allen, of course, these are familiar players. We're seeing them. This is the third week in a row. But talking about the fact that they are one of the top dogs in Europe, they were there. They have the respect of a lot of players. They're known, well known throughout the community. I think definitely gonna be showing that they gotta be the big dogs in this one. But on the other side, of course, you got MTB, Method Black. This is a star-studded squad, you know, a squad that has a lot of history, a squad that already has a big name. And of course, I'm looking at only one guy. This is my goat, Urek, in the goal lane, and hopefully he will show us some class today. But looking at the band, Scared, I don't think I'm surprised looking at these the usual suspects.
It's the same kind of story. Every single day we talk about the same things, how these are the bans which we'll eventually see. Maybe the CC is being added into the mix. The good thing is now finally, whenever it's Method Black, we normally see that 1-1 ban coming in. We see the Zushin being banned out as well, and Chip also being well respected this time by Revenant Order. But I want to say, right, Revenant Order, they were not able to steal away even a single game against Void Kids, and that is not really the problem. The problem is that in game number 2, they had what, around 8,000 gold lead in 8-minute mark, maybe 9,000 gold lead in 9th minute mark, but still that was not enough for them to close out the game. So that is a big confidence buster.
Confidence is what they definitely need on either side, to be honest, or both sides. So I think it's going to be crucial for the way that they're going to be coming out of this one, especially right out the gate. The first pick is going to be crucial. I feel like there's the Phoveus that's ready to be picked up. There's also the Easton Shin, the Lancelot. Oh my god, they want to go for the Uranus.
I like the idea. I'm absolutely fine with it. CC was already banned out though, but even though after all of that, you know, Uranus is someone who can soak up any kind of damage that's going to be thrown out on his way. So it's absolutely fine. Unless there is an Esmeralda pick from the side of Method Black, Uranus is not going to have any kind of problem in the early game. But that still means there's a lot of picks open right now for Method Black. Maybe the Lancelots if they want to go for. Kimi is also pretty decent into that mid lane. I still feel if Kimi is logged in right here now, Revenant Order have a good chance of outdrafting Method Black by picking up the Farsa and then also locking in someone that can hold that front line for Farsa.
Yep, maybe that Farsa definitely could be a big factor, because I think the way that it's been there in the current meta, it definitely looking to play that range game, maximize the advantage that he can get, poke them down early on so you can get someone with a finish. But of course here, Kimi being locked in along with the Joy. So we know for a fact that MTB are not going to be rocking this Kimi in the gold lane. It's going to be in the mid lane usually, right? That's what the current meta at least speaks of. Try and play that double marksman build. But again, on the same side of Revenant Order, they go for the Moskov just to be able to counteract that Joy. And I think that Joy is going to be a big problem if not to be dealt with. But here, Revenant Order's draft already looking solid. I was going to say the Eastern Shin to make sure they get that 2 marksman build. It's going to be double marksman versus double marksman if I'm not wrong. I think Revenant Order definitely have a better first half.
I don't really see any kind of Farsa pick out of this roster right now from Revenant Order. Yes, I agree. The first half is looking pretty solid. But at the same time, this double marksman entire setup is pretty squishy. And Uranus into the EXP lane is not really providing a proper amount of crowd control to stop the Joy in his tracks. So I still feel that in terms of roam, they need a proper solid roam which can frontline. And on the other side, if you're talking about frontline, it's Method Black to lock in that Grok. Pretty fair. They're going for a straightforward early game damage composition, which will snowball out of control in mid game. I love the idea, but now I kind of want to see those suppressions being banned out just to make sure that Lack has easy time in the jungle.
Your team is banning.
Oh, well, the Grok definitely works out in their favor. The Matilda being banned out, I think... I'm not sure if Matilda's a great ban. I mean, I wouldn't predict the Matilda here. But of course, on the other side... Yeah, me neither. I agree. Like, I play Eastern Shin a lot. You know that. Like, one of my favorite heroes in the game.
Absolutely.
But, like, the Matilda with the Eastern Shin, I'm never really a fan of that. Yes, you can move around the map faster, but you really need someone in the EXP lane to give you that extra bit of boost, right? Like, maybe a Lapu Lapu, maybe an Arlot. But with the Uranus being picked up, I'm not sure if the Matilda ban's being wasted here. And speaking of a Lapu Lapu, they banned it out on the other side. Maybe take away a strong frontline tank. I'm thinking of a Tigreal that can be banned out here. Oh, no, wait. Valentina. Alan special, man. Alan special.
All right, probably they're just paying enough respects to him, and also considering there is a tectonic charge that could be stolen away, and that will pose a lot of problems to Lack and Jing. Since you'd not see it coming, that's kind of fair. But on the other side now, since Lapu is banned out, I think so maybe doubling down on Esmeralda or maybe banning away the Erethiel to make sure King eventually has fun time in that gold lane. Either one of those two options looks pretty decent to me. You make sure that you at least have a winning matchup or a decent matchup in one of those lanes. Because I don't think so, man. They're not really that tanky.
I mean, it's not for the fact that they're going to be that tanky or not, but I just think, like, okay, a Phoveus was a good shout as well, because I was thinking they need a frontline presence. It could have been a Phoveus. But I'm sorry to cut you off there, though, Scared, but I think, you know, a carry definitely would be good for Method Black because they have so much space already, right? Carry or Bruno even, but they need to find a way to, you know, check this Uranus. So far, not many options. You need the Kimi to snowball hard, but then again, it's not guaranteed. But maybe pick up something that is super strong in the early game that can be a problem in the mid to late game as well. Something like a Bruno, I'm really thinking. But Arlot, again, that's a hero that's been there everywhere. I'm coming off of a whole night of looking at Arlots, man. A whole night looking at Arlots.
Oh my god, you can't really double down on that fact. I agree, man. This hero has been performing every single way, and I agree. You could put him in the roam position, play him in the EXP. I'm personally not a big fan of Arlot in the EXP. I think so it cuts down his potential a little bit, but it's absolutely fine. We were talking about the Farsa as well to counteract Kimi on the other side. It's been picked up by Allen since Valentina was banned out, but I think so. This Arlet actually not just counters Farsa, but also King and Creeve in that place, because you cannot be careful enough whenever you're playing against an Arlet. One flicker final slash into a tectonic charge, you are done for that.
What I'm actually looking at is oh my god, they got an early game jawhead. That's it, man. A Revenant order, have a solid draft. I understand that the Arlot's going to be a problem, but the fact that they went for a jawhead in the early game to try and give that support, it's looking solid. But again, that mid game, if the Farsa is exposed for even the slightest of bit, it's going to be all downhill for Revenant order from there.
I agree. And that is the exact point which I wanted to mention. Apart from an ejector, I don't really see any other way for you to save that Farsa out from the dive of lack. And you would need those flicker ejectors combination to set your team up for success. And this jawhead is not a good counter for the engages that will be coming in from the other side. I don't feel like it's a very good tool for re-engage. You were talking about the Bruno. You got that boy back in the hands of Urek as well. Lovely pick for that goal lane. I know that you feel it's Revenant Order who's got the draft, but I personally feel Method Black can pull this one off.
No, I mean, now looking at the Bruno that we spoke about earlier, right? I mentioned that the Bruno is going to be a great pick for them. Looking at the Bruno, I mean, hey, Urek's got it. I feel like Method Black definitely have a slight bit of an advantage right now, especially with the frontline presence that they have. The front to back with the Assassin just trying to come in and clean up shop. If the Joyce timing is good, it's going to be a clean game for Method Black. But then again, on paper, things are different. It's got to be different in the land of Dawn when we get in there scared. You know you're going to call the action, but I feel like, hey, Method Black definitely have a slight bit of an advantage.
I'm going to double down on that fact. I think so, yes, that is the case. On the other side, Revenant Order, I feel that the idea is clear-cut, plain and simple, but they're pretty squishy out there. With the Yi Sunshin, Farsa, as well as the Moscow, I don't really see any kind of early game presence from their side, apart from just Kenshin, who is the roamer of the team. So you'd not really expect those smart missiles to do a lot of damage. And Shay, on that EXP, doesn't have any CC. He's got all the sustain in the world, but he can't counteract the stuns from the other side. But, well, that happened, ladies and gentlemen. Will Method Black win out on this one, considering they've got the draft? Or will their locomotive engine take a little bit longer to start up? We'll find that out in this game as we have a look at the predictions. You went in 2-0 for Method Black. Interesting. Hold on a second. What's more interesting is right now Creeve running back to safety and Kenshin finally utilizing that flicker. Big util early on in the game.
Am I the only one that called Method Black to win this? Oh my god. I don't know, man. I don't know. People are sleeping on Urek and Alexis right here, and Shing as well has been doing really well in this current meta, so I'm not really sure if this is how it's gonna go. I'm telling you, I believe in the Method Black of old, and maybe they just needed a slight bit of a refresh to try and make it back up. But of course, at the same time, Alan and Creeve, these guys are no strangers, man. Especially Alan, knowing the way that he likes to play Zisun Chin, I just feel like they might, given the right time and the right opportunity, they might be the ones to come out on top as well.
The win condition is straight up solid. Don't let lag farm up early on. And that's how you're going to win that one. King just easily able to steal away that one gold crab as well. I love the idea from him though, but Urek will make sure that he at least gets fairly compensated for that, taking away some part of that HP. But because of that rotation coming in from Creeve, Urek will need to play it safe.
Well, 5 seconds to the Lord. Shy actually taking a lot of info on the top side, making sure Peacock can't go in. Turtle trying to be started by Kenshin. He's trying to pull it as much as he can. Gets a reset at the same time. Look at the mid lane. I'm not sure if Creeve is trying to find an opening. Not yet level 4. That feathered airstrike is going to be super important. But look at Alexis, though. He has the final slash.
Yeah, that's the main thing, and he got that after they were able to steal away that EXP crab away from Shay, and that is the reason why Himpika was playing up on top right now, almost level 4. This turtle is going to be crucial, not just for this fight, but even for after this one, as the feathered airstrike finally pops in from the other side. The electrifying beats coming in. Kenshin steals the turtle away, level 4 up on board on that side, as Shay will face tank everything. Jing still level 3, so it's got no crowd control whatsoever. That was a crucial turtle for Revenant Order.
Very indeed. I think at the moment on the top side, with Alexis being able to open up the map a little more faster compared to Shay. It's proving well for Method Black.
Yeah.
But then again, I think Alan getting that level power spike, getting the extra level ahead is making a big difference when it comes to these turtles, right? When it comes to trying to hit the power spike, especially on Eastern Shin, you know he wants to stay 2 levels ahead.
I absolutely agree. And considering there's Joy on the other side, there's some difficulty out here, but that's going to be the case for Alan as well. The feathered air strike at the last second as Kree moves in. Tanks up a couple of tower shots too. There's going to be the Mountain Shocker. The stun connects perfectly. And Alan finally shutting down Alexis on the other side as him Pika. So why is alright, fair. Had to burn out his flicker for that, but Kenshin, with just that one ejector, was able to take away so much out of the other side as they also take the tower up on top. Man, Revenant Order are playing for their win conditions.
Revenant Order are playing every single thing right at this point, and I feel like the way that it's going about as well, Kenshin hasn't made an impact just yet. Imagine that. They've been playing well just without the Jawhead hitting anything. Oh wait, Tectonic Charge.
Yeah, this could be the engage they might be looking for, but doesn't come to any kind of fruition on the other side. Cream needs to run away. I don't think so. He's going to survive out there. Almost landing in that stun to try and at least go for an outrun. It doesn't matter. Not happening. Kenshin on the other side. Just out here giving the visions though. I think so in mid-game, you'd still want Revenant Order to stay up on top, and also considering Alan is farming uncontrollably, that could eventually be the case too.
Yeah, and you can see right now Alexis as well. Oh, he's looking for the angle, but there comes the unstoppable force.
Oh, big ejector coming in on the other side as Shane gets picked off. No Purify on him whatsoever. Instantly gets deleted and the turtle gets taken down by Alan. Now they're going to go in for the chase as well. Electrifying beats for Lack to run out back to safety. But safety is not really the chance that Himpika will get to catch as he gets destroyed. And Creeve also shuts down Alexis in the meantime. Off cam out there. But that is a big win for Revenant Order, and guess what? They want to make it triple. They want to triple down on it as Urek will have to leave the tower out here in mid. Hold on, Creeve. Bit a bit more than what he could chew. Eventually, volley shots from Urek will be able to shut him down though, but bottom lane is where the tower can eventually be pushed up.
Oh, Lag. He's looking for the electrifying beats. King able to push him out with a Spear of Misery. That extra split second could have just bought them enough time. Yes, Method Black got a couple of kills on the board, but look at the goal lead. Look at the difference. 2K ahead. Revenant Order have been maintaining that. And not just that, Alan has been maintaining that 2-level advantage to Logic on this Joy. So, I mean, I'm just going Lodge. But at this point, I think it's going to be a big difference maker. Alan might just be looking for a false engage. Doesn't want to go in. And I think with the turtle being spawned up soon, about 45 seconds of the third one, that's going to be the big difference maker. And I feel like Method Black have been hesitating to pull the trigger, right? They've really been hesitating to bombard Revenant Order with what they have, right? You're not looking for a grenade at this point. You just need to find an angle, sweep them away, regardless if it's Kenshin or Shay.
I agree 100%. And it seems like they might have hesitated for long enough for Alan to eventually be very active in those team fights, and now you have to hesitate considering Lack out here is not really even level 10, not even in the double digits. Now yes, I agree that he hasn't even fallen once, but if you really are looking in that direction, Alan is going 2-0-1 on the other side. And also, Shay is farming up. Oracle being picked up already. I believe it's about time that he makes up those dominance ices, or even maybe the blade armors on the other side though. Feathered airstrike pushing everyone all the way far back. 4 people being zoned out by Creeve. And Kenshin is making sure that no one pushes all forward to him. You said this was an important turtle, and Alan said, I'm definitely taking it.
Yep, it definitely was. And not just the fact that he took it, with the way that they took it as well, but here, Alexis!
Lovely flicker out coming in from Kree, making sure that he sustains, and even the tectonic charge used up by Himpika. Now he's all alone, left in an island. He's got to run back to safety, but there is none to be found. Finally, a flicker being popped in on the other side as Shay will not chase for any longer. But still, Method Black, they are looking disconnected.
Yeah, and I think right now Method Black can't really do anything, right? Remember, we spoke about in the draft, they have the early game, they have the late game, they don't have anything in the mid game so far, so they need to hold on to their own, make sure they don't give too much away to the other side, because if they keep that up, then it might be a different story on the top side, though.
Beautiful play from Allen, though. Lack still survives with the skin of his teeth just on that last bar. But maybe that might not be the case for Rick on the other side. The bombardment's almost catching him. As there's a concealed play, the SOD does do connect, but no one's going to be following up on that. Yes, it's going to be a big win again for Revenant Order.
I mean, I spoke about the carry scared. It's just because of the fact that this Uranus is going to be an absolute problem, right, the entire time. And yes, the Bruno works out, but you really need to win the early game super hard. But so far, Urek hasn't been able to do that whatsoever. And you can see the difference in the jungle as well. Allen has been playing this Eason Shin to almost utmost perfection. And right now, Lack will have to find an opportunity to try and get a split across the map or something. Look to dive into the back line. Not a lot of kills in this game. We haven't hit double digits yet, but we are 8 minutes, 45 seconds deep, 9 minutes in. And Xing, again, on a marksman, hasn't done quite a lot. But don't forget, it takes just one wombo combo from Method Black to change everything around, because the Revenant Order have only one form of engage, and that is the ejector, right? Apart from that, the positioning of Kriv with the feathered airstrike is crucial. As you can see, the utilization of the ultimate is great, but Himpika, he might be looking at something.
Definitely wants to try and catch someone. Lovely tectonic charge as well. Immunity from Allen will save his life as he almost survives out there, but still the chase comes in from Himpika. But he makes sure that he's zoning out the retribution, but Xing is going to be taken down as a SOD connected. King will push everyone back as he shows that he is bold enough to be the emperor of this fight, and Allen survives against Himpika. That's done. This fight is over. Revenant Order will take the Lord.
It's the re-engage, man. It's the re-engage of a lifetime. And oh my god, Kriv able to pick up a double and taking down Urek. They get a 5-man wipeout, 8.2k ahead in terms of gold. And Revenant Order are calling order in the land of Dawn, because Method Black have no answer whatsoever. And it's all thanks to Shay on the Uranus. He has been zoning out Urek, who's not been able to join the fights, and it's become a 5v4. And then Revenant Order go for a re-engage.
Wow, Shay is still surviving through all of that as the tectonic charge used up, but there is the final spear coming in over towards the backline as Allen still will survive. Unstoppable force right on top of Alexis as he will fall. Allen shuts him down. There was the final slash, but it was for no fruition out here. Kriv will finally burn up his flicker as Xing was able to push him away from the damage coming in from his basic attacks, but that's about it. Still a 2-for-1 trade. It took so much just to take one man down.
Not just that, man. Urek has been completely off his game here.
Yeah, he's been off his game, but finally Xing pulling up the strings which we wanted him to pull. So far back out here, Lack will eventually move back because of King shutting him down with the Spear of Misery, at least pushing him away. But I think so Method Black can defend.
Well, they can defend, but they have no defenses left indeed. All 3 inhibitors taken away by Revenant Order. Not looking good if you're a Method Black fan. And at this point, I feel like Urek is just looking to take them down one after another if the space is provided, right? The big if. But then Shay just being an absolute nuisance on this Uranus, just doing Uranus things and not able to let Method Black penetrate past them.
Yeah, look at Kriv. Oh my goodness, there's the feathered airstrike. There's Allen deleting Urek instantly. And they all will fall like Skittles. There's the bowling ball in the form of Revenant Order. They absolutely destroy them in this fight. And this is the end of the game number 1.
Well, I know for a fact my prediction is not going to come right for this one, because the way that Revenant Order dissected Method Black, right? It was surgical. It was filled with precision. And if you ask me or ask anyone, hey, Revenant Order got 4 times the kills that Method Black got, they'd be like, you're trolling, man. You got to be kidding. You got to be kidding me. It's not the same that we used to see. But unfortunately, folks, that's what happened. Or fortunately, that's what happened, because Revenant Order were able to dissect that draft from Method Black. It was a good draft from Method Black. they just didn't go for the right target. And who's the right target? In this case, it's Kriv. You cannot try to go on top of the Allen. You cannot keep trying to go on King, because Kriv is the one that's dishing out the damage. And once you get Kriv, then you might have a slight bit of an advantage moving into the fight, because the feathered airstrike was never really cancelled out, was it?
Never. And the fun fact is, Kriv isn't even running with the Purify. My man ran with a flicker in this entire game, and yet we did not see even a single tectonic charge in his direction. I don't really disagree with the build that Hempika has made. I love it. Athena shield into the dominant size. You're trying to face tank Kriv as well as every single thing that King is going to throw on you. But again, they just did not have enough farm to sustain through the damage that would come in from Allen. You needed those blade armors. Alexis had that, but it was the only thing he eventually had. I wanted him to make that early magic defense only because Shay will be on his face every single time. And one of the worst part about having the Arlet in that EXP lane Chronos is he's not got a good wave clear. He struggles in that a lot, and that is where Shay was able to push down his advantage. And this was the big reason why he's tanking 41% of the damage too, because guess what? He can clear out his wave faster, he can poke down Alexis on the other side, and then he can constantly move into those team fights, providing that advantage. And this is also the answer to the question you mentioned, FAS not being cancelled out only because there was no final slash in the fights to cancel it out.
And it's sad, right? It's just sad. I'm just looking at the replay as well at the same time. It's unfortunate that they have such a good draft, but just weren't executing it right. Because you mentioned it best, Scared Yet, that you have an Arlot, you have a Grok, you really got to be in the face of the opposition. You need to make space for your gold laner to do something. It just felt like they were afraid. It felt like this Method Black lineup is scared to go forward. I mean, yes, you have a Jawhead on the other side. What's the worst he could do? He could throw you away. But once he's thrown you away, there's no other form of engage. That's what you want him to do if you're an Arlot or a Grok. And he's not going to come for you either. So your backline maybe can be dove upon by the Jawhead. But if he's dove upon by the Jawhead, you have the burst to try and take him down. You have two marksmen that have enough damage. You have a jungler that's an assassin that can go around and try and help as well. It's not like the Jawhead's going to be able to 1v1 a Bruno or a Kimi in the late game, especially when you're building tank, right? So yes, you have the early game damage of the smart missiles, but I just think they were just afraid. I can't say anything more. They're just scared, man. It felt like they bought a ticket to a horror movie and they just got scared.
It seems like they got scared watching The Conjuring 4, which was absolutely not scary, though, if you watch that movie out there. But hey, I agree. Method Black out here again. I really wanted to see them take control of that early game too, because you've got the Joy, you've got the Kimi, you've got every single tool for that early game. You pair it up with a Grok. They won the entire draft in the first 3 picks. And yes, I'm including all the 5 picks coming in from the side of Revenant Order. They won the draft with those 3 picks. Even after that, we just did not see them utilize it to that full potential, man. And it's excruciatingly painful seeing that coming in from the team that is supposed to be one of the top contenders out here right now, dead at the bottom of the leaderboard. Method Black need to pull up their socks, and they need to pull it up soon.
I don't know, man. I don't think they need to pull up the socks. I think they just need to find new ones, because their socks are probably torn somewhere in the toes with the way that they've been playing, tripping over their own foot, shooting themselves in the foot. I don't know. Trying to buy 2 right leg shoes, trying to buy 2 left-legged shoes. They're not in the right head. They're not in the right space. They're going to a horror movie expecting a comedy. It's just not working out for Method Black at this point. And Revenant Order are trying to stop them in their tracks. So it'll be great if Method Black could put one back, but then if they don't, yeah, they need to go back to the drawing board. If they haven't already, if they've already gone back to the drawing board, you got to go back to that man cave and find answers in this current draft, in this current meta, because whatever they're doing is just not working.
I agree. This is something that they have to work on. To be very honest, again, I'm going to double down, or rather you can say triple down on the fact that this Method Black is not really pulling the triggers when they're supposed to pull it. And this is one of the big reasons why we haven't really been seeing, you could say, any kind of big wins coming in from them, even in the games where we would expect them to win. So yeah, I'll have to I have to say, this is like a do or die situation for their side right now if they want to continue their journey out here in the Thunder division itself. So focusing down on these bans, it's again Abaxia, Uranus, Kimmy being banned out on the other side, Angela, Zushin, Chip. So room is open for a CC. If you want, you can eventually go for that one for Alexis. You'll have the priority and they instantly pick it up.
They have a priority. They go for the CC. That means the Fulvius is definitely not going to be coming on the other side unless they think they might go for it with the way that he's playing the Uranus. You have a similar idea. And I think it just might be a slight bit of a different story. So here with the Matilda being picked up, they're definitely going to go for a tanky emblem indeed.
I agree. Right now, the first pick out here with Matilda. You've already got a lot of kiting availability now, considering you've got the kite queen on the other side in the form of CC. What are you going to pair it up with? That's the question. There's no point of flexing anything right now. So, I don't know, man. Priority, Farsa, they're actually locking the Harith for the gold lane. I'd still say it's very early, but to be honest, since there's already an EXP picked up for the side of Method Black, there is absolutely no problems of any Esmeralda popping into this game. So, I kind of like the idea of Harith and Matilda early game picks.
Yeah, these early... I wouldn't say Harith and Matilda early, but I understand what you're saying. You definitely would know the laning phase, right? You're trying to get river control as well at the same time. So what's going to be the response? And Esmeralda is available, but they already went for the CC, right? So if you lock in the Esmeralda right now, then you're going to reveal that the CC is going to be the gold lane, and you're not really... You're really, again, you know, you're going to a horror movie expecting a comedy. So it's not going to work out for Method Black. But hey, this time they're going to go for a Yi Sun Shin, seems like. Maybe a Glock? Oh, wait, Farsa.
There's still a possibility of an Esmeralda right now for that EXP lane. I'd still say picking up a Yi Sun Shin out. You've already got that marksman in the jungle. You lock in the Farsa early on, denying any kind of mid lane priority to the side of Revenant order. Zushin has been banned out already, so only other maze that I can really think of which outranges or at least scales up with the range of Farsa is either a Zaytian or an Eve. But since you've got a Matilda, you need a tanky jungler. And what better time to pick up a Fredrin at this point?
Man, a Fredrin, Boxia. Oh, wait, Boxia's banned. AKKE even. Yeah. But if they go for a Selena, that's a lot of early game. A lot of early game river control.
It still gives away the idea that they'll then have to go for a lot of physical damage too. They actually pick up the Hilda for Shay. Considering the Uranus is banned out, I love this pick of Hilda. In that EXP can go toe-to-toe against CC, if not can also win out in terms of the damage output as well. So I like this idea, but now they're going to be focusing down on the gold lane. Harith is basically he's going to be really tough to beat out in that one if you don't have any Wreath heal. So maybe that could be a ban.
The Hilda just to try and poke and annoy the Yi Sun Shin, try to be in the face of the CC. I'm not sure why they would ban. Okay, I mean, they ban out the Hylos, makes sense. I think the Hylos. You know what? You know, you're looking at it, right? Scared? You're looking at a Revenant order second half of the draft. Hylos and Gatot Kacha are heroes that would have benefited them had they gone for a Fredrin in the draft, right? Because the Fredrin's banned out. Yeah, the idea is that, okay, maybe they don't want to go for the Fredrin just because, you know, the CC's there on the other side. But are you really unlocking the potential? You could have gone for a Selena even, hiding this Hilda, because Gatot Kacha, Hylos, these are two heroes that you wouldn't have to have banned out. You could have locked down on the marksman on the other side. Maybe a Moskov.
Exactly.
Maybe
I 100% agree.
So I mean, I don't know where these guys are coming from. Hopefully they can round out the draft well.
We're hoping for the same thing as well. Fanny being banned out here, Fredrin being banned out. I think so Revenant Order are also getting the heads of Method Black a little bit, because that's exactly what they showed up. And it's something that you mentioned. Esmeralda being picked up for that EXP, that means it's going to be a gold lane CC coming in. Or maybe it's a gold lane Esmeralda and Alexis is going to play into that EXP lane. We'll have to see. That's going to be pretty funny if that happens though.
Yeah, I think Esmeralda, the EXP lane makes sense as well. It maximizes what this Esmeralda can do with against the Hilda, against the Matilda, against the Harith as well, and the Grok being picked up. We call this Grok that are coming very early as well at the same time. So a lot of space being created, and they are, you know, tripling down. It's the hyper carry meta, folks. So welcome back to 2020, I would say, where the hyper carry was still a thing. But here on the other side, again, slight bit of an advantage with an assassin. If it's a Lancelot, if it's a Hayabusa, you're still winning on both fronts. You even take the Joy, in fact, you're having a much better time. Just the Joy would be counteracting against the Esmeralda. So Hayabusa, Lancelot, whatever it may be, Revenant Order still have a solid draft.
I do have a solid draft to fight, but I think so if it goes even the slightest bit into that mid to late game, Method Black are taking this one home. You've got Farsa, you've got Yi Sun Shin, beautiful. You've got an Esmeralda that's going to scale up unstoppably well into that late game. And you don't really have anything to defeat her. Yes, there is a Harith, but guess what? Esma will steal all the shield away from Harith. I love the draft that's actually coming in from Method Black this time around though. Yes, I agree. Revenant Order paired it up pretty decently with the Hayabusa, but I still feel Method Black, if they play their cards right, they can close the series out.
Yeah, I think definitely they have to learn how to play their cards right, because that's gonna be the biggest. Yes. That's gonna be the biggest factor, right? And I mean, is it gonna work out? Is it not? I'm not really sure. Only time will tell, because Revenant Order definitely have that late game capability. They have the burst, they have the wombo combo, and they definitely have a lot of peel on their side as well. But for Method Black, right? For Method Black to make it work, hey man, you need to pull something out of the bag this time. A rabbit out of the hat with the peel and the burst that they have as well. Hopefully, with the extended range and the poke that they can bring in, it might just work out in their favor.
You've got to take that distance into account as well, because if you get hit with the stun from Creep, it's a massive 3 seconds standing alone out in the open in front of a Hayabusa, in front of a Mathilda, in front of a Hilda. Yeah, you are not surviving that, specifically if you're Lack Origin out here with those squishies in the lineup, because those are the only squishies that you can actually see. Everyone else will jump into the backline of the other side, so that Hilda will be free to jump on you. The circling eagles will be on top of you. So my question is, would it be a case where we will finally see this Grok hold up, stand up in front of that front line coming in on the other side? We'll have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. It's Revenant Order taking on Method Black. Revenant Order with the advantage, 1-0 into that scoreline already. If they win out this one game too, that means 3 points in the leaderboard. They'll finally be out of that danger zone which we are seeing them in, into that bottom 4. But on the other end of the spectrum, it's Method Black who are desperately searching for that win. In the few of the previous series as well, Kronos. Day 1 with AKKE, it was a 1-1. Day 2 against Stolen Angels, they got destroyed. Day 3 against Omni, they got utterly destroyed. And then finally against Jackpots, they were able to pull themselves back up, ladies and gentlemen, as we finally move back into the Land of Dawn. This entire series now depends on this one game as we look at the predictions. Warren, Zakota, Nish, all of them 2-0, me and Synth 1-1.
Oh, well, I'm not winning out on that front. We already know that. So let's just skip me and then just try and see what they can bring in. Alan already going in with the Quad Shadow.
Yeah, I tried to get in a bit of a damage on the other side. Jing still almost a little bit above that half HP now. Mid lane priority still should go to Revenant Order out here, but look at the amount of damage though. The wall being put up at the perfect time as Kree will bang his head on that. Gets the first blood instantly. Method Black. That's the start I wanted to see.
Definitely the start that we all wanted to see. Even in the previous game with the draft that they had. But I think 35 seconds into the turtle, Revenant Order will be looking to try and pick that up so they can turn it into an advantage.
I absolutely agree. Right now, they'll be looking forward for that one. There we go. Hayabusa still wanted to jump in yet again. Almost trying to catch in a bit of damage on the other side, but not really committing with the Yugi shadow kill whatsoever. Realizes the turtle is in the 15th second. And I can clearly see the bully coming in from Elixis, constantly stealing away that HP from the other side. Jing, using up the wing by wings early on could be risky in that fight.
Yeah, I think now not going to have that for the first half of the turtle fight, right? And Lack as well. He's level 4. Doesn't really have that level 5 advantage. Allen might be looking to snipe somebody down, but the arrows are just coming in and hitting all the time. Oh,
yeah, that's, oh my goodness, the amount of damage coming in from Cream was a bit too much though, but he can't really tank that. Lack will steal away the turtle with the retribution, but guess what? He's going to be sent back to Netherrealm with the tectonic charge. Shay will join him, who initially put him down. It's a 2-for-1 trade coming in. Method Black still winning it out.
man, Creve had the right idea. If he got that kill on Jing, though, that would have been a TikTok clip right there. You know, I can already think of the song in my head, and, you know, I can see the clip playing in slow motion. I bet Davide would have been happy about it as well, but my God, the opportunity presented itself, just didn't hit. But right now on the top side, Creve.
So how about the Vengeance eventually helping him out with the Zaman force dropped in as well. There is no way for them to re-engage, as now finally Method Black join into the action, and Creve is being destroyed on the Selena. Seems like she's being smacked on top of her head by her big sister Karina out there, but doesn't really matter. Every single one will have to abandon the tier 1 on the top side.
Oh, look at the purple buff, man, being invaded, but the arrow connects, and I think Creve has been on point so far. Alexis right now forced to flicker out as well. Not looking good for him.
Yeah, he's gonna falling Star Moon out of the harm's way, but guess what? He's gonna falling Star Moon into a crater out there, which is kilometers deep down. Shay will put him there. Not just 6 feet, probably 6 meters under out here in mid. There's still going to be a chance. I like the fact that even though Creve is going 0, 3, and 2, he's still constantly playing aggressive. That's what you want to see from this guy.
Definitely want to see how it's going with him indeed, but Creve has been... Man, that Selena looks so clean, doesn't it? It's just
I
like
agree.
a bit of a damage. Just so clean. Haven't seen a clean Selena like that in the Surge Europe's Thunder division for the longest of times. And right now, they're looking to dominate the river again. Look at that again. Creeves. This guy, Selena, has to be respected, man. It definitely has to be respected.
I agree. You'd have to make sure that you're always on the watch out for the stun. So that also creates problem for him Pika on this Grog. He can't really go for those free engages out here. Mountain Shocker used up early on by Lack to get the vision. Now they don't really have that stun for the fight. So Circling Eagle, it can eventually get him Pika out there on the other side though. Half HP on Allen. That's a big tectonic charge in the back line though. They still will survive. No one to follow up on the back of it. But there we go for the death strike. Shuts down Kenshin. Roam for roam. But guess what? Allen is super low in that HP. Rick will fall. That gold laner being taken down out here in mid. Creve finally finding the opener.
Finally able to do something for himself. He has been clean, but it just hasn't reflected on the scoreboard right now. Shay, that Hilda was running and just flashed the entire time. Couldn't, but might get taken out now.
Oh, a flicker from the other side too. The arrow launched in. Still not enough. And I love the fact with the amount of resources he was able to bait out from the other side, that could eventually provide them some help in this turtle. But guess what? Allen will have to prioritize his purple buff over anything else now. Feathered airstrike used up. Creve picked off yet again. He's clean, but he's unlucky.
Yeah, I've been saying it. He's been hitting those arrows. He's been working it out all right. It's looking like those TikTok clips indeed, but... At this point in the game, Xing is just one step ahead. We've been talking about the way that he's been playing, but look at Xing's KDA, and him Pika might be in trouble.
Yeah, seems to be like that, but guess what? He'd eventually say to the other side that I'm not in trouble. I am the trouble. Lovely stun connect from Creve again. Rick pretty low in that HP as you have the support from Pika. But he's a little bit too late onto that tectonic charge. Now he does not have anything to escape. The stun comes in from Alexis. He will have to go back. Lack cannot sustain through any of that out here. Does not have the support of his Esmeralda out. Was all the way up in that top side. So it's a numbers disadvantage for Method Black.
Hey man, if you trouble the trouble troubles you. That's what it is at this point. And Method Black are able to respond back, and Alexis might be going down.
It seems like that. The stun not really connecting at the last second. Alexis moved out of the range. So he's still going to survive out there. But I was actually caught off guard by counting how many times you were able to use trouble with just the utility of the... And it still made sense. English is a funny language.
I know, right? I know. I'm going to clip that and make something out of it, folks. Look forward to it. But at the same time, you'll see what the reference is. But at the same time, right now, the bot side, I think King is looking like he's in trouble.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be taken down out here. They trouble the trouble, and now they are in trouble. It's going to be Kenshin running back with his own life. The stun did connect into the tower, and I think so that should be enough. It's not. Creep gets taken down, an epic outplay, but not by Lack, by his entire team, and they are gonna triple down on it. We'll make sure Kenshin's get punished for his overstay. There's only one person who found something on the other part of the map, and that was Alan.
Yeah, I think Alan's still able to find something though, but look at the bot side. They got all those kills scared, but they weren't able to push the tower still. So still advantage for the side of Revenant Order. They don't have the goal lead. Method Black have been doing everything right, but they have not been taking the objectives that matters the most, and that's the towers.
But you know, I'm also looking at this picture on the other side of the spectrum too. Yes, I agree. Towers are very crucial for you to win out those fights and have that map control. But on the other side, this is a super solid scaling comp of Method Black. You've got Lack, who's level 11 right now, matching up perfectly. We'll talk about that in a second as the tectonic charge connected. Kenshin had no way of surviving that. Dude is running in with a flicker, so absolutely no chance to purify. Holy smokes, Alan is playing with fire on the other end. Lack will be taken down, a flicker into the power of wilderness. Finally, Shay coming online as well, shutting down the marksman on the other side. But it still is the mid lane tower taken down by Method Black.
Oh, Creep, man, so clean with that Selena. But Shay here, I'm not sure what he's thinking, but Kings up down the Zaman Force.
Finally taking them down though, but again the vengeance is all he needed, and there's the feathered airstrike, there's the queen of the sky. Jing pops in that ultimate at the perfect time, and now Creep will get some shield back, routes out of the harm's way as the circling eagle drops in as well. King wants to survive, dashes in, chrono dash, perfect, there's the trade, instant pickoffs coming in, but Alan eventually gets taken down to him. Pika
oh my god,
he sets things up for Alan as he pops in, but a lot of shield on the other end, so they will survive through all of that chaos.
They survive, all right, all of that chaos in the land of Dawn. 40 seconds still, another chaotic fight happens, another chaos battle in the land of Dawn indeed. But right now, I feel like Method Black have found their footing, but let it slip, man. They just let it slip. And I think Revenant Order are able to capitalize in this moment, in this very moment, that the way that they've been moving in and around the map, Method Black needs to find answers. And oh my god, Xing has been the biggest one out of them all.
Yeah, he's making sure that he's always positioned so well. Oh, Curtain's call used up. She's gonna run away. He's got everything in his arsenal. No one to eventually chase him out here in jungle as well. But I love the idea now. Method Black, 500 gold lead. Oh. Yes, they're trying to increase that further. And finally going in with the Oogie Shadow kill too. Zheng will survive through all of that yet again. I'll have to say, man, the positioning of him on this Farsa has been a key reason why there's still a gold lead in the hands of Method Black, regardless of how many good plays Revenant Order have made.
Yeah, regardless of how many good plays they've made, indeed, it's looking like they need to find an opening, and they get their own with the Circling Eagle. Gets a knock up on two. Kenshin flickers out.
Yeah, eventually it's still not good enough out here right now. King will move back, but Feathered Airstrike baited out. That's a big tool. Now they can't really go for the ultimate as Shay is looking for a flank angle. Finally, this is going to be a full-fledged commitment from Revenant Order as they try to take that backline down. Shay would be taken down. Finally, as Shay shuts him out. Stun connected perfectly, but Shay still do not have enough damage. Tectonic charge purified away by King as he still jumps down to the Zaman Force as Alan will shut them all one after the other. But guess what? Urek is alive. This Yo-Yo Blitz Queen is still alive, and Alexis is also here. The Shield Queen out coming in from Method Black. The Lord has not yet been taken, but guess what? They've got no chance of taking it in any hell possible. Urek will be shut down. King is destroying them. Doesn't care about the fact that there's an Esmeralda in front of his face. He still survives, but 1 against 4, and this Queen is not letting them take the long. Flickers forward to shut Alan down. Wants to make it 2, but doesn't matter. He will make sure he will get 2 out of that.
Yeah, I mean, no one's able to really take down Alexis, are they? And he's going in again with the Falling Star Moon. He's unkillable at this point. This is why Esmeralda is one of the best heroes in the land of Dawn, folks. I don't care what you think. Esmeralda's the GOAT.
I mean, considering the fact that there is no Demon Hunter sword or no crit build marksman on the other side to shut her down, yeah, Alexis is gonna have the time of his life out in this game. The only thing that he probably needs at this point is, what, maybe the Athena shield? You just top it all off. Make sure that at least 3 people on the other side can't really give any kind of damage to you, and then pair it all off with the anti-Curus, that's it. Alan cannot do anything in that fight as well. There's already a dominance ice coming in. I don't think so they can defend the inhibitors coming in from this Lord attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they'll be able to do it, but you can see on the top side, Alan going in with the Ogi Shadow kill.
Eventually has to move back in. The stun connects from the Falling Star Moon as well, but they will finally move back. All thanks to that feathered airstrike coming in. The Lord will finally match down from the top side as the tier 2s are being worked upon by Method Black. I absolutely love it.
Definitely will, but Shay here not looking like he's gonna survive. Actually takes down Xing. Now the arrows are coming through from Kriv as well. He's able to survive.
That's a big one coming in, curtain call, though maybe they can try and find that trade onto the other side, but still, Mountain Shocker a little bit late. It's an absolute shock to see Xing being picked up like that. The flicker was on cooldown, and now all thanks to that one pick from Shay, no inhibitors will fall. Maybe the tier 2s, yes, but nothing apart from that, as right now Revenant Order numbers advantage want to still try and find something, but this is the big thing, man. You've got an Esmeralda on your face. Doesn't matter how much you try and take those fights, it's Esmeralda who will finally fall on back again. The tectonic charge to knock up Revenant Order and knock them 6 feet under again. King and Shay fall.
Oh my god, Kriv tried to go for a 1v1 with Lack as well. Gets outplayed. And yes, Scared, you're right. You can do everything you want, but who's gonna stop this dancing queen? Because she's moving and grooving. She's got everything down and under, but at this point, she's belly dancing her way into the enemy's base.
Oh my god, guess what? The Flask of Oasis is all gonna go back in the hands of Alexis. He's gonna use that shield as much as possible right now. They want to target the crystal out here. Open, Kenshin taking down the feathered airstrike to finally deal with all of them. The base is just one shot, and the final one will also land by none other than Alexis. The dancing queen Esmeralda, get out of the view, Kronos. Let them see who the real queen is.
Hey man, she's with me here. I'm just saying. That's how she is, belly dancing her way to victory. I mean, after a while, right? Like we said about this in the draft, this Esmeralda, we saw it coming a mile away before the first phase bans even started, before the second phase bans even started. But we were like, they're revealing their cards too early. And you mentioned that, hey, it could still be possible if they waited out. And I think Revenant Order was just like, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. And guess what? They did it. And when they did it, oh my goodness, Alexis, yes, didn't have the best starts to the game, but once you get your items, man, once you get warmed up, that's when these dance moves start showing off. And that's why Alexis is your MVP. 4-9, not a single damage item, Bill Scared.
It's just what, an enchanted talisman to make sure that you get that mana regen. Nothing apart from that. And all he needed to do was sustain, and guess who helped her sustain? Even the Flask of Oasis. Now here's the big question that I actually want to ask from you, Kronos, that you've got an Esmeralda on the other side. You know you're running down a Mathilda as well as a Harith in the composition. You're also running a Hilda in the comp, right? None of them can eventually take down an Esmeralda. Would you really want to build a Flask of Oasis? I know it is a core item, but you're just adding a lot more shield. You're giving it all to Alexis. And you're serving him in on not just a silver platter, you're serving him on a golden platter.
And I mean, I think the Flask of Oasis still works out just because of the fact that, yes, you're giving shield, but also you're giving extra bit of HP to your teammates, right? Yes, fair. I understand the shield part of it, but what I'm baffled about is the fact that there was not much physical anti-heal damage, right? Alan should have gone for the Sea Halberd as the first item. I know you want the power spike as a hunter strike. You're looking to snowball, but okay, 4 minutes in, 5 minutes in, you're not getting that snowball. It's okay. Let go of that Malefic Roar, build that Sea Halberd, and then you can rely on those small, you know, like a chop suey build that we call it. Go for small pieces to get that penetration down, and then you might be able to take down this Dancing Queen. But unfortunate, just didn't happen.
Yeah, no itemizations that there as well. I have seen that with a lot of teams out here, that they do tend to end up making some of the wrong items in certain situations, right? Even yesterday I saw that multiple times when I kind of wanted to see the blade armors being prioritized, none of them being made out here. I think so. Europe in general, they've got to add a few tweaks in terms of those itemizations, and once they do that, their micro and macro look absolutely phenomenal. They look fantastic in that. It just boils down to those itemizations out here as well, and I'm pretty sure that all of these games, this entire event, and everything that you all have been doing out here will help them out in this way. Now, coming back to that same conversation, I agree. C. Halbert could have made a difference, but I don't think so it would have changed the result. The only thing that would have been the draft out here. But Kronos, after this game, we still have 3 more matches remaining, and one of them is going to be a big one. It's going to be your favorite one, if anything out there. Minerva Fury taking on Void Kids.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a cracker indeed. I mean, Void Kids is showing everyone that, hey, they're able to hang on to the big boys. They just had a slight bit of an error. They were able to find their footing. And I said this before with Warren, right? They are a good squad, right? They know what they're doing. They just haven't found the right shoes. And when they find the right shoes, they don't gotta walk. These guys are gonna run. These kids are full of energy, and hopefully these kids start running and gunning, because after the first match, after the match they had yesterday, today, high expectations. But again, you're going against Minerva Fury, one of the tournament favorites. In fact, will they be able to come out on top? Gotta find out. But before that, Scared, I think we got someone. Yeah. We might be getting someone later on, aren't we?
I mean, we had that person yesterday here as well. I don't want to ruin the surprise out there for all the people, though. But yes, interview is being prepared. I can clearly see all of that happening in the back screen. You know, the perks of being on the casting desk with the production side. Good work to all of you people out here as well. Shout out to the production. Everyone's been doing a fantastic job. Yes. Now, all of the people in the audience. You know what? I actually noticed a pretty fun thing now, since we're already on the podcast hours, right? I noticed that there was a question in the Stolen Angels game as to who predicted a 2-0 for Stolen Angels, and no one else did. Everyone started spamming my name out there. For a second, I thought, oh, maybe they like my casting. And then I was like, no, I'm just a giveaway question.
And speaking of giveaways, right, folks, there will be a lot of giveaways in the chat. Make sure you pay attention, and of course, make sure you peel your ears back a little bit, clean your eardrums, because we got an interview with one of the best goal laners, I would say, in all of Europe. And hey, who better to represent Method Black other than Urek?
Hello.
Bring him back on the desk out here, man. Urek, we can hear him, and now we can see him. Urek, what's up, man? How you been? Not a long time since we saw each other, but finally back again with a victory in the second game. How are you feeling?
I mean, kind of disappointed about the performance, but at least we bounced back.
Good. You gotta be disappointed, bro. You got my prediction wrong. What's going on, Urek? The way that you guys have been playing, I predicted a 2-0. The only caster, the only talent in the entire production, the only guy in the entire production to get a 2-0 for Method Black. And you guys reward me with that kind of a gameplay. I feel heartbroken. But you know what? You got 2 predictions right, though. You got the Esmeralda. But hey, jokes aside, man, really well played. But what happened in that game number 1? You guys look like you were scared to try and go and get an engage. I mean, it was only a jawhead with the ejector, right? So what was going on in the mind? It felt like you guys were disconnected.
Yeah, I mean, it all started with the first turtle. We kind of got snowballed from there. We picked the Aldot for the faster, but didn't really work out. Got ganked and then got destroyed, yeah.
I agree, because I kind of feel that Aldot in that EXP lane is kind of weak already, and you put him up against a Uranus, that's like a cherry on top for Uranus winning that lane out here. And I did understand that fact, but it's absolutely fine. That one game not really working out in your favor, but a good bounce back coming in from the team as well. Who gave the call to pick up the Esmeralda, considering there was a Mathilda and Harith on the other side? Who was the one who actually called out, you know what, guys, let's go for a CC in the gold lane and let's pick the Esmeralda?
It was actually Alexis. We were thinking for Lapu and CC, but they banned Lapu already. We saw Harith and Matilda, and he just said, let's go Esmer, and worked really good.
It worked out well, Kronos.
Yeah.
And man, I'm telling you, that's what we predicted. Urek, not gonna lie, that's what we saw, right? We saw the CC come out early, and then I forgot what the second pick was. And after the second pick, Matilda. We were discussing like, yeah, Matilda, and then we were like, I mean, no, Matilda was on the other side, right? Matilda and Harith on the other side. And then yeah, and then over here, you guys picked, I think, the Farsa.
Grok and Farsa in Ascension, yeah.
Yeah,
Farsa,
Farsa and Eastern Shin. And then we were like, you go for the Farsa and maybe the Esmeralda, because Esmeralda makes so much sense. But then you're revealing too early. So you guys gambled a little bit on that, and that gamble paid off. You guys should try and do that more often so you can get 2-0s instead of getting 1-1s, you know? Right? Come on, you guys gotta, you know, we know you're a good player. We know Method Black's a great team as well. And I think high expectations have been there, and so far you look disappointed, at least with the start that you've been having to the entire season. But I think now's the right time to get those wins, you know, turn up the engine a little bit, go, you know, get a little bit of energy, and you drink some of those Red Bulls, and then try and get into the game next time.
I hope so. Yeah? I mean, we're trying out a lot, we are swimming a lot, we're trying to practice a lot, but I mean, so far it's not really working.
It's fine. I hope it really does, right? Because next week you're facing few of the tournaments who were hot favorites, Minerva, Fury, and then after that, the very next day, you're facing Void Kids, who are looking pretty solid. So what's going to be the idea of your team to try and face Minerva, Fury out here? You've got 1 week of preparation.
I think play for the jungle more. We are kind of struggling with Rise's jungle, and I hope that will work. We need to secure the first turtle and snowball from there.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Looking forward for that, Kronos. Any last few questions out here for the man?
I mean, come on, bro. Don't be so shy. You got to smile, you know? You got to be brimming confidence. We know you're one of the top goal laners indeed. Yes, you're having a bad time, but hey, bad times don't last, right? Only good times do. Yeah, you gotta put that meme over there, someone. Only good times don't only. Well, I even forget. You know what? I'm talking too much already. Good luck.
Yeah.
With whatever you're doing. It was good games. Hopefully you come back stronger next week.
Yeah, I hope so too.
All right, yeah. Thank you for joining us, my man. Thank you. We'll catch you later now out here.
Have a nice day.
Good luck for the next. Bye. Good luck for the next few games. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Back again with the two boys who've been on with the podcast stars out here. And I agree. I absolutely agree with all the statements you said out here. But here's the big thing, right? Method Black, even Urek agrees that everything that they've been trying has not really been working out for them. And the next week, they're going to have an even stronger opponent to face. Will that work out for them? That's going to be left for the next week out here, because for this one, it's Omni Glitch taking on Jackpot. Rather, not even Omni Glitch taking on Jackpots. I missed out on that one. It is Void Kids taking on Minerva Fury. I know, Kronos, you're very excited for this game. I know you want to talk a lot about it, but guess what? Audience needs a little bit of a rest. My throat needs a little bit of a rest. So we are going to give a small break to everyone, and we'll be back after the break and the game on the other side. With a bounce back of Method Black against Revenant Order, who closed out that first game out here. We are finally moving back into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. One of the hotshot favorites team of the event, Minerva Fury, now taking on none other than the team which was all the way down bottom in the leaderboard. Cleansed an absolute epic comeback yesterday, and the team that Kronos has been believing in for such a long time, it's going to be none other than Void Kids.
Hey man, the kids are not the new kids are on the block anymore. They got some veterans in the house, and they definitely have some new blood flowing within them, and they have the confidence at this point, because you can see that Minerva Fury will be going against Void Kids, and I think Void Kids are coming off of a high a little bit. Will Minerva Fury just shut them down and say, hey, you know what? Time to wake up, lads. It is the big leagues. You can get it every now and then, but not against us. And definitely not today.
Definitely not today is going to be the name of the game out here. If my lobby is in the playing 5, I'm pretty sure all of our predictions are going to go down in drain out here once we'll see that once the game begins, ladies and gentlemen. As you're watching the MEC Fall 2025 Thunder Division MEC qualifiers, this is the round robin best of 2 out here in day number 5 we are, if I'm not wrong. I'll have to get a check onto that one, and yes, it absolutely is day number 5. We are hopping into the game number 2, or rather match number 2 today. It's Minerva Fury on the blue side taking on Void Kids on the red side.
I mean, I remember the time when Minerva Fury had Wicked, right? That was a good time indeed. But Pancrat has stepped up to the occasion, and he has been cooking, well, lads. And of course, right now on the blue side, taking out the Lancelot, usually something that people want to pick up as the first one, but this time taking it away. Chip coming out the other side, and Scared, you're looking at that name, aren't you? I know you were looking to find it. You found it. He's at the bottom right of your screen. He is playing today.
Absolutely, and that's what you need if you're Zedel Ackerman, because we've been talking about that, Kronos. You mentioned to me yesterday as well how good the synergy is between both of these people. And to be honest, you know, my lobby, as good as he was looking in that game number 1 yesterday, in that game number 2 on the CC, he had such a shaky start. That shaky would just be an understatement. But it's the mental of this team which I always compliment, the tenacity of not giving up and fighting until they win. Because even though this dude was going about 1-6, 1-7, he was able to bounce back in this game and was able to perform so well that eventually Void Kids won. But one of the big reasons why that Lancelot ban is there is just to respect Zedel Ackerman, because this man saved the crystal from being destroyed at a bare minimum of 2 times in that game alone.
Yeah, I think he's definitely a great player, right? He has his fans, he has his haters, and of course the haters are definitely out loud talking about how he is a little bit of a, you know, YouTube clip merchant, TikTok merchant. But hey, if you're that good, man, you're definitely going to get multiple plays. And if you want to show it off, go ahead and do it so. Nobody stopped you. But the way that he's been playing, he has been the cornerstone of the team, right? Yes, my lobby's addition helped them get victories. But the cornerstone of that team has been Zedel in the jungle. He has been proving it time and again. Every time they even lose, he has been doing his best to make sure his team gets the victory. He has been playing what he has to do. He has been doing what he has to do best. So just saying, Void Kids might look like a pushover. With my lobby getting added, you might be turning your attention to him. But I feel like you really are sleeping on ZL, folks. But right now, the draft stage is set. The first bans are already off. Scared. What do you think is going to be? Phovius?
Void Kids is winning 1-0 this series. At least this game.
Oh, you call it hard, aren't you? You call it
because
hard.
Look at the bans. There's one permanent ban which you always do against Void Kids. I don't see any of that.
I mean, you're talking about the Fanny, aren't you? Or is it the Ling?
I mean, you always talk about some of those bans. I was talking about the Arlot in the hands of my lobby. You don't let him pick that up.
I mean, yes, Arlot is good, right? I agree, but they need to find an answer to it. They need to build around it. Of course, Arlot's going to be locked in here. Maybe apart from the Arlot, if they can pair it up with an early game roamer, like a Khalid, maybe Aisho Isaac, Aisho Isaac likes to play something that is super, super frivolous when it comes to try and super showy when it comes to those big ultimates. You see, they don't even go for the Arlot. They go for the Phoveus because Phoveus is so good. He's such a great frontliner. And knowing that Xenox needs that space to dish out the damage, and so does Mr. Loverman, my lobby just gonna do what he does best.
He's just gonna make sure that he face tanks every single thing out there. And now with the Yi Shin ban out, the Lancelot ban out, as well as the Hayabusa, one of the best junglers that's left out there is definitely the Joy. Picking it up instantly out here in the jungle position. But here's the thing. This technically can be countered if there's a Fredrin pick on the other side. There's going to be a lot of tankiness, and combining the fact that you've got Pancrat on that Hadith and Minerva Fury have been loving that. Yeah, I think so. That's going to be a little bit difficult for you to deal with it later on. And there we go.
24/7.
Yep, I like this Fredrin. I really like it just because of the fact that the Joy kind of gets countered. We've seen ZL pick it up, even though if he's going against the Fredrin, they really like to play with fire, don't they? This team, these kids, they just really like to play with fire. I know, Warren said what he said. Did he call them void adults? Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said void adults, and then I kind of changed it to void kings.
No, I'm saying these guys are kids still. The way that they play, we got to show what they can do, right? The Eve being picked up in the mid lane with Mr. Loverman. They're looking to try and control a lot of these neutral objectives, trying to siege in. So now they got to take out the Farsa. You got to take out the Farsa. You cannot let that go whatsoever just because you're going against the Eve. But also at the same time, you do not want to give Minerva Fury any sort of high ground. They take away the Kalea to make sure ZL has a better time in the back line. You don't want to be countered completely. Already the taunt coming in from the Fredrin is good, but the other ban has to be the Farsa. Meanwhile, on the other side, look at trying to slow down Aisho Isaac. Take away the Tigreal. Take away, I don't know, maybe the Khalid, maybe the Arlot at the same time. But they're looking to shut down Xenox's Moskov.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking of an Erethiel at this point, because the entire composition of Minerva Fury right now can actually be countered by the range coming in after the Malefic gun of Erethiel. Wasn't really a big fan of Moskov against the kind of lineup
You're
that...
never a fan.
Here's the thing, bro.
Moskov, you're never a fan of Moskov.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
Yeah,
but
I know.
I sometimes do like it whenever players are making those cross...
You just pretend to like it. You don't like Moskov. It's okay. You can say it. No problem.
I'm saying I hate it, but to be honest, I don't think so. It's deserved out here in the banning phase. There's CC on the other side. You can curtains call him. Macaron can taunt him if he gets a bit too close. And you talked about the Farsa being banned out. There is absolutely no Farsa ban whatsoever. So this should very well be a Farsa pick by Minerva Fury, and that will give them that high ground which they're looking for.
Yep, Farsa can be picked up by Minerva Fury. That high ground is going to be a big problem for Void Kids to deal with. But at the same time, right now, what will Void Kids go for? They have... I think they should probably lock in the roamer, right? Someone that's super strong. I'm really looking at Tigreal here. Arlot is good, but I don't know if Aisho Isaac can play that well, right? His Tigreal has been okay. What do you think, Scared? I think a Tigreal is good because you have the Eve. Just slow them down completely. Implosion, flicker implosion, kill box, and then, my lobby just does my lobby things.
I think so that could be the case, but if they want to go for a bit of a utility, they can go for it. I don't mind, but yeah, it's a classic kill box, right? With the Gato and Eve, which we sometimes talk about, or the Hylos and Eve, which we normally talk about. But I agree, I think so a Tigreal would have been a better pick in this case.
I mean, I don't mind the Gatot as well. The Gatot's really good. Once you pop that AOG, they're going to flicker, use their Purify. That's when Mr. Loverman, he is going to have free reign and drop down that RWM, and then all hell breaks loose. Or if he drops down the RWM, they Purify and flicker out, and Aisho Isaac can jump in as well. So hopefully this makes a big slight bit of a change. So let's see how that's going to be. Void Kids, I'm liking their draft. They left the Angela open. Oh my god, how could they do this? They left the Farsa open as well. There's going to be a Farsa coming out from Sensei the Creator. He's so good on that far side. Yes, I understand you got a Joy on the other side, but I'm not sure. They're not going to go for it. They're going to go Angela in the mid lane and get that Badang just to make sure you can get slight bit of knockbacks on ZL when he's coming in. I like the draft of Void Kids so far, and I think, according to me, they probably won that. But Minerva Fury have counters. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure if it's the best one. Go for a carry here and you're sorted, aren't you?
I agree. Just a carry is going to counter the entire lineup coming in from the other side. And considering there is that Vengeance as well, I think so you would not want to go with any other marksman apart from that.
I mean,
Ranger, I mean, it's alright, but it can actually work pretty well with the kill box of Eve. So that's kind of fair. I think so that could be possible. I can see the angle coming in from it, but on the other side, I don't know, bro. It feels like every single egg is in the box of Pancrat.
Not just Pancrat, man. They're focusing. They're making sure Bobarushi can get a lot of poke down early on, right? They need that poke to make sure they can try and get a slight bit of an advantage. Pancrat comes into the mid to late game. Until then, you do not want to give him any kills. If he starts getting any kills, it'll be a problem. Macaron, I feel like, has a bigger role to play here. He definitely has those taunts. That's going to be a massive problem. If he doesn't get those taunts up at the right time, especially when he's going against ZL, right? When ZL tries to come in, that will be a problem for them. That definitely will be a problem. So Void Kids definitely have a lot that they have to go against, but at the same time, like, they have win conditions of their own. I feel like it's a dead even draft, kind of. The more you dig into it, it feels like a dead even draft.
It does, but I'm still gonna give the benefit of the doubt to Void Kids out here right now. Again, I feel the little bit of buff on Eve, it's actually pretty good. Now she deals a lot of poke damage, and what do you need against Fredrin? That is the poke damage. So in that mid lane matchup, I think so Mr. Loverman is winning it. But ladies and gentlemen, who's gonna win out this series is gonna be the big one. Oh my god. The prediction. Oh man, it's every single one of us thinking Minerva Fury is gonna go 2-0, and the reason is the first 3 days of Void Kids were shaky.
I mean, I figured my lobby is gonna be coming in as well, but it's looking so difficult against them. I'm not sure, man. This 2-0. Yeah, we might all be wrong here. We're gonna all be.
We're all good. We're all wrong, aren't we? Oh my god. We'll have to see, you know. But one of the big things that's going to happen out here is the fact that it all is going to fall down into the hands of ZL. I mean, you're going to bet all your house on ZL out here, because if he finds a proper timing in these fights, if he's not the first one to go in, but rather the last one, he will win in every single one of those battles. And this will be a game Void Kids steal.
Yep, it's got to be Xenox that's looking to poke them down early as well, right? He needs to hold his own in the gold lane against Pancrat. So far, it's going well. 15 seconds under the turtle, scared eye show Isaac. I don't know, feels like a bit of a headless chicken, but on the top side, Bobarushi getting poked down already. Dark Red coming out. Vengeance baited out as well. It seems like he'll be going down. No, able to sustain with the help of the Beautiful, but able to get taken down. First blood in the hands of Mr. Loverman.
I love the fact how my lobby just backed off from there, making sure it's not giving a lot of HP out here. Sensei survives.
Yeah, you can see Macaron as well, quite aggressive, making sure he could get that kill. Retribution still up for both of them. So Sensei the Creator doesn't have a flicker. Bobarushik, no vengeance. The turtle's already up. My lobby is just being absolutely annoying. Infernal Pursuit is the name of that ultimate, and that guy is pursuing them until infinity indeed. Because right now, Macaron able to start up the turtle. Primo again pushing them back. RWM drop down. That is a beautiful ultimate indeed. Xenox makes his way into the party. Bobarushi gets taken down. 2 down for the side of Minerva Fury. Void Kids are not the new kids on the block anymore. They're here to try and dominate.
I said, you know, it was an absolute horrible pun, but I still made it. And that was, it's not Void Kids anymore. It's Void Adolescents.
Oh my god, you can see nice AOG coming through as well. Pancrat had to pop the Purify. They even had to use the Hard Guard on him to make sure he can survive. But then again, the Hard Guard has like a 20-second cooldown, doesn't it?
It's fine. Yeah, now you can absolutely pop it whenever you really need to. Oh, but maybe top side.
Yeah, they know my lobby's a problem. They know he's a problem. They need that problem dealt with, and that's what they did right there, taking him down as early as possible.
1 and 2, but I still feel it's absolutely fine, right? Some of the gold being traded, but it's exactly as you mentioned. Now it's going to be Boborusik out there making sure that he gets some of the gold back. As we have a look at the early itemizations coming in from all of these people. Steel leg plates being brought in first. He knows that Primo Macaron will do a decent amount of damage onto him. But at the same time, I think so it should have been better to buy a Dreadnought armor instead of that. Or maybe he's just really going in for a blade armor instantly. But I don't really see any kind of use of blade armor.
Yeah, I mean, the blade armor is good. Oh no, my lobby's taking quite a lot of damage. AOG trying to create the separation, but you can see that fist crack coming through along with the heart guard, and Boborusik with the yo-yo blitz taking him down. Isaac, he came to the party, man, but he was just a little too late. Oh no, Mr. Loverman. Mr. Lova gets taken down. No, he doesn't. He flickers out of harm's way. He's able to survive, but Macaron dropping that Appraiser's Wrath. He's still able to kite. So they have a good kiting composition. Void Kids need to utilize that.
Lovely kite coming in out here from Mr. Loverman. And he also saves his own ultimate as well. A lot of resources being used upon the other side. But a good amount of gold being taken as well by Boborusik out here. So he will be pretty valuable in those fights. I want to see, it's 4.5 minutes into the game. How much has he already made onto that War Axe? That's the big question, as this turtle right now is being started by Minerva Fury.
Minerva Fury already getting it started. They're looking like they're going to take this one for themselves. Isaac, I'm not sure if he's done. Oh, the curtain called us. Wow. So much damage. So much damage. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Zaman for a drop down. He has the hard guard on top of him as well. So he should be able to survive. And so far, Void Kids. Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, Primo. I don't think that was the right ideas.
Yeah, I think so too. He kind of wanted a preemptive fist crack out there on him, but wasn't able to land it. Just a rondo. That's exactly what they needed. My lobby is going to be struggling right now, though.
Oh, wait. On the top side, AOG coming through from Isaac, but you can see Zerel into the fray, and right now, RWM dropped down. Macaron able to make it out of harm's way, but my lobby wants to go in, and go in deep indeed. But you can see Boborusik, man, he's able to survive. He is not no random EXP laner. I think my lobby's going to go down. Yes, he does. Void Kids still able to hold their own, but Minerva Fury are taking one step at a time.
Seems like they're also understanding the win conditions of their comp out here, Kronos. They realize that it's going to be Boborusik who needs to shut down my lobby early on. And they're making sure that they do that. Now, because of his 1, 3, and 2, I'm pretty sure he's not really been able to cook up a proper defensive item out here. As much as you need an anti-Curious right now, you've got to add in the Dominance Ice too, and then you will have to build in onto those Radiant Armors or Athena's Shield. Probably both, considering the amount of damage Pancrat will finally deal you. So my lobby with just a War Axe, he is not at all tanky.
People be betting their houses on Zerel, man. At this point, with the way that he's playing, he needs to be the difference maker. You said it, Scared. They are betting their houses on him, and hopefully he shows up, because right now Isaac, I'm not sure if he's got the right idea to go in. Zaman force down RWM to dish out some damage, and Xenox able to pick up a kill. He gets the Sky Piercer now, so whatever kill comes after this, it's gonna be a stack after stack. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, my lobby trying to get the clear. The turtle is up. This is the final turtle of the game. Zerel's trying to get it started. Minerva Fury looking to come and contest.
Zerel has a level advantage out there, so he's gonna have that retribution point as well. Holy smokes, Boborusik!
What was that damage coming through with the curtain call? This is why the CC is so strong with the vengeance as well. Has the hard guard on top. Zerel has to run away. Macaron getting the turtle. Primo, nice engage with a fist crack, but I don't think this is the brightest of ideas. Isaac is quite tanky indeed. He goes in, he has the unbreakable, trying to dish out the damage. Macaron pulling two back. AOG to run away. Zerel is back. This could be the opening that he's looking for. Doesn't want to go. He understands a lot of people are gambling their houses on him. He doesn't want to prove them wrong.
Oh my goodness, every single time you're gonna say that one line, it's gonna remind me of our producer out here constantly going in for the exact same thing. But a big trade-off coming in by Minerva Fury out. They took the turtle as well as they took that mid lane tower. Now they'll constantly have that jungle access of Zedel. So you'll have to protect out of your towers over towards the bottom side. No.
Not looking good for ZL. He's still trying to go for the clear. He's not going to be able to survive this one. Yes, he doesn't. Pancrat able to get that Synchro Vision to pick up the kill. And now Minerva Fury taking out all tier 1s. And guess what, Scared? Void Kids have been trying, but the Minerva Fury haven't given away a single turret, let alone take any damage. A little bit of a tickle in the mid lane, but apart from that, nothing been touched by Void Kids. So now you're starting to see the momentum shift. Void Kids starting to realize this is above their weight class, and now Isaac seems like he wants to go against the gym bro Fredrin. He might be going down. AOG not even being used. Killing spree in the hands of Bobarushik.
Give me the itemizations at this point. I want to see how the heck is Bobarushik doing so much damage to everyone. And this is the exact same thing I was talking about. A dominant size being prioritized early on. And that's not something I want to see. Again, Bobarushik will have free hits on you after that yo-yo blitz. It's a skill move that you need a Dreadnought armor for. And everyone else, again, it's also a dominant size for my lobby. You know what? I'd have to say, right at this moment, Minerva Fury are winning this one game. The itemization, it's way too off the mark out here, while Primo finishes up the Oracle along with the Thunderbolt, so he's gonna tank a lot of that damage. Fredrin, Macaron going in with the Radiant armor along with the Dreadnought armor. Nothing's gonna work on him right now, regardless of whatever Zed's building up. They don't have enough penetration. Not even a Holy Crystal completed at this point. It's a free Lord for Minerva Fury, and all on the back of the itemizations.
Yeah, they got the free Lord, but I think they should have at least taken one. No, they didn't. They're all recalling. It was only Bulber that was there. No, it should have been at least a couple of trades. They were a little too late to make that decision, and Void Kids are paying the price right now. They're defending the top tier 2. ZL understands Primo's there, so is Pancrat. All 5 grouped up together, and that is what Primo wants.
Just making sure that as long as they're all grouped up, he's going to land at that big fish trap, but here we go.
Bobarushik, hard guard on top of him. Macaron gets in. Primo, nice fist crack coming through. Xenox gets burst down. RWM just to get taken away. And now with the triple kill on Pancrat, they're looking to try and take it all. The Lord is coming down the bot side still. 20 seconds for the rest of Void Kids to come back up. It might be 20 seconds too late. The Lord is crashing in. Holy defense is trying to take him down. My lobby is a Phoveus. He cannot clear waves as efficient as the rest. And finally, ZL makes
oh my god.
Already taken down. They get an inhibitor, and now looking to get the second one in the mid lane. They might just be able to find the third as well.
It's all the itemizations, I'm telling you, my man. Nothing is working for them, and they're still forcing it.
Yeah, and they're trying to defend AOG to try and catch them. Only Macaron gets caught out. Pancrat has him on force. He drops it down. RWM's there, but the damage coming in from Yo-Yo Blitz is too much for them to deal with. And Macaron gets burst down, and they trade 1-for-1 with Isaac. But you can tell Void Kids got the better of that trade.
Finally, Macaron being shut down out there. You really needed that man to fall. But guess what? It took one person for your entire roster as well, including Mr. Rubberman's RWM, to finally take this one guy down. Pancrat, with just one Chrono Dash and Skill 1 combination, one Chrono Dash and Synchro Vision combination, is taking down half of the HP of my lobby. Just because there's no magic defense on the other side. And now he's also built up the Divine Glaive. Good luck building on all of your Athena shield now. You're still going to be facing a lot of damage, and you include the poke that's coming in from Bobarushik, you're not going to survive that. This is just turning out to be absolutely atrocious for Void Kids.
It is indeed. They don't have 2 inhibitors, right? And one of them is, I mean, it's the mid lane and the bot side. Luckily, it's not top and bot, because if you're defending inhibitors, you're okay letting the mid inhibitor go, because the waves come faster. Mid lane's easier to defend apart from the ones on the sides, in the inhibitors only. So at this point, I feel like Void Kids have have their backs against the wall. Minerva Fury slowly moving into position to try and get to the Lord, but Void Kids, I think they want to contest. My lobby is the one that really needs to start the fight and let Isaac come in later on, and ZL is the one face checking bushes, and this is not looking good for them.
Oh, hold on, Macaron, he might actually be caught out there though. Primo, he's in mid.
Yeah, ZL goes in. I'm not sure if this is the brightest of ideas. Fistcrack already baited out. Nice Dark Wave coming through as well. You can see finally they get to see Halberd. My lobby gets burst down instantly. The damage coming in is way too much. Pancrack has him on force. Doesn't drop it. Or he already did. But with the help of the hard guard, he's moving so smoothly. And their hard guard has probably about 12-second cooldown. And speaking about it, it should be back up right now. And you can see they're trying to find the end AOG to try and clear the wave up. And you can see they're using everything that they can. Unfortunate that it's not enough. ZL goes into the back line. Not enough damage. Mr. Loverman drops down the RWM. Just trying to zone them out. Xenox not having enough stacks. Not having enough damage. This Granger feels like he's handicapped at this point. And now finally Primo with a flicker play, trying to end it all for the side of Minerva Fury. Void Kids are still able to stand tall. They have another set of super minion waves coming in, but Minerva Fury call it back, retreat, and go for the bigger objective, a much more guaranteed push, and that is this 14-minute Lord.
Bit of an overcommitment out there for Primo. Without Flicker being committed into the fish crack, or at least there was not enough backup coming in by Minerva Fury out here. And now here's the thing. I agree to the fact that you said my lobby needs to start the fight and then Aisho Isaac needs to land in the AOG when everyone is already in chaos. But here's the big thing. My lobby cannot sustain the fights because he does not have those items. Every single storyline, every single thread line of the universe is converging at the same part. Itemization needs to be good. If that's not the case, regardless of how good your composition is, the game will not fall for you. As we have a fine look out here, Vorax, Radiant Armor, Brute Force Breastplate, Oracle, everything out here. The curtain call comes in.
Yeah, you can see my lobby is the one who's trying to dish out a lot of damage. RWM dropped down as well. Macaron looking to get melted down. And Angela with the hard god on top of him. I'm not sure if this is the brightest of ideas. Pancrat is trying to make his way into the party as well. He finally comes in, but the Lord already taken down the base. Crystal is just one hit away. They were looking for a fight, but Minerva Fury had enough wave pressure. They got the base crystal.
It took 4 people to try and shut down what? 2 and an Angela on top of Macaron. Good. 3 people. Yes, that's about it. But who's going to defend the Lord? Ranger is not a good wave clearer out here. And I'm saying it again and again. I sound like a broken record at this point. 1 Dreadnought armor, 1 silent strobe is all they needed in the early game to try and sustain through all of that burst. None of that would have worked out. That eventually fell in the mid to later stages of the game. There was no magic defense whatsoever, and Pancrat was just able to dash in, dash out freely. This is one of the big things that I always talk about. Now, my big question is, why do you need 3 dominance ices, that too early on as the first and second items, when you've already got the glowing wand in the hands of Mr. Loverman? And mind it, he made the glowing wand as the very first item. The only reason why we see Enchanted Talisman and Wishing Lantern in the first 2 slots is because he got 2 of those mana crystals, which he eventually sold in the later stages of the game.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
The Granger, right? Scared. If that was a carry, would that have been a better game?
With the way how Pancrat was able to snowball, I think so it would have been a little bit easier to play, but I don't think so it would have changed the result. But yeah, it would have definitely been a little bit better, but the result would have been the same.
I don't think they would have been able to pick up the win as well. I think that Phoveus, maybe trade that for an R-Lot. Could have been a slight bit of a different result. That would have definitely guaranteed them some more kills, maybe a proper win as well.
I kind of agree, and at the same time, I think so, yes. You would have had a lot more chances with the final slashes. And one of the big things about final slash is that you don't have to wait for your enemy to make the move, but you can surprise them yourself. And on an alert, it doesn't really require you to fully follow the itemization. Yes, you need to position yourself well, and then you need to land in that final slash with the flicker. But that's about it. You don't need to move in front of them and then bonk them like a Phoveus, right? Because you're literally moving up on their faces, so they will obviously deal you a lot of damage. Sometimes you don't see the final slash coming in. So I agree on that point of yours, that alert would have definitely made a lot more difference in this entire game. And maybe Void Kids would have been able to pull this one back. But if they want to do it in the next one, you can't let these kinds of small micro mistakes change the fate of the game.
I definitely think they won't be able to ask and make sure they make these changes into the game. But hey, we might be going into the draft for game number 2 between Minerva Fury, Void Kids. Let's see who comes out on top.
It's going to be a big one out here. Both of these teams looking forward to this one big win out here, right? Minerva Fury, we've all talked about it. One of the top 3 teams in this entire event, if not really the first one. But they haven't really been able to find their footing out here. A couple of games where it was 1-1. So now they'd be looking forward for a 2-0 considering the start that they had. But Void Kids look pretty solid. I'd still say they've got a chance with my lobby in. You just have to pull the items right.
Let's see what they go for this time. Void Kids on the blue side, Minerva Fury on the red. They didn't have a great game. They look like they were, you know, holding their own. But hey, it was just smoke and mirrors the entire time. So Void Kids right now need to find answers. They need to find more ways to try and make plays. They need to give my lobby a playmaking hero. I think that's the difference. You give him a playmaking hero, he will definitely make sure he comes out on top.
Yeah, and that eventually falls down onto either an Alert or a Lapu Lapu in that EXP lane. So it's going to be one of those 2 picks. And I think so both of those picks can be picked up in the later stages of the half as well. None of them were banned out in the previous game either way. So I don't think so that's going to be any kind of problem out here. But since Void Kids have the priority, I'm more interested into seeing what bans we'll eventually see from their side. Chip, Oxia, yes, but the last one is going to be crucial. There is a possibility of them to pick up the Zushin if it falls through.
Boxia, Chip, Lancelot, Eason Shin. What's next?
CC.
CC? Yeah, I was going to say this. CC.
CC and
Arla?
Zushin seem to be the normal picks. I don't think so they're going to ban out an Alert. Minerva Fury don't really... they're not really scared about an Alert. That's the thing.
Yeah. I think here it has to be CC, right? Oh, Fredrin. He's going to go for the Joy again.
Or maybe they're just respecting Minerva Fury on that Fredrin. Considering the jungle bans, yes, it's either a Hayabusa or a Joy. So that's kind of fair argument. But then there's a Kalia that's left open too. You pick up a Joy, there's going to be an instant Kalia pick on the other side. So that's also something Void Kids need to focus on.
Let's see how it goes, man. Let's see how it goes. The Uranus banned out. Kalea, okay. But I think Joy is a little too early. Jushin, first pick, just to make sure Mr. Loverman gets something that he can play with.
Yes. Also, you want to deny that to Sensei the creator. Otherwise, he's going to create a part 2 victory easily with that pick.
Still, I mean, this first pick is taking quite a while, right? They're really thinking, knocking their noggins, you know, trying to unlock the left, you know, trying to unlock 100% of their brain. Oh no, they go for a Herod to make sure Pancrat doesn't get it. No. What's it gonna be?
You give
Jushin?
Zushin Kalia. Simple first 2 opening picks.
I mean, Kalea against the Herod, I don't know. I'm just thinking Jushin CC here. So CC was so good in the hands of Bobarushik.
Yeah, that works too. That absolutely works too. We knew that Zushin is definitely going to be picked up, so it's either CC or a Kalia, either one of those 2 picks. Because the Kalia will also deny a Joy pick on the other side, while gives you the opportunity to pick it up yourself. That was the only angle which I was seeing in the draft.
Yeah, that skin's quite pretty too. I was thinking Angela.
Wow.
Yeah. I was thinking Angela just because of the fact that, you know, they could pick it up, but I was thinking Esmeralda on the other side, but then I saw Jushin's pretty skin. I was like, yeah, that skin's pretty. But hey, Angela's getting picked up. Hayabusa locked in for ZL, so he's looking to snipe them down from the back line through the Quad Shadow Ogi Shadow kill. Makes sense. My lobby gets a CC this time. So maybe looking at something like, I don't know, Esmeralda?
It should be as simple as Esmeralda pick, or there could also be Lapu Lapu by Bobarusik.
Oof,
I don't
that
know.
would be nasty.
Obvious. You've got 3 people
Arlot.
who are gonna dash around like anything.
I wouldn't mind an Arlot here.
Works. It actually works pretty well.
Oh, AKKE Arlot coming through.
Hopefully, we'll have to see. I mean, does it really make a sense though? Arlot pulls everyone towards you. It tries to, reposition them in those awkward positions, and then you've got a Beyblade spinning in between all of that.
They just gotta let it rip, man. They just gotta let it rip. And I think with the Arlot being picked up, it might just be really funny to see, a heavy spin pin and those vengeances just being stacked up one at a time. Yeah, I feel like this draft has been quite methodical. Yeah, never mind. They see it coming. The Arlot's been taken off the table. Void Kids are listening to our broadcast, although there's a delay, folks, so don't worry, they won't be able to listen to it when they're drafting. Yves banned out here. Minerva Fury had a little bit of a trouble with it. Maybe take out another one. Lunox taken away.
Interesting.
They have a good balance of magic and physical as well, so that Lunox really would have started hurting them. And what's the other one they could go for here? AKKE, I think. No,
could be the case.
No, they can't.
Yeah.
Angela's already in the mid. Maybe a gold Moskov.
I mean, I don't really mind an EXP AKKE as well at this point. But CC is actually going to bully the heck out of him. Exactly. I don't really see any chance of... To be honest, this could be a Phobius ban too, because the amount of dashes you have on the Harith, on the CC, as well as on Zedel, Phobius would actually make a pretty decent choice out here. And he could be the main person to start things off.
I think Lapu, man. I think Lapu. Moskov, I told you.
Moskov, you called out.
Yeah, but they're going to pick a Lapu here, I feel like. Apart from a Lapu, what else do you got? Maybe a Hylos? That'll be absolutely...
Nah.
Not a Hylos. But then you're lacking a lot of damage there, right?
Exactly.
I think a Lapu definitely makes sense there.
Lapu or a Phobius, either one of those eventually makes sense. What about the Thamus? It's been reworked recently. Well, it's gonna go down in drain though, but it could have been interesting to see if they would have gone in for a Thamus pick as well with the Corrosion Strike and then rest of the tanky build. You're gonna sustain through a lot of that burst with a Vengeance too, but all of that, as we said, it's gonna go down in drains. Just the EXP being exchanged between both of these teams. Now, to wrap up the draft by Void Kids, Aroma into the mid lane. Who are you going to pick out here right now? Farsa's still available, but I don't think so. That's a good choice. Kimi definitely makes sense, but Sensei will outrange him. He's winning the mid lane matchup. You need someone who can clear things up. So either a Kalia for yourself or maybe a Badang again.
Hylos. Told you Hylos is going to come through.
Makes
Just not
sense.
on the right side. Just not on the right side. But I think your Hylos, Kimi, they got a lot of magic damage. They got a lot of physical. A great balance for Void Kids as well. So Minerva Fury needs to round it up. A gold laner.
Lovely.
I like it. I like it a lot. But then again, limited options, right? So I don't think they could have gone any other way. So Iritel's probably the best pick out of the lot that they could have had. Scared.
I mean,
draft instead. What are you saying?
Yeah, I think so. Irithel is literally the best one out here. Counters Harith in the lane as well. Keeps the proper range. And since my lobby is actually running with the Purify, there's no problem of the Vengeance as well. So regardless of what the situation is, Pancrat can go for a full crit build. He will not kill himself in the way. And I think so with the amount of damage that he has, Void Kids would want to stack around a little bit around each other, specifically seeing their composition, and that is where the splash damage of Irithel will get the maximum value. The only question is, will they be able to take it towards the late game? Because there is a Hayabusa on the other side.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, right? Like, yes, Irithel is the best pick there, but when was the last time you saw like Irithel really carry and win? Right? That's what I'm thinking in my head at this point. I mean, yes, we have, but is Irithel solely reliable in terms of damage?
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think so. It is. Just a couple of splashes out there. Kimi's gonna be destroyed. A couple of splashes, Xenox will be destroyed. But yes, it requires you to build up till the Malefic Gun. So that's 4 items into it. That's considering you're gonna build Malefic Gun in the 4th one. So that's the win condition for them.
Oh, I mean, Scared, take a look. They just have 1 damage output, and that's the Irithel. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't see a lot of DPS coming through. Yes, you have Sensei the Creator. It's a lot of control on their side, a lot of dive come through as well. But then again, if Pancrat is shut down early, it will be difficult for Minerva Fury to come back up.
I agree. I think so. That could very well be the case. But at the same time, I know I'm just absolutely being a devil's advocate here, but what if Macaron builds a Sky Piercer on the AKKE? You've seen it in the ranked games, and it hurts like hell for some reason, and it shouldn't, but it does.
Yeah, it's true. AKKE, I mean, he's a panda. He likes to squish you, man. But at this point, I feel like Minerva Fury. I'm just thinking. I'm really just thinking. Like,
Sensei, he's got to survive.
Nope. He's going to survive. Not got to. He's going to. No flicker used as well. Really good use of, really good timing. Not able to bait out the flicker. Turtle's coming up in about 10 seconds, scared. Maybe they're going to set up before that.
And you can clearly see White Kids are the first ones to eventually set things up as well in the bottom lane. You're making sure that the Angela as well as the Phoebus are getting those early extra fuel levels at the same time. The CXV Crab is going to be crucial. As Bobby, you need to steal it, and he gets it at the perfect time. Now they can eventually bully out the members of Void Kids. The only thing is, will ZL be able to steal this one turtle away with the shadows? Sensei, wait, hold on. What?
We can bait it out. I'm not sure if this is the brightest of ideas. Ogi Shadow kill, not able to get the kill. He doesn't have the damage yet. Aisho Isaac, I'm not sure why he had to show himself there, but trying to peel for his jungler, right? It's quite clear that ZL doesn't have the damage yet. He just needs to go in to try and get the execution point. But right now, without the Ogi Shadow kill, I'm not sure if the brightest of ideas. Nice pin coming through. First blood in the hands of Bobarushik. Turtle should be taken away by Minerva Fury. My Lobby makes his way. Yo-Yo Blitz coming through as well with the curtain call. They should get the kill, but the Heart Guard making sure he survives. Bobarushik, this guy's a menace to deal with, and ZL might be going down as well. Primo into the fray, but you can see at the same time Macaron just trying to be a thief in the night, taking away the orange buff. And after a lot of spells, Xenox makes his way finally. Aisho Isaac drops that glorious pathway, slows them down, and they punish for the overextension that Minerva Fury did, and the greed does not pay off for them.
Absolutely does not, but I'll have to say Xenox with that big rotation from the gold lane made the difference. Had he decided not to move, it would have been different.
Speaking of different right now, that traction pulse making sure Sensei sees a different light of day, but My Lobby gets taken down. And Scared, you were talking about that rotation, but look at the top side. He has been taken down. That gold shield indeed, but here again, they go through Bobarushik trying to be a difference maker. Heavy spin comes out, but they're able to get that retribution on point ZL, and My Lobby is not there, and that's showing and making a big difference. Aisho Isaac dropped he dropped the glorious pathway. It's just not working out for them. Every time they don't have the tank shredder, that's the CC, they're not gonna have a good time in these fights.
They're absolutely not gonna have a good time. I 100% agree, but here's the big thing, right? Minerva Fury, all they need is Pancrat to farm up all the way in the gold lane, and which you rightly mentioned that even though Xenox gave in a proper rotation out there at the bottom side, Pancrat was free farming.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the brightest of ideas right now for them.
Fair.
Oof. Pancrat. He has a lot of gold though.
Exactly, and you would not want this Erethiel to farm up early on. You're asking about who's going to deal that early damage. It's the combined poke damage with Sensei, Bobarushik, and Macaron. They have enough to take down ZL whenever he drops in those fights, and Mr. Loverman will have to be entirely in the back foot throughout that game, because Bobarushik will try and find the timing to jump onto him, and with all the dashes coming in from everyone, he will have all of those passives procced up very quickly.
Macaron is just walking around, coming in, stealing stuff, and going away. They can't do anything about it. They don't have the damage yet. He's a panda, man. He's a big fat panda.
Hey, he's just chubby.
Hey,
he's not fat.
He's not. Yeah, no, Scared, you missed it. He's not a big fat panda. He's the big fat panda.
He's the big panda. I agree, and maybe
that pin could have come in at the right time, and you can see glorious pathways. I'm on force and I don't know Going on?
Almost!
Heartguard almost had them. Almost had them. Xenox coming in a bit late to the party. Quad Shadow goes in. Zeto trying to find the Yogi Shadow kill, but he's not anyone. Aisho Isaac Revitalize already being used. There it is, Xenox. That Summon Force has been a zoning tool more than an engage tool.
The big question is, what has been Pancrat doing all this while right now? But maybe he can do something.
Hey, he comes in all right. Heavy crossbow, able to get the kill. Xenox here has to use the Purify to run away as well. And Mr. Loverman making sure this Pancrat does not chase.
It's got an Ice Queen wand probably early on picked up just to get that extra slow effect coming in on the other side. But again, yeah, you can try and stop them early on, but in the mid to late game, with the way how Pancrat is scaling, already taking the tier 1 on the top side, he is fat. He is farming up and no one's shutting him down. I think so that will be a problem. Glowing wand completed by Mr. Loverman, so he's going to get some of that extra anti-heal effect as well, but Pancrat completes the Heart's Claw. Now that is a decent item for his sustain and a constant DPS. With the Berserker's Fury completed, he will shred anyone who'd be up on front.
Add the Malefic Gun, and he's going to be a problem. Get what the problem is. It's this big fat panda indeed. Oh my god, nice traction pulse with the Glorious Pathway. Pancrat into the fray. Heavy crossbow already being used. The heavy spin to disengage, but Aisho Isaac gets taken down by Sensei the Creator. But look at Mr. Loverman. Oh no, he was able to get a double, but gets taken down. I thought he'll find 3, but ZL is able to clean the back line. Primo gets taken down as well. Sensei the Creator and Macaron, the only 2 left standing. And somehow, some way, this mid-tier 1 is hanging by a thread, but my lobby says otherwise. They're looking to take it down. They should be able to do it quite easily. Finally, Void Kids find some good thing for them in and around the map.
It just feels like they're still playing around Sensei the Creator and Macaron. Macaron's constantly delaying his heavy spins out there. I don't know, he kind of wants to get the setup.
Oh,
he's gonna survive.
Crossbow. Pancrat trying to dish out the damage. Aisho Isaac going for the counter engage. Not the right time, I feel like. But now you can see Void Kids starting to focus on these tower structures. They understand they need to take them down one after another. Macaron's heavy spin hasn't been as useful as we thought it would be. Oh no, ZL, what are you doing? He almost got taken down. That dark wave from Bobarushik has been on point.
Surviving with the skin of his teeth at that point. And guess what? It denies the third turtle coming in to Void Kids. It's a 1-for-1 turtle trade between both of these teams, if I'm not wrong, or rather, both the turtles been taken down by Void Kids till now. So, not really getting the third one. It's going to slow down the scaling as well. And I have a quick look at the itemization before we move in towards this Lord fight right now. I really hope Bobarushik has completed the Blade Armor. Right now, it's probably building up towards that. Maybe not, but look at mid.
Yogi Shadow kill, and also the heavy spin baited out along with the Heart Guard. So I'm not sure if the right time. Oh wait, did I see a flicker right there? No, oh my god, I get taken down. Pancrat with a heavy crossbow, dishing out the damage, and Xenox as well with the Zaman Force traction pulse, pulls 3, and now you can see the damage coming through. Pancrat doing the best that he can. Macaron gets melted down, and now Void Kids turn their attention to the Lord. About 10 minutes in, this is going to be walking about 9:41, and I feel like they should be able to get at least all tier 2s, and if not possible, if possible, 1 inhibitor.
Probably, but there's still a decent amount of wave clear, I'd have to say, coming in from the side of Minerva Fury. Sometimes butcher out that pronunciation too. Here's the thing. I think so Pancrat should have gone for an early Berserker's Fury this game to try and control this mid-game out from here on. Because he does not really have any kind of damage, at least on Aisho Isaac, with just a Windtalker, just a Heart's Claw, gives you a lot of crit chance, a lot of attack speed. But as soon as I say that, he completes it. Sensei the Creator builds up the Sky Piercer. These are those damage items which we've been talking about. 3,000 gold lead in favor of Void Kids. Yes. Now I just want to see a one good heavy spin just to disengage. Maybe Minerva Fury can even defend their tier 2s.
Will they be able to defend their tier 2s? Nice curtain call, and I saw that scared. He was so close, right? So close to being taken down, but still able to survive. You can see the Heart Guard's already there. Primo has a few seconds to come in and make sure he can try and get the Heart Guard back again. And, you know, production just showing that, hey, guys, 2-0 might not be the story. It could be a 1-1. They've been showing our predictions for the longest of times. I don't know. I feel like they're trying to rub it in our faces scared yet, but this time, if Void Kids actually pick up the victory, we might be smiling from year to year.
I agree. Give me a Radiant Armor, give me a Blade Armor, and that's about it. Mr. Loverman will eventually kill himself in those fights. And that would also mean that my lobby will be taking a lot of damage.
Little too ambitious right now. Not sure if that was the brightest of ideas. He gets taken down. They're looking to take away the mid-tier one. Zaman forced to try and zone them away, but at the same time, you can see Aisho Isaac with a glorious pathway. Heavy spin at the right time, and Beyblade did let it rip. They get the mid-tier one, looking to get the tier 2 in the mid lane. 69 seconds until the Lord. I'm not sure if they go through. Oh, wait, Zedel wants to commit with the Yogi shadow kill. That felt like a tickle, didn't it?
It kind of did, you know. You saw that insane burst coming in first of all, and then they came in the healing from Primo. So absolutely fine, no problems out there. And considering now there's no Oogie shadow kill, Pancrat can easily take down those structures. See, this is the reason why I said the Berserker's Fury needs to be prioritized earlier. If anything, before the Windtalker, because Hearthclaw, you need that to survive. So that you have that extra bit of burst damage coming in from that crit item. But now, since Pancrat was able to make it right in the nick of time, Minerva Fury have turned the map into red, and they are stealing those structures back. Still 3 turrets behind. That's absolutely fine. Sensei, the creator, just completed one more item. I've got to check that. I believe it is the Blood Wings, maybe? Or maybe something else, but he's constantly poking down everyone who comes in front of him.
He's scared. You've casted about 75% of Void Kid's games. I've casted about 75% of Void Kid game. And I think we both can agree that they really lose their footing in the mid game, don't they? Past the 10th minute mark, they're not really able to find the opening. If they're ahead, they throw the game away. And if they're behind, they really let it loose. Oh, Primo gets a kill on the bot side with the help of Pancrat. And now they see that 2-man on the bot side and they want to commit, make it a 4v3. Bobarushik goes in for a pursuit, gets taken away. And you can see nice knock-up coming through from Macaron at the right time to try and save Sensei, the creator. ZL almost looking to take him down. I'm not sure if this is a bright idea now. They went on the Lord. Pancrat in the back line. He has the hard guard again. Heavy crossbow being used. And that's the Hoss-Class you were talking about, Scared. They cannot sustain, but my lobby gets a 1v1 against Macaron. And this is why he's a big difference maker. This is why we want him on a playmaking hero. But right now, with Pancrat dishing out the damage, he flickers forward to get that killing spree, and Aisho Isaac did everything to slow him down. But look at Mr. Loverman, he's taking out low, he's getting sandwiched at this point. They might outplay, and yes they do. Minerva Fury turning it around in the nick of time, and ZL is looking to find one, and he might get another, but there's the Angela abuse with the help of the hard guard. Pancrat, we saw one hard guard in the span of about a minute. Sorry, 4 hard guards in the span of about a minute. That has been absolutely insane.
No, it's literally been one entire fight or one entire minute of hard guard out here. And now you've got absolutely no chance to steal away this Lord unless you go for the shadows.
Oh no, ZL goes in half HP. Heavy spin comes out. They should be able to secure this Lord quite easily. That is why AKKE is known as one of the most beneficial utility junglers. Because when it comes to these Lord fights, it's no better hero than him to secure it.
I absolutely agree. Every single time his heavy spins have not been convincing at all. And when it mattered the most, they were able to steal this one away. I told you, Kronos. It is possible with an Erethiel. Kimi gets outranged after Malefic Gun, can do anything with that burst damage. ZL will be taken down. My lobby cannot sustain through all of that because he does not have the vengeance. It is possible, and Minerva Fury are making it possible right now.
If I was ZL, I'd use the Yogi Shadow Kill right there just to try and clear the waves. But you can see Heavy Spin comes out as well at the same time. I'm not sure if that was preemptive. Maybe Macaron saying he doesn't really need it. The Lord crashing out of the bot side. Glorious pathway, drop down. Make sure they zone him out. Pancrat with a heavy crossbow. Has the hard guard as well. You can see the damage coming out as well. It's being split. Ogi Shadow Kill being used. Finally, Bobarushik traded for Aisho Isaac, but Pancrat is completely unstoppable. We've seen this Angela Iritel combo from about 4 seasons ago, and now they're showing why this combo is proving so well and why it works. We're 15 minutes in. I don't think there's anyone on the opposition side that can take down Pancrat. He is forced to flicker out. This fight's extended, Scared, and now my lobby taken down low, and you can see Macaron is just spinning.
get a Sky Piercer on Pancrat right now with the HP that they've been surviving. He definitely needs that one item, but guess what? It doesn't care. The Angela spam is insane. I was just thinking about a very weird combination. What if you add a fleeting time as the very last item on Pancrat? It's like an infinite loop of hard guard into the heavy crossbow, of hard guard into the heavy crossbow. But I'm just kidding out here. We know that's not going to happen.
He's on something, chat. He's on something. What are you drinking with your tea, Scared? What's in your tea? You gotta let us know.
Can't say it on stream. I don't want to get cancelled out here. But looking at the build, he's completed the Rose Gold Meteor. Lovely. Also adding on to that, Dragon Spear is the last item to get that extra movement speed. So no slow effect will matter from Isaac. It doesn't matter whatsoever. And the itemization, I still am looking for the blade armor. I can't really see it on Boborusik, man. Come on, make it already. That's unfortunate. They make 5 good items and then there's one item which never exists out here. I saw Isaac finally making his own blade armor too. Now that is something which is going to create problems for Pancrat because there's no one else apart from him who can take this Hylos down.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a slight bit of a wrench thrown in the works for Minerva Fury, but with the way Pancrat has been, you know, surviving for the extra bit of sustain that's there on his side, is that really a problem? Yes, the Haas Claws gets the sustain. It can be negated. Oh, no, wait. What was the idea? Sensei, the create?
I love it.
Look at the shield, man. Look at the shield. Look at the shield.
Exactly my point. I love it. This is exactly what Sensei the Creator did even in the first fight. He baited out. Hold on a second. There's a big fight in mid.
Yeah, glorious pathway. And right now you can see Attraction Pulse pull them back at the same time. Pancrat comes into the fray. And immediately the hard guard is back up. That Scared was literally 11 seconds. The last time it was a 17-11 and came back to 17-22. And Xenox, I'm not sure what he was thinking, gets taken down. Zaman Force is not going to be his owning tool anymore. 2 down. The mid lane left wide open. Minerva Fury want to crack down at the base crystal, and they're trying to force the equation, but there's no minion wave coming through. So they're trying to press their advantage. Dadel goes in. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. He almost gets taken down. Hard guard just being shown what can be done when it's on Pancrat. Here comes the next set of waves, and they're looking to try and end the game. My lobby trying to get it cleared. The Lord has evolved, but I don't think they want that anymore. They're just going in. Zedel in the back line, forcing a flicker out, but Pancrat locks down the base crystal. Minerva Fury get a 2-0.
At this point, there was absolutely no chance for Zedel to go for any kind of Oogie Shadow kills because guess what? One basic attack coming in for Pancrat and then Sensei landing the Lantern Flare on him. He's done for, down to the last bar of HP. No other opportunity apart from running away. What a beautiful play. And now I'm going to talk about that one ultimate from Sensei the Creator and why he was so far aggressive in that mid lane. He wanted to bait out the Oogie Shadow kill right before the Lord. Just so even if Zedel decides to run in and steal it away, there is no chance for him to run back to safety. No, you could say that one final tool which can help him survive. And this is exactly what Sensei the Creator did early on back towards that first turtle fight when he was level 4, because he knows he's got the ultimate, he's got the Crimson Beacon, he's got that shield, and then he also has a flicker to add on top of it. I absolutely loved the way how this entire team was playing. And guess what? All of our predictions are actually going to stand true, and it still is a 2-0 for Minerva Fury.
Ooh, I mean, Void Kids had the right idea. They had the right play style. Just not the right... I think this Harith was really, honestly, like so lackluster. I changed the Harith for something else, they would have had a better game.
And at this point, what can you even say? 44% damage being dealt by Pancrat, man. This man was on a mission. 89% tower push. You think he's doing everything? Yes, he's absolutely doing everything. 81% teamfight participation. Primo, again, on that Angela, 88% teamfight participation. I think so. I said at this point, we should also add an extra stat of the healings given out so that we can see how much he was able to help out all of the teammates. Every single stat is just favoring them. I do understand the idea of what Void Kids wanted to do, but that snowball should have happened in that mid-game part, where towards that later stages of the game, you have not allowed Pancrat to farm up. but that one early rotation from Xenox led for Pancrat to get early Windtalker, early Hearthclaw, make the Berserker's Fury while the Lord was marching in, and that was the turning point of the game.
Poppy, poppy, boom. That's it.
I agree.
End of story. Poppy, poppy, boom. Keep smiling.
We're constantly hearing. It seems like I'm hearing voices in my head out here, and I think so. Your Papi Papi Pum has, it's kind of invoked something. There's some kind of curse which has finally fallen through. There's some demon in my head out here right now. But man, what a play from Minerva Fury. Again, the massive comeback coming in for them, playing for their win conditions. That is all we need to know. That is everything that we all have been talking about. Putting your eggs in one basket, yes, but if it's the basket named Pancrat, why not?
Well, at the same time, we might see somebody coming up for an interview soon enough. But looking at the positives and the negatives of the game scare, I'm looking at the replay as well, right, of what took place. It just felt like Void Kids were doing everything the way it was supposed to be, right? There was not really any bad plays as such. It's just, this was purely draft. It's just the Angela. Just
agree.
2 games in a row, 2 games losses because they weren't smiling. It's just, hey, Angela, man, the poppy boom power. You know, let's go to the.
Yeah. You know what? Here's one more thing. As much as it is the Angela, I think so if they had someone who could have picked off one of the person on the other side, things would have been very different. If they would have gone in for a Kalia or maybe even a Cho in the roaming position, I think so they would have had a better chance out here. Because let's be brutally honest, their composition, it is very solid when it comes down to those pickoffs. You've got the Harith as well. If anyone tries to follow up, you can chain them all along with the Curtains Call too by my lobby out there. And Hylos, as much as utility you would think he was providing you, he's not very mobile apart from just that one glorious pathway. That also works halfway, like when you're moving forward. That's when you get the movement speed boost. I think so that was not enough considering the amount of kiting possibilities there were on the other side with Sensei the Creator with the Crimson Beacon. You also had, again, Pancrat onto that. Erethiel constantly running around everywhere. So I think so maybe a Cho or a Kalia would have been a very different addition, could have changed the outcome of the game. But guess what? There was only one man who made sure the comeback was possible, and that was Pancrat. And guess what, people? He's finally here in lobby as well. Pancrat, what's up, my man? That second game. How are your shoulders? That second game was heavy.
No, it was easy. I think all games was easy. Better than yesterday, 100%.
Yeah, I know. Today you're smiling a little bit, right? So we're gonna ask you questions that we will address to you, not for the full team, right? But because yesterday you dodged them pretty well, man. You dodged them pretty well.
I agree. I do my best.
No, I'm just joking. But the draft this time was really good. The Angela, I know you're not the one calling the final shot for the draft, but did you guys think they're gonna ban the Angela?
No, I think no. I don't know why they leave it, but if they ban, it's not a big problem for us because we have like a bit more options. Because we was be ready. If they ban Angela, it's not a big problem for us.
Now you said that you had options. That makes me interested into what were those options, because the amount of utility that Angela provided specifically to you in those fights, all of those hard cards, he saved your life multiple times and then you killed all of them. So if not Angela, then what would have been your idea?
I don't know, I have to see the draft, again, because I cannot remember everything, Maybe it was like some tank here, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Matilda was open or no, I don't remember that. Maybe Matilda was open, so it also good pick with Akai.
All right. Pancrat, you're a goal laner. You played Erethiel. Absolutely amazing, right? Absolutely amazing. Chef's kiss to it. But in the second game, did you feel the pressure from Zerel's, Hayabusa? Because he was always eyeing for you the entire time. Either you or Sensei the Creator, right? In game number 1 as well, when he was playing the Joy. Did you feel that pressure coming through? Because that assassins are going to come for the goal laner.
Yeah, of course. But in second game, I don't feel any pressure because I have Angela. And actually, I have some items for defense. So I feel like unkillable in this game. So it was, for me, it was easy game. We like make some mistakes on early game, so I'll almost kill Harit. He going from the base, and I said to my guys, he will come now to red buff. And you remember the team fight on red buff? I said he will be there, and he come in and make 2 kills, got some farm. So it was our mistake in early game. If we don't do it and just take a turtle, that was perfect game sync.
I think so. That was also the moment when you guys lost that early game momentum. Eventually, it had to be a proper big comeback out here. But since we are talking of those comebacks, right? You know, you were not really in those top 3 spots in the leaderboard. But now, after this 2-0 win, you're definitely going to be there. And in the next week, your game again is going to be against Method Black. So Method Black haven't been looking in a hot shot form. So any message that you'd want to give to them, right?
No, I don't think we will get the problem with them. I think this will be easy games again. So that's my opinion. If we do, I mean, it's like from us. If we do everything well, how it's have to be. If we don't have some miscommunications, then it's like easy games for us.
All right, Pancrat. One last question. Current meta, top 3 marksman. Who do you think it is?
You mean like a hero, right?
Yeah. Top 3 marksman heroes.
Okay, I will say it. Moscow.
Okay.
Beatrix.
Okay.
And Granger, I think, for me. I like Granger much.
Okay. What about players? Top 3 marksman players Europe. Let's go.
I will not say that. I will not talk about it.
Okay, man. All right.
Okay, I will say Pedmedronio. Okay, I will say Pedmedronio is the best one.
Okay.
He's top 1, 100%. He is amazing. Great performance every time.
Fair.
And that's it, I think.
Okay.
For now.
That's nice. I mean, the scary fact is that, you know, he's so straight. Like he's not hiding. He's not trying to rage bait anyone.
He's good. Yeah, he just good. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
what I
you
can
as
say.
well, Pancrat. You're just so straightforward. You don't hide. No rage bait. No taunt. Nothing, bro. You just straight to the truth. I like it. Pancrat, new fan.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was actually a good one out here, Pancrat. But again, congratulations for this 2-0 win. Amazing performance in this game number 2 and also game number 1. Looking forward to see how you perform tomorrow, or rather the next week out here. So good luck for that as well. Thank you so much for hopping in.
Okay, thank you so much. See you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Humble guy. Like, Pelmetroni is the first one. And I don't want to rate anyone else apart from that. I'll have to say one thing.
What?
Yeah, the way how he played Erethiel today, I think so he can rival Pelmetronio on the Erethiel at least.
All right, Scared. We got to fix this. Eerie? Come on, say it with me. Eerie?
Absolutely. Eerie?
Tell.
Get out
Come on,
of
say
here.
it. Eerie?
Get out of
Tell.
here.
People in the chat
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Just kidding. But yes.
Oh my god.
Pancrat, absolute monster of a gold laner. And you can see why as well. He just said he didn't feel any pressure. And it's not like he was trying to show off. It's not like he was trying to talk trash.
Yeah.
It's just he genuinely didn't feel any pressure. And speaking of the table, man, these guys are on top right now. Yes, they've played 2 games extra, but I think that might just stay the same.
Omni Glitch also have got their game today. Don't forget that. I think so. It will change.
Yeah, I think it will change. I forgot what my prediction for Omni Glitch was. You'll probably see it later, but yeah, I think Minerva Fury are gonna finish top 3 for sure.
I'm hopeful for
that's
that.
guaranteed. That's a guaranteed top 3 finish, right?
Yeah, with this kind of performance, I agree. And also considering that Jackpots have been looking pretty shaky, at least in the closing game. So I think so it's going to be one of the big cases out here. Minerva Fury up on top, Omni Glitch, Stolen Angels, they both have their games today. So I'm pretty sure that they'd be moving forward up in that ranking as well. Stolen Angels, I'm not quite sure if they can take the first place unless they get a 2-0 victory. But I think so that could also be the case when Omni Glitch face AKKE. So they might also topple them down. But since we are talking about the top 4 as well, right? Looking at the bottom 4 as well. The bottom 3 teams have already played their 10 games and there's no change in the rankings. So that's something that have to look to make sure they get it fixed. And also, I think so, you know, Pancrat telling us about the top 3 gold laners. I kind of want to add Erethiel in that as well. Because I think so she's literally in that top 3 if you really consider it.
Yes and no. just because of the fact that the top 3 teams could definitely try and take it. The gap might be a little too much, scared. The gap might be a little too much. I feel like that. But
probably go for it.
Are we gonna go to break, scared? What's going on? You gotta tell.
Yeah, you've been waiting on that. Obviously, I wanted to keep that as a surprise for the next few seconds. But ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's just as Chronos guessed. His predictions have been pretty on point today. We're going to be heading on to a very short break. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side, we've still got a lot of matches remaining. And one of that big one is going to be between AKKE and Omni. So we'll be back soon.
Bye-bye.
After a series of unpredictedness, we finally enter the same stage of prediction, ladies and gentlemen. A 2-0 of Minerva Fury up against Void Kids out here. A legitimately good fight being put up from the other side, but Minerva Fury were too strong of an opponent. But guess what? That's not just about it. We've got two of the top two teams out here in the MEC who will play the next two games. One is Omni taking on AKKE. And the one after that is going to be Stolen Angels up against Jackpot. And to join me for both of these games, we've got another handsome man on the desk out here right now. Warren, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I saw glimpses of the matches that were played already today. And I must say, what a game, what a second game to come into, especially in the last series, because for a moment, or for like, I think moment isn't making it justice. It was almost like for most of the game, it looked like Void Kids will be winning that one and they will be equalizing to 1-1, which would be a great scalp for them. But unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition and Minerva Fury took it by storm with that 2-0. So what a series to just come after. And well, I mean, if someone was supposed to deliver us something that can at least stand neck to neck to this neck breaker of a series that we had before this one, I mean, it has to be what we have right now. It has to be AKKE against Omni because so much is on the table, right? Because if Omni is able to 2-0 them, they will skyrocket themselves so high up in the leaderboard that I am feeling like it will be so hard to dethrone them. But AKKE are notorious for not letting you win cleanly. They always bite your ankles and they don't let you 2-0.
I absolutely love that analogy. They always bite your ankles because that's really what they've constantly been chopping down of. And I agree. For Omni if they win this one series out, it's going to be an absolute boost out here. But AKKE, we've always seen this team never really letting anyone through whatsoever. But I think so Omni are the ones who've understood the fact that this is how AKKE likes to play. So maybe we're going to see those Kimi being respected. We're going to see the Hellcut and the Lunox being respected as well. Now the big question is, can we see some Baxias into the jungle if that's going to be let through? Again, that's a big if.
Well, that's absolutely a big if. We will see if that will be the case, but right now we are kind of left in the blue because we don't really even know that much about the bans to begin with, since only Arlott has been banned so far. So still a lot on the table, but based on how teams approach the games, oh, there goes Hellcat. There goes the respect Hellcat ban, which I must applaud. I think I think it's the wise choice. I've been talking about that with you in the backstage, and also I've been speaking about this in big on stream. And I think if you know there is a guy that he's super good on one hero, respect it, just ban it. Don't try to be the big guy. Don't be like, oh, Hellcat in competitive, what's he gonna do? Just ban it. I absolutely applaud Omni for going this way. And for the side of AKKE, right now, Arlott being banned and Moscow, that speaks two things. Firstly, they probably want to go front to back because their positioning will be super important since they wanted to take away Arlott. But also, they are probably going for their own split pusher because they want Moscow out of the game so he cannot match.
I agree, and I think so they've also done their homework properly, because you remember last time Slarky Boy man turned into a Zilong for a second out, constantly pushing those side lanes, can't really forget that. And he was one of those big reasons why Omni were able to 2-0 Stolen Angels in that game, and that was one of the big upsets which none of us were expecting. Every single person's prediction going off the charts, as everyone thought it's either a 1-1, and then there was me who thought maybe Stolen Angels will 2-0 that, and Omni were like, ha, in your dreams. But now coming in, Lunox, Hellcat, both of them banned out, respected, perfect. I think so AKKE are the ones who can, you know, really control this draft to their fullest potential, because there are two heroes that you have to respect, and that kind of limits the amount of bans that you can go forward with.
Well, it's always the case that for red side you typically want to leave most of them open, and I'm feeling like Omni is approaching it very smartly, because Kimi is the only notorious meta pick that they banned out, whereas Lunox and Hellcat are more of cheesy picks that you have to respect for the side of AKKE. So I really like what they did here, because Bakshay is still open. Kalia, if they want to go for that, is still available for Vansky. We saw his performance on Kalia yesterday. It was great. Also, you have Lancelot available. You have so much on the table that you can just pick and choose from.
I love it. Angela being picked up early on out here. We saw the potential in the previous game with just one Angela pick and one Erethil. Pancrat was able to carry the entire game, barring the rest of the team was frontlining for him. So I absolutely love that pick coming in from the side of AKKE right now. And here's the thing. You can pair this up with the Baxia. That shuts down the entire first half of the draft of Omni Glitch. You pair a Baxia with the Angela right here, right now. Pick up the CC into that EXP lane as well. And this draft is absolutely cooked for AKKE.
I love what they did here. Of course, if you go for that first pick Angela and you leave Esmeralda open, well, it's free for the taking, and they will obviously go for that. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they also did the same strat yesterday. So this kind of speaks to me that the preparation from yesterday wasn't that big, or maybe it was actually so huge that they know that they can play Angela into that because they have something in their minds. Because if Esmeralda doesn't get to you, then you don't need to be scared about her.
I don't know if Joy is the best pick here. That's a big one coming in. I think so. It's just so that you have that assassin to counter the assassin. Whenever there's a Lancelot, you pick up either the Yi and Shin, or you pick up the Joy to counter them.
There is this big thing, right? Joy probably wants to go in. Angela can jump on top of her, great synergy there. But who are you going for? You can go for Lance, but he will make your life so miserable if you try to log him out, because there is so much invincibility that he can cook up. He can dodge, weave, dip, dive, and dodge once more. So hard hero to lock onto, and especially if you are Joy and there is no CC supplements for you, you will have your life so tough. There is also CC in XP lane, so no CC on her. I mean, I don't really see it, and right now it's kind of a different story, because if you pick a Forza, well, then Joy has free reign over you because she can jump in with Angela. I feel this is a big blunder coming from the side of Omni Glitch if you go for Forza immobile backline against Joy.
I think so. They have that one idea where Loloy would be able to kite around Joy, since he was able to pull similar shenanigans off yesterday as well against Stolen Angels. So maybe they're just a bit more confident on them. And since there was a Bruno being showed in from the side of AKKE, they're going to just ban him out right here, right now. And I still feel, Warren, that one Baxia pick could have changed the entire draft and AKKE would have been controlling it. But it seems like Maku doesn't really play that Baxia a little bit out. Now the focus down is going to be into that roam. You want to ruin out some of the options. Banning the Kalia seems to be a good option. Don't want that one ruiner for Maku. And apart from that, who you're going to go for? That's something I'm thinking about.
Well, there are still things on the table, but for the side of AKKE, you definitely want to ban out 1-1 if you're asking me. Harit is a big first guy to good first guy to ban out, but I'm feeling like 1-1 could really make number on you. Of course, you could be maybe trying to go for that yourself, but I'm feeling like 1-1, if she gets the ultimate going, well, then Joy's damage is gone, then CC cannot go on to her really, and your team comp is right now kinda on the squishier side, even though Angela, of course, makes one member very tanky, but you don't really have anyone right now who will be the tank by himself, and you can pair it up with Angela, so he's super tanky. Right now, of course, Astra with CC, little bit tanky, but definitely not one of the tankiest XP laners you have on your hands.
Yeah, I agree. But again, if it goes towards that mid to later stages of the game, and if there's any chance of a Mathilda being picked up, maybe putting this Angela into the mid lane, then Esmeralda is going to have her own fun time. But since we're already on that topic of talking about Mathilda, right, I don't know if that's actually a pretty good ban coming in at this point by AKKE, because you really need to ban out that Kalia. You banned a Harith, that's fair. You don't want to give that extra shield on the other side. Plus, you know, he's going to be one of the top gold laners since Erythiel has been banned out along with Bruno and Moscow. So I understand that one, but this needs to be a Kalia ban. If it's not, then Omni Glitch are simply going to pick a Kalia and it's done.
Honestly, I think it's a little bit rough for the side of AKKE, because if you ban Kalia, they can go for Matilda, because even though she is squishy, so she's a great target for Joy, she can reposition her teammates, so to make it even harder for Joy to lock someone onto. And I have been already talking about it in the beginning of the draft, and what I mean by that is you don't have lock-in, you don't have CC, and Joy is only reliant on jumping on someone mobile. You have Lance, you have Esmeralda, and now you have Granger. How you want to lock out those heroes? And if they pair it up with Matilda, oh, good luck, man. You can basically surrender.
I have to see, man, at this point. I kind of want this one to be a Claude. Wins out the lane against Stranger. I know no one agrees to that, but trust me, the Claude with the Art of Thievery can outrange Slarky Boy on the Granger.
Well, but the thing is Slarky Boy the superior marksman, or is it Kyusen? Because of course you can give them good heroes, but who is the stronger player? I bet it will come down to that, as always it does. Toby once more on Grog. I feel it pairs up the composition quite nice. Even though you are still on the squishier side, you can still go on Toby. With Angela, you can make him super... Oh, wait a second, what a cheesy Franco pick. That could be destroying your whole lineup, because you can hook Astra, you can hook Kyusen, you can hook Maku, you can hook Nandeo. Of course, you will probably not be hooking Nandeo, because he probably was standing on the other side of the map, just waiting for his ultimate. But I'm just like making stuff up, right? Just for you to imagine. And this Franco pickup can either make the game or break the game.
At this point, I know that there's one part where you're looking that, yes, there's going to be those nasty bloody hunts coming in, so Mako will not have his own fun time. I'm just looking at the other side of the spectrum. You're looking at the yin, I'm looking at the yang, and that is, with a Franco, the first thing that always comes to your mind is the fact that everyone will move around him when he's using the Bloody Hunt. And that is the best time to use your Tectonic Charge. So this could, yes, definitely work out in favor of Omni Glitch. But if it comes to re-engage, I think so AKKE have got a massive tool in their pocket with that Grok.
I agree, there's definitely something they need to look out for, but I'm feeling like it will all be about who pulls the trigger first. Even though you said they have decent re-engage, if they get caught from a weird angle, if the hook comes out of nowhere and you don't expect it, then bad stuff will happen and AKKE will have it so rough. But I'm so happy to see AKKE with different heroes. We saw them yesterday be able to play even without Hellcurt because he was banned, and they rolled with it and they still got that typical 1-1 that we know from them. So it's really anyone's game, even though I'm feeling like Omni Glitch have a little bit of a stronger draft for their side.
I agree. I can see that happening out here. If it goes into the later stages of the game, though, now that's where the questions eventually will form, right? Because both of these teams have got a decent amount of early to mid game, and then towards that later stages of the game, Omni Glitch have got the Esmeralda as well as the Farsa. If Kyusen farms up on this Claude early on, we're probably going to see them snowball, and AKKE will absolutely stand a big chance into closing this one out. I know you're leaning in towards Omni Glitch for this draft. I think so I'm going to lean in a little bit more towards AKKE this time around, man. But, you know, with the way how the drafts are looking for both of these sides, Lancelot will have the priority in those neutral objectives.
Oh, he should for sure have that, because I'm feeling like his first clear should be the faster clear, and also he isn't relying with well, he needs to connect. Well, we can see our predictions, so yeah, I'm kind of heating up my own soup by saying that Omni Glitch have the better draft. I went for 2-0 Well, after yesterday, you cannot even call me ballsy. Wait a second, Toby is the target as he gets hooked in, and he's the first blood himself. Nizu with a great pickup, getting chased away. Can he live? I don't think he can, because Nandeo does his roamer job, but not by protecting his teammates, but at least by killing the ones that try to run away. Oh, wait a second. Sorry,
that's the mid lane.
Of course, his mid lane. Yeah. I got kind of lost in the sauce.
Anyone would be considering an Angela being played out here, but yes, it's the mid lane Angela coming in, and I think so AKKE are going to take this trade on every single day of the week, considering it's a rumor who's eventually
Obi is again getting targeted by Vansky. He needs to run away. I felt like they could have done more. Vansky still with a flicker and Loloi with full combo available. This could have been dead Toby once more.
It could have been, but it's absolutely fine. It's going to be out here surviving, and I think so Toby just needs to find those timings to immune those iron hooks coming in from Vansky on the other side. Apart from that, everything else seems fine, but look at the top side. That's where some action might happen.
Well, there's the thing. Does Kyusen know or does he not? His monkey was trying to show him the way. I don't think he spotted. Wait a second. Wait is in trouble. Needs to flicker now. Right before the turtle start. That's kind of bad. But if you pick up Toby in his stead, well, that's lovely for you as Loloi picks up another.
On day number 1, we remember that Toby was actually cooking upon this grog. Right now, he's being cooked up big time.
Oh, for sure. Wait a second. Who gets the turtle? It's Nizu, but Nizu doesn't get really bursted because it's weight. Oh, Bloody Pursuit locking them out. And now Astra is trying to fight the fight. Oh, he gets Vansky and he tries to get more. There's Maku. Can Nizu play 1v3? I don't think he can. Oh, he can for sure. He will at least try and die trying. Double kill for him. And Angela is trying to pop onto the rest of the team to continue the chase. Loloi is the target. Double kill for Astra. And now Wade tries to play it out. I don't think he has the power to do so, because Toby will keep him away from the rest of the squad.
That one flicker being used up right before the turtle fight. I'm pretty sure he'd be crying over the fact that if he would have had it here, this would have been a trade on Astra. But man, such an extended team fight going between both of these teams. And even though the turtle was picked up by Omni glitched, still AKKE have the lead of around 100 gold right now. And I think so that is a massive win coming in for them. That they lost their jungler, but they were able to take the other one in trade very quickly. And if that keeps on happening, you know eventually AKKE will scale up pretty well, considering they also have this Claude in the gold lane who has been farming freely till now.
Right now, you kinda need to ask yourself who has the better gold on better hero, because Nizu 3 kills, of course, for him, but Astra has 3 kills for himself as well, and no deaths. So who has the better gold right now? Of course, Omni is a little bit in the lead, but is CC stronger than Lance? Who has the better snowball?
It totally depends on the point of that team fight, right? Because Astra will have more DPS per se. If you really think about it, with the yo-yo blitz, constantly locking in 3 people. Hold on, look at mid.
Wait a second, Nizu has to run away, and unfortunately the hook doesn't connect, so Maku can dance around and live for now.
Gonna be moving all the way back as well. You don't want to risk getting caught in the bloody hunt. There's no bloody way you'll survive, but finally, we're gonna see Omni Glitch setting up for this one turtle.
Maku is trying to play it out. He jumps in the pit. He tries to get in. I don't think... Oh, wait, he did not, because Wade got him and Loloi got him and the turtle. Another kill going for Omni Glitch, and even though it's 5-5, Omni Glitch already 1k in the lead.
Look at the lovely rotation, instantly moving in over, trying to steal away that purple buff as well. While look at top side, Kyusen.
Wait a second, Toby now in the thick of it. He's trying to run away. He dodged with that tectonic charge. What a lovely gameplay coming from the roamer of AKKE.
It's gonna be surviving out here right now. But they did not manage to secure the buff. So that's gonna be some gold stolen away by Omni Glitch. And guess what? They are now starting to snowball. As soon as Loloi's feathered airstrike popped in, they're controlling.
Oh, Vansky goes for that, but unfortunately Kyusen is slippery and you cannot catch him. And Angela is right on top of him, so no, sir, thank you. This carry will live.
For now, that's the big question. And for how long will he be able to survive out here? Considering that Claude always requires someone to dive in the back line, but for now, Slarky Boy is the one who's getting doped upon. Should be fine though. Everyone's going all the way back. it's a big coordination between both the side laners. Astra and Qsen would need to play it smart, but look at Vansky.
Vansky misses the hook, so there's only Loloy. Feathered Airstrike goes on Toby, but it's not the bestest target. He is still just half HP gone.
It's gonna be fine for now. Oh, maybe it's not fine now.
There is the bloody hand. Toby goes down, fight is started, and now Maku tries to play it. Qsen with a big ultimate usage now has to run away, and you have one pickup. Can you go for Astra? Astra is trying to use that vengeance, but big hook comes down to shut down for Slarky Boy as new turtle spawns onto the map, and Omni glitch make it 3000 gold advantage.
They're gonna increase it even further. Ready to seal away that purple buff instantly. You've got the support of Wade as well, and there's no one to shut him down right now. I don't know as to why Qsen went in to target the front line. He does not have enough damage until he builds the Trinity to burst down anyone who's very tanky, including Wade and Vansky. Slarky Boy needs to run.
Slarky Boy doesn't have his flicker, but he has his running shoes. But I don't think it's just enough because Slarky Boy goes down. But you trade it for Maku. That's such a huge news for Omni glitch. Carry for a jungle you don't really mind because Lance is getting ahead.
And at this point, I really think you'd rather let Qsen pick up the orange buff as well, just to make sure that he farms up faster. I like the way how Toby is constantly rotating. He's making sure that Qsen knows what's coming down on the bottom lane. Top tier 1 has already been lost, so it's going to be the other side right now. Astra, he scored a good damage with the yo-yo blades, but nothing apart from that. They're not really getting any kind of objective on the back of it.
And the thing is that Nizu keeps on farming. Oh, he is a big farmer himself. He has his little farm on top, making vegetables, making rice, making all types of food. Because, oh man, he is rich. 11 levels on him. 2 levels ahead from his opponent.
Big advantage. That means this Lord that's going to pop in the next 55 seconds could also be taken by him easily. With that Retribution and Thornrose combination. This is what we always talk about. And also, you're seeing Loloy scale up in terms of those itemizations. I'm pretty sure he's already built up the Glowing Wand and the Lightning Truncheon. So he should be absolutely fine with dealing insane amount of burst damage. Wade 0-1-3, absolutely fine. Probably running it down towards Oracle as well. Everything is looking pretty good in the hood for Omni glitch right now. And they just want to make sure that they're not making any mistakes. And just for that, they've sent down Nizu down in the bottom lane. So they're going to take that tier 1 on the bottom side once the Lord spawns. They will have the advantage in the far lane.
But we definitely need to remind everyone that Vansky will fall off. The later the game goes, the less of a menace he will be as we approach another top fight. Because Wade is trying to cook something up, but he is 1v4, tectonic charge. Oh, I think he goes down. He gets picked up with a tower as well, and now Vansky could be target.
But he decides not to move up in front. It's going to be the time to maybe take down someone in mid as they try to maybe catch someone. But here's the thing, right? You've got Nizu, you've got Wade. This is the perfect time to go for the Lord as well. All you need is just Qsen to be there.
Big bloody hand together with that Winter Crown. He tries to go for Maku, but there's Angela Shield coming in at clutch time. And Slarky Boy now cannot play it anymore. What, 2v5? I don't think he can. He will try, but he doesn't succeed. As Loloy is the next target, and then it will be Slarky Boy. Because Maku is hunting for blood, and he is smelling blood in the water like a shark. And now suddenly gold has been equalized. And oh man, scaling doesn't look good for Omni glitch. They are getting outscaled.
Overcommitment coming in for the side of Omni glitch. That's all I have to say. They just stayed up on that top tier 1 a little bit too longer than necessary. Eventually Wade and Nizu, both of them being picked up from that point onwards, it tilted the entire chart in favor of AKKE. They were able to steal away that Lord as well, and then an overcommitment from Loloy and Slarky Boy staying for a little bit longer than necessary, still wanting to go for that steal. If they had Feathered Airstrike, I think so that would have been a good decision, but since they did not, yeah, there's absolutely no point being setting up there as we have another look at the items before this Lodge barges down. Good items being made out here. The third one being cooked up right now for Loloy. Oh, Nizu.
He's 1v4 and he is just another part of mega kill for Astra. And I've been talking about it before. Is he the problem? Well, for sure now he is the problem with capital P.
Seems like it's not just working out for Nizu at this point. The first few picks, the first one was absolutely unneeded, dying in the first couple of minutes of the game, and then falling yet again. That was some big problem, and right now, Wade needs to run away with the name of the problem that are like 4 people of AKKE who want to take down this tier 2 up top. The map has turned entirely blue. Hold on. AKKE not really pushing their luck out here. They will make sure that they're playing it slow, smooth, steady, calm. The mid tier 2 still stands, so that means all the invades that we would have potentially seen from AKKE, they're not going to happen right now. Omni Glitch will still have the access to their own jungle. The big thing is now Wade needs to open up all the pathways. He needs to be the one to check all the bushes, and then Vansky will be the secondary engage. It is Wade who has to be the primary engager for the team. So I want to have a look at his items one more time to see how much is already built, because the dominance ices need to be there. If he doesn't have that, then that's a problem. And yes, that is a problem right now. Running it just with the Oracle. Also has got the Silence Robe just to make sure he's not bursted down instantly by Maku. And now with the steel leg plates, he'll probably cook up that dominance ice.
Wait a second, that could be the target. Nanda tries to run away and he's successful in that regard, but 14 seconds for Lord spawn. Now it comes down to this. Who can get the Lord? Will be AKKE or will be Omni Glitch jumping back into the front seat with that gold advantage once more. Of course, Sulky Boy is getting outscaled Vansky as well, so they need to make it happen. Hook doesn't connect. No, it doesn't look the best as AKKE move in to try to start Lord.
I like the idea how Wade is constantly stacking up his shield before the fight as well. Gives him just that extra bit of hit points to sustain through. Now early electrifying beats used up. That means there's a time to go for this Lord steal.
But Wade is the target and he's getting bursted so fast. Unstoppable goes for Astra and he is the problem with Capital P, as I have said. He's chasing everyone off with Angela on top of him. You cannot really do anything to that girl with the yo-yo. Level 14 and absolutely dominant show of force with AKKE coming into second phase of this game.
And one thing that everyone missed out here, off camera, clutch Lord secured by Maku against the Lancelot of Nizu. Now if this is not the nerves, if these are not the jitters, I've got no clue what else is. Kyusin is absolutely enjoying his time on this Claude, constantly running away with the BMI, enjoying to dodge, getting clips farmed up perfectly. The tier 2 and mid will still stand, so that means the waves are not going to be in sync for the side of AKKE, apart from the top and the bottom one. And I think so they're still going to focus down with a fight towards this Lord.
Oh, the Lord is marching down onto top lane. Big tectonic charge, and this could be the death strike. Sulky Boy goes down, killing spree for Kyusin. Vansky is dead as well. Wade tries to kill Angela, and he is successful in that. But Loloy is now alone, trying to lift. Sliver of health still remaining, but can Loloy defend? Wade now has to recall. Base is getting targeted. Nizu is still here to defend. Lord is gone, and now they try to finish once more. They go for it. They try to burst Crystal, and they are successful in that.
Beautiful play coming in with that tectonic charge to set things up into the blazing duet. This is what I always talk about. With a Claude, you need a CC to be always in the backline. You have to have that one EXP laner who's taking down that mage or at least the gold laner, if possible, both of them. And then the rest of them are going to be instantly destroyed with Claude and the blazing duet. Lovely idea coming in, and this is one of the reasons why I also said that I kind of falling for AKKE's draft a little bit more, because it's easy to execute and you've got straightforward win conditions of what you need to do. Make sure Kyusin farms up, he'll be able to take care of everything.
That's what I was fearful about, honestly. Now when they executed it, it looked easy. Yeah, it looked like I can hop into a game with 4 of my friends and I can definitely do that. They made it look that easy. But for a bit, it looked like it's going to be rough, but then they suddenly switched and it was everything alright. I felt like Vansky will make short work of them with that hooks, with that bloody hand, but it wasn't coming to fruition. He wasn't flickering on the right targets. They weren't starting the fights by themselves, but actually Grog in the hands of Toby was the one starting the fights by himself. And that was so bad for the side of Omni Glitch, even though I felt like they had the better team comp.
This is one of the big reasons why I always say that itemizations are even more crucial apart from just picking up the comp. Because look at the items of Astra. After the first War Axe, my man quickly went in for an Athena shield as well as an anti-cuirass. We could have another look at the itemization one more time, right? He's got 30% damage dealt, 24% tanked as well, just behind Toby on the other side. Now, again, perfect itemization. Doesn't require the dominant size. It already is in the hands of Toby. There's already a glowing one in the hands of Nandayo. They'll be in those fights. They will be applying those anti-heal stacks. So instead, he knows that he'll be face tanking everything, so goes in for solid defense items. Athena shield, anti-cuirass, tops it off with a brute force breastplate as well, so that any immobility, any stun, anything like that, all of that time is going to be reduced. The control time will be reduced even further apart from just the tough boots. So he was able to soak up every single piece of damage that was being dealt to him. Same thing goes for Toby. Athena shield, anti-cuirass, perfect after the dominant size. Lovely itemization, I'd have to say, from coming in from the boys. And this is one of the big reasons why AKKE always takes the first game. But can they take the second is the big question.
Well, honestly, based on the first one, it feels like that if the Omni Glitch will go for a similar draft that is very skill reliant, or I mean like mechanical reliant, because even though I said that I felt like Vansky fell off a little bit and the bloody hands weren't connected, the hooks weren't connected, it's honestly, you have to you have to cut him some slack, because playing at the highest of levels with a Franco, it's definitely a tough job, especially against so many mobile heroes. Percussion can reposition, you can hook Toby, of course, that happened many times, but then there is Joy, there is Angela saving anyone, probably she is not in the harm's way. So you don't have it the easiest, and then you have Astra, who of course has his own little dash for himself. So not the easiest. Of course, if he made it, and he made it a couple times, it looked great, but unfortunately his hooks weren't really landing for the second half of the game, and it felt like it crumbled because of that, because their composition had no way to start the fights other than that, or maybe just a crazy feather airstrike, but usually you can just jump out away from harm's way and you are alright. So I'm feeling like Omni Glitch should make it easier for themselves. Make an easy draft, make it front to back, and then I believe they can take it back for 1-1.
I think so too. Maybe they just overthought themselves in terms of cooking up that draft. So this time around, it's going to be something easy. And to be honest, Nizu just looked very off on that Lancelot as well, man. Like, yes, he was able to get a couple of turtles for his team, but getting picked up early on in the first minute, that to by an Angela on the other side, doesn't really suit a Lancelot. And that was just to pick Toby off. And he will always offer that kind of trade. He's like, if your jungler is offering me his life for mine, yeah, sure, take it as many times of the day as you want to, because that gives more room for Maku to quickly farm up and develop that lead against Omni Glitch. And we could see the fruits of that. Even in that Lord fight, where the retribution should have gone in for Nizu, it went in for Maku because he had that level advantage. So something like that should be fixed up by Omni Glitch, and that is the in-game micros. They'll have to focus down on that. Maybe just, you know, get their form back, maybe brush off all of the problems that they eventually encountered in the previous one, get their head straight, back on their feet right now. As we're looking at the bans of the first phase, Hellkurt, Kimi, Lunox, this is exactly what I predicted, that maybe Omni Glitch will ban out, and that's exactly what they're still sticking with. On the other side, a Moskov and a Zushin. So that means you probably are going to ban out a Baxia or maybe a CC.
That could definitely be the idea. But the thing for Omni Glitch, I feel like they already made a tiny mistake, and I feel that it was already in the ban phase. Because, of course, Hellkurt and Lunox, that's expected from you. So I feel like if they banned Lunox second and maybe waited with the Kimi ban for third, maybe AKKE would ban her themselves, so they would get one more ban. Of course, that's just mind games, so maybe it wouldn't come to fruition, but maybe it would work out, so you would have one more ban. Of course, it's not something that should destroy your draft, but little wins here and there could help you out. But right now it looks like Omni Glitch decided that they really liked what Astra did with CC, but they feel like Wait can do the same or even more.
Even on the Esmeralda, he was actually doing a pretty good job. It's just the fact that no one was able to follow up on the back of it. But that Angela is still coming in for Nandayo. And Mako is going to be picking up that Lancelot. So Angela, Lancelot combination. Yeah, that is a problem. How is Omni Glitch going to deal with that? It's the big question. You don't have the priority in the neutral objectives now. And you know that ultimate, that hard card, it's going to come so very quickly, every 20 seconds, maybe even lesser than that. That's something you'd have to focus on. Maybe picking up the Baxia could be a big way for you to go.
Honestly, I'm a little bit fearful for the life of Omni Glitch right now, because if you weren't able to play against Angela with Joy and the rest of the team, and you had a decent draft for yourself, now when it's paired up with Lancelot, I feel like it will be even worse. Of course, Loloi can steal away Angela's ultimate, and then attach herself. Well, I am not really sure about that interaction. Does it work like I expect it does, Kurt? Like, am I correct that you can steal it away?
It does, but you don't get anything else. It does, but you don't get any other skills. You don't get the immobilize, you don't get the skill 1 healing. It's only just the hard card.
So it's honestly not the best thing, because you just attach yourself, you don't get any of the skills. That's what I thought. So I'm feeling like it's not the best. Of course, you can steal Phantom Execution for yourself, but don't you feel like this pickup of Loloi was maybe too soon? I'm not feeling like Valentina really has a place in this draft yet.
I agree. I agree on every single point which you mentioned. Valentina is neither picked up nor banned out, so I think so it could have been kept for the second phase pick or even the last pick per se. But it just seems like Omni Glitch, they're kind of throwing the ball away at this point. And since Bruno has been picked up on the other side, you can just easily ban out some of the gold laners, maybe as in, again, Harith being taken care of. I think so, since Moskov has already been banned out in the first phase, they're going to take care of what? An Erethiel? Slarky Boy will not really have any proper options in terms of trying to fight against Bruno in that gold lane. You really need someone who's got the dashes as well, because Maku will be on top of your face every single time. That too with an Angela on top of him, so good luck trying to run away.
Oh, for sure. Yuzong, alright, you are scared that he could go for Valentina, he could go for your gold laner, but honestly, aren't you kinda shooting yourself in the leg? Because isn't one of the best ultimates that, well, not one of the best, but isn't it really good if you steal away Yuzong's ult?
It is literally the best ultimate you could have stolen. I have no clue as to why they would want to ban a Yuzong themselves. Oh my god. It's not like, it's not even like Fredrin or CC are being countered by the Yuzong.
Right now, I'm feeling like Omni Glitch were partying kinda too hard yesterday because they were on the top of the leaderboard. And right now, maybe they have a hangover from yesterday, because the first draft made a lot more sense than the second, but now Valentina picked up so soon, then you ban Yuzong, which has such a crazy ultimate for you to steal. Like, what are you doing here? What is the plan, really?
I'm just gonna take a potato chip and eat it. That's what I'm gonna do at this point, because I can't. I could be Kira and I would still not be able to make sense of what's happening out here. But Uranus being banned out, that's fair, understandable. You do not want Wade to face a losing matchup. That's a very good ban. On the other side, there's also Erethiel available to be picked up, and I think so it's one of the best picks, considering there's going to be Mako who will want to jump on top of your face. So you need those extra mobility with the heavy crossbow along with the Windtalker. So I like the idea. Okay, now we'll have to lock in. Maybe the roamer. I love it. I absolutely love it. You pick up the Glorious Pathway, and that's still not one of the best ults for Loloi to steal away. I'm so enjoying the draft of AKKE here.
Oh, for sure. If you're an AKKE fan, you could be looking at AKKE getting that 2-0. And if I have the correct numbers, that would make AKKE suddenly jump in the leaderboard by quite a lot. They would be, at least for the time being, head-to-head with Stolen Angels. So that would be a spicy story. for us to tell you today, but of course let's not run in front, let's not run up front, let's not skip this game because it's still in the hands of players and the draft isn't even completed. But so far I'm feeling like AKKE have the better draft just yet.
It's done with the Granger pick. It's done. I don't see any way how Slarky Boy would be able to burst down anyone on the other side, and you don't have a maze that can carry the game. Yes, the skill one of Loloy will deal a lot of damage, but that's not happening anytime in the early game, and you cannot burst down Toby with that. Oh my lord, that's turning out excruciating for them. And let me be honest, if it's paired up with a Hilda, I think so that's all AKKE would need to try and close it out.
Hilda could be the idea for sure, because she's one of the heroes that can go toe-to-toe against CC, but I'm Lapu Lapu. Well, if you want to jump for backline and delete them instantly, you cannot look for a better guy.
I agree. It's like, here's the thing. Hilda, if you would have picked up, that would not really have given any major ultimate to Loloy. With this Lapu Lapu, now you have those bravest fighters and you will get the enhanced skills of the Land Shaker as well as your skill too. So I think so that is something which finally Loloy can pick up. And I genuinely don't want to see him pick up anything apart from that. Bravest fighters as well from Lapu Lapu. That's the only major ultimate which I can see. Yes, maybe sometimes you pick up the hard card whenever you want to go in for those long durational fights. So that could be something which would be helpful to you. Apart from that, I'm just all in for this draft for AKKE, man. I think so this could be a 2-0.
Well, it could be, but I have to rephrase myself, because that last pick of Lapu Lapu, I mean, it's alright and it's good for your team comp, for the idea that you have behind it, that you want to jump into backline, delete the backliners and then deal with the rest. But right now, as we have established, he could wish for better ultimates, but Bravest Fighter is definitely up there if you make a tier list of ults that Valentina can steal. Of course, it will be a little bit harder for her because she can steal it typically when Lapu Lapu already is going in, because before that she probably won't have the range to go for him and steal away the ultimate. So he will be typically reacting, Loloy will be typically the reaction guy that needs to make the action after Astra already goes in.
Look at the poke in mid. My goodness gracious. That's something you would constantly see, that poke will come in, and now is the fight towards the litho.
Wait a second, Toby could be the target, he's getting terrified, but he's getting pushed against the wall, he tries to run, Maku is also getting bursted, Nizu, he is still alive, tries to jump away, Kyusen tries to pick him up. Oh, this is a big explosive fight, first blood, going for Slarky Boy, they try to go for Kyusen, Slarky Boy double kill, can he get more? He cannot, because Maku will end his life prematurely.
Oh my goodness. That's one big pick coming in from that side though, but Omni Glitch down in the bottom lane is where they were focusing on. Wade was constantly harassing Astra out there on that Lapu Lapu. And I don't know if he managed to deny a minion. That's going to be something I want to look at. But yes, it was an overly extended fight over towards that Little Wanderer as well. Overall, Omni Glitch coming out on top in that trade will definitely give them a slight bit of an advantage over towards this turtle. But again, it was Marco who eventually got a pick on Slarky Boy, so that's something with which he can gain an advantage on this turtle.
Scared, but I am feeling like you owe someone an apology. You were like, Slarky Boy picking up Granger is a nail in the coffin, but look at him now, 2-1-0, and he's carrying the team.
To be honest, we'll have to see, because it's way too soon to say that. But we'll have to wait and see right now, as again, this turtle fight goes on.
What do you want to see? That Maku dies for his actions? Well, you could definitely saw that in this fight, but Omni Glitch already in the lead.
Big lead coming in for their side, but hold on a second. A bit of a poke coming in out here in mid lane, as Nizu, he wants to steal away those buffs. He wants to make sure his early game advantage stays.
Toby is getting targeted, but he is high-lows. Oh, they can just focus Angela, because Nanda, you came a little bit too close to the gorilla cage.
I have no clue as to how Nandayo eventually got caught out there, and I'm pretty sure he himself would be surprised in all of that commotion, but it's absolutely fine. Again, in that very first fight itself, Kyusen went in a little bit too aggressive, trying to pick Nizu off with one of his volley shots, but yeah, he was off position. He thought his flicker will eventually save him, but did not realize there's one for Slarky Boy as well. And right before 3/4 minute into this game, he's able to pick up the Hunter Strike too. That is a big item to be picked up by a Granger, and that too when Nandayo, who's playing as a mid laner, has just turned level 4 right now.
Level 4 at 3-minute marks. Well, he almost hit that level 4 at minute 4. And that would be already 3/4 in my eyes, because we have 4 kills for Omniglitch. It would be minute 4 and level 4 on Nando. Well, I don't know what I wanted to make from this one, but it looks like AKKE don't know either, because right now with only 1 kill, they don't look the best. But of course, the story of the game before this was very similar to that, because AKKE looked like, oh, don't hurt me, please, don't hurt me, sir, but suddenly they showed teeth and they got it, Omniglitch, in the end.
Upside looks a bit risky. Nandayo gonna run back to safety, but look at the position of Nizu. I think that's going to be pretty crucial right now, as again the turtle will spawn in and no one from AKKE is up close to try and help them out. This should technically be a free turtle, and that too very quick. So AKKE, they're kind of losing in onto that snowball effect, and Slarky Boy is enjoying his time on the Granger.
I must correct you, Skirt. Not technically, but practically, because this is a second turtle. 2,000 gold lead for Omniglitch, and they are sitting pretty tightly as they go for Astra. He's getting down in a wall, pushed against the wall, stunned up against the wall, and now Toby is the horseman himself trying to defend the tower. By the way, he doesn't really care, because he got half of the gold platings from that bottom side.
And he already completed the Vorax as well. That means he'll now be building up some other items. Yeah, that's a big pick on Kyusen up top. He just gets deleted by Loloy and Slarky Boy.
And I have to remind you, do you know which ultimate Loloy stole? Do you know which one he got? I think it was Nandeo. I didn't quite see it clearly, but I feel like he stole that, because he was 1 minute in mid lane and then he was suddenly on top lane. So that's the play, and suddenly I'm quite liking it. I was laughing, I was like, ha, you want to steal Angela's ult? Well, Loloy is making it work somehow.
The big question is as to how is Nandeo letting that happen? I mean, that's going to be something I actually have in my mind. And this is again, he's constantly trying to steal away those ultimates. He wants to make sure that regardless of what happens, he always has that hard cart up. And I like the idea of AKKE playing in the opposite lanes. They don't want to fight the members of Omniglitch at all whatsoever. They'll just try to clear out those lanes, and they will help Kyusen on that Bruno. Mako has made up his Vorax, so that's something that they can eventually use to try and slowly at least start that snowball effect.
Well, I don't know, Scared, but there's something about this game, because last one I felt like there is chance for AKKE, but this game feels different. It looks like Omniglitch have slept better between the games. I don't know how to say it, but they look ready. As they make a fight happen, Bravest Fighter comes from Astra as he tries to continue the fight, goes to backline, but he's half HP already, and Angela will be the target when he goes down, because Nando now has to know where to run, really. And now there is Wade in backline, forcing Mako and Kyusen away. 8 kills for Omniglitch, 5,000 gold lead, and Mako goes down as well.
Mako is not getting any kind of farm in this one whatsoever. Ain't happening. That's what Omniglitch is saying. I love the timing as well. Again, the Bravest Fighter being picked up along with a hard card on top of it. I thought that maybe this is a pretty decent fight, but then I had a look at the gold difference and I was like, yeah, they don't have the items to go for these engages. And now if you really talk about it, I kind of want to have a look at those items, since I just mentioned about that right now. Hold on, Nizu.
You should have looked for Nandeo, because you won't have a lot of time to look onto him since he is already dead. Ultimate stolen away by Lolo as they go for a dive. Astra is the target. He now has to run for his life. Flicker still available, but the message that Omni has sent right now it's a scary one. It's like when you are trying to come home and your dad posts, like he gives you that SMS and he's like, well, we have to talk about something, and you are like fearful for your life throughout the whole school day, and you are like thinking constantly, like, what is it, Dad? What is it? And this feels like Omni have something to tell AKKE, and it's that this game is in their hands and they are going to win it.
And stolen away right now instantly, I'd have to say. Big problems coming in for AKKE right now. Not even a Berserker's Fury completed. That's a big problem. Lucky for Maku to dodge that Rhapsody out here. He will be able to go for that recall. But on the other side of the spectrum, Brute Force Breastplate completed, and now it's probably going to be either a Dominant Size or... I think so, it should be a Blade Armor, considering Q-Sin is building crit, so you need that one. Loloi also picking up the Lightning Truncheon along with the Glowing Wand now. It's not just the anti-heal effect that's been in progress, it is also going to be some of the bursts that will come in from Lightning Truncheon.
Oh, for sure. But the thing is, still Omni have it very strongly in their hands, as the first Lord of the game will be spawned onto the map. 4 towers compared to 0. Well, not really 0 compared to 1, but in the hands of AKKE there is only 1 tower. Of course you outscale, but I don't think you can outscale this monster that you created by your misbehavings as you try to fight 3v5. What are you doing, AKKE? I'm asking you, what was this decision? Who made it? Did someone made it for you? Did Omni call to you over the Discord and were like, just start the fight, and you thought it's one of yours, but it was a secret agent from Omni just trolling you on the voice call? Because why did you took this fight?
That was a mistake, a big one from AKKE. And on the back of it, they will lose the Lord to Omni securing that. They've got full control in this game. Toby completes the anti-cuirass, but I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think so. At this point, it's going to help you out. I'm going to get the predictions one more time. Warren, Zakota, and Synth. You 3 people thought that it is going to be 2-0 for Omni AKKE destroyed that prediction in the first game itself, but Omni are making sure that me, Kronos, and Nish, we have got our own predictions correct. Well, could be a 1-1 right now.
Did you switch them some money? Because I don't know, AKKE looked so much better in the first game, scared. Because this is what I expected from Omni in the first one. I thought they will do the first game like this and then they will do the second. This is what I expected, but AKKE completely took them by surprise. But now Omni is the one surprising them with that last possible fight. Dobby goes down, unstoppable Sorky Boy as Wade chases them away. They try to finish with this Lord, he is still alive. Kyusen and the rest try to defend base. 4000 HP, Crystal already getting attacks. Astra tries to play it out. Bravest fighter available, he's still alive. Super tanky goes for that flicker play. Down going in, so Astra goes down, and there is only 3 members trying to defend. Make it just 2, make it 1, make it 0. Triple kill for Snarky Boy as they take this map by storm.
Big one, I'd have to say, and I'll give the credit to this early Valentina pick. The hard guards stolen away were perfect. They pulled out the Angela Fredrin combination without having an Angela in their own team. I like the idea too. And Vansky on this Badang, he was so crucial for all of these engages. He was making sure that he's constantly there. And guess what? Getting those stuns in, getting the wall in, and also adding the Terrify coming in from Loloi. Everything worked out perfectly to set things up for the Fredrin as well as Slarky Boy to go for the snowball.
I have to say, for most of my casting career, I feel like I was sometimes wrong. I sometimes called something wrong, but I think I was never wrong like today with my call that Valentina is not the pick, to go for, because Omni showed me that it was for sure the pick to go for, and they made it work, and they made it work gorgeously as they secured the first place in the leaderboard.
Picked it up at the first picking phase itself, so I kind of do like the idea, because again, there always stands a possibility of a Valentina being banned out later on when you've got the Angela, just to make sure that the enemy is not. Amazing performance coming in from that man. And yeah, now since everything has worked out well for Omni the predictions have worked out pretty well, I'd have to say today has been a pretty decent day for me to at least go forward with my predictions. I'm having a decent amount of time, but here's the thing. I wish we would have had the prediction charts as well, because finally I think so I'm going to get some of my guesses right. So it's going to move up towards 40% mark. Don't really like sitting under 20%, but falling it on the other side. You mentioned about some of the rankings, and yes, it is AKKE who will eventually find themselves in that top 3. So that's a pretty good spot to be at.
Well, AKKE will be in the top 3 for now, but of course we still have one last series to go, and that will be, our dear viewers, of course, Stolen Angels against Jackpots. So that will be the story in short future, but before that I think we will be getting our typical interview. Am I not wrong, Scared?
We absolutely will, and I really hope it's probably that Badang player out there from the other side, man. I hope it's Vansky, because I want to ask him a few questions out there, considering that entire matchup that eventually went out. AKKE, they had a chance, but they didn't have a chance. That's what OG eventually said there. Omni Glitch were like, alright, you know what, you picked up the Angela, you picked up the Lancelot, nice, you've got a possibility of winning this game. Guess what, we're gonna pick up the Valentina, so that now you don't have any possibility of winning this game. That's what they eventually decided. And looking at all of the damage stats as well, Kyusen could not do anything. He just had 2 items at that point, the Heart's Claw as well as the Berserker's Fury. I'm gonna have a look at the items of Wade one more time out there. Slarky Boy with the maximum amount of damage. I doubted him on that Granger, considering there was a high loss on the other side, but didn't really matter. He was absolutely on fire out here right now. And this is something I love. Look at that. Nizu making the blade armor. He knew he will be face tanking everything that Kyusen will eventually throw at him. So he went on for an early blade armor to make sure that he soaks up that damage and Kyusen does not have a free time. While Loloi was having his own fun time out there with the lightning Truncheon as well as the glowing wand. This is the itemization that I actually love.
Honestly, looking at the gold, I'm feeling like Nizu could have even went whatever he liked, and Kyusen wouldn't still making be dent in his armor, because Nizu 2013, 7,000 gold and 300 compared to Gold Laner, which is only at 5,900. If you are a gold laner and you look at the opposing tank and the opposing bruisers and you see that they have more gold than you, oh, that's a feeling. That's a feeling that's just horrible.
I agree. Has happened with me multiple times as well, so don't really like that. But again, every other thing, if you really think about it, talk about it, yeah, none of that working in for the side of AKKE. Even Astra was not able to tank anything, right? And I don't feel that he's going for wrong items. He's going for the anti-Cuirass. It's absolutely fine. The cherry on top would have been him adding that silence robe into the mix. But it's absolutely fine. He knew that he needs to focus down, since Slarky Boy has been shredding through his HP along with Wade. So it was problematic for him to sustain whatsoever. One thing that I actually noticed right now is that there's no dominance ice on the side of AKKE. No one with the anti-heal effect. That is kind of interesting. You're running against a CC, you're running against a Fredrin, and there is the Angela Hardcard Shield, which will be stolen away by Loloi. I really hope that they would be running in with at least one anti-heal item, but there was none.
But there is this problem right in front of you where, of course, you want to itemize correctly, but of course, at the same time, you need to hit your own power spikes. And for the side of AKKE, this game, they were just on such a tight budget that I feel like their optional items and their like counter items weren't even able to be picked up, because it was so early into the game, at least for them. Because they were so broke, they had no money available. Kyusen was sitting, I believe, on shoes and 2 items, and he was just trying to build for that third. If he was trying to get that C halberd, he could go for that, but I think third is the closest, is the soonest that you can go for that.
Yeah, I agree. They didn't really have enough gold for any of those items too. I mean, you talked about how even the Bruno, yes, he is the gold winner of your team, and he's also at 5,900. He was only able to make the Heart's Claw as well as the Berserker's Fury. So not being richy rich in this game at all, not working out for them. But I'd have to say, very well drafted from the side of Omni Glitch, very well played from their side as well, and on the back of it now, I'd have to say they denied AKKE reaching all the way up high in that leaderboard itself. But we're constantly seeing those 3 games that happen right now. The next one is going to be between Stolen Angels as well as Jackpots. That's going to be a pretty fun game for a lot of people out there.
Oh, for sure. If you match up the crazy of Jackpots and the stable game of Stolen Angels, what are you gonna get? Will it be 1-1? Will it be 2-0? Will it be 0-2? What's it gonna be? But before that, we will have our interview, and we already see that we will be getting that Wansky interview that you wanted. So whoever was guessing Wansky down in the comments made it. He was correct. But at the same time, I would like to ask you to subscribe, to like the stream, and to definitely check out our Instagram and look in the chat, because there are a lot of diamond giveaways, and for sure there was some even today. So Scared, did you go for that giveaway, dude? Are there some skins that you're looking for? We will have the Dyrot VGU, we will have some reworks happening. Are there some skins that you are looking for?
To be honest, you can see my background, wait a second, let me go like this. You can see the background. I've got Hanabi. All I need are the skins of Hanabi, and I've got every single one of them. So at this point, I don't think so. I'm cool with it. I'm really happy to be the part of the giveaway in a way that yesterday, if you remember, I was the only one who predicted Stolen Angels 2-0, right? Everyone else were like, it's going to be a 1-1 between Stolen Angels and Omni Glitch. Guess what? Who all are the mods there, and whoever's handling the giveaways, you guys are nasty. They asked a question, which caster predicted a 2-0 in favor of Stolen Angels? I was the only caster who predicted 2-0 in the Stolen Angels. Everyone's been spamming my name down in the comment section, and to be honest, I love all of you people out there. At least, even if it's just for the giveaway, thank you so much for including me out here. Pretty happy about it. Super happy about it if we talk right. And since we're already on that topic, right, Stolen Angels, let's be honest, yesterday they were not looking good at all. It seemed like they lost their entire form.
Well, now when you look at today's games and you compare the game that AKKE had against Omni Glitch and you compare it to yesterday, it definitely feels like it, because AKKE, they are strong. They are, I feel like, this strong middle team where they are not that consistent, but they are just consistent enough to make every time 1-1. But then the second game or the first game, it just fumbles. Usually it's the second one.
Yeah.
So for the side of Omni Glitch to not be able to beat them cleanly, that just makes me believe that AKKE were stronger than we thought so, and that they can still come up with new strategies and new stuff happening. But right now we should welcome Wansky, I believe, because he jumped over here into our call. Hello Wansky, I hope you're doing the best you can, because, well, you took it back with that second game. But I want to ask you, if you had that wonderful strategy with Loloi going for Valentina and being able to steal away the Angel's ultimate, why didn't you go for it in the first game? Is that something that you made up before the game, before the second one, or you kind of forget about it in the first one?
I mean, there's one mistake we did in first game. Was Lancelot tower dive on Claude. Which, because we need to, instead of doing that, we need to go to the Lord side, then have a team fight right there.
I understand, and that's kind of fair argument as well, because I thought that Nizu was not feeling himself on the Lancelot in that one game, right? Even in the first minute, he went for that early fight against Grok, he took Toby down, and then eventually he got taken down by Angela, so not the best of the best trades out here. But second game, Badang, my goodness, Vansky, you were cooking them up left, right, and center. Yeah. What were the changes that you guys implemented in the second game after the loss in the first one?
We just played like normal, like go with the flow and with discipline on the second game. Because we got... right. Yeah, that's it.
Warren, you got anything else?
Yeah, that's basically the questions that I had in mind. So for me, it's all. Is there something left for you, Scared?
Yeah, Vance, you want to say something? Please go ahead.
Shout out to our fans and shout out to my girlfriend as well.
So sweet. And look at that smile. Look at that smile. I hope they both are watching out here as well. Because, man, you were playing phenomenally in this one, right? And to be honest, you guys were looking pretty solid. But what happened to you all yesterday? What happened again? Stolen Angels, man. Because this was an absolute new Omni glitch that we saw, right? And I know that we talked with one of your players yesterday too. But I want to ask from you as well. How confident were you looking after that win against Stolen Angels? Did you think you could 2-0 AKKE today as well? Since that did not happen.
Since Uzin is sick, he can play well. So unlucky on the game one. We're expecting 2-0.
All right. You've been expecting 2-0. Hopefully he gets well soon as well, because next week you've got a big game as well. Right, if I'm not wrong, you're going to be playing against Jackpots, and we know Jackpots are a pretty solid team too. So, anything else that you want to say to your opponents, Jackpots, for the next one?
Jackpots, I'ma come to you, little boy walkie.
All right, fair enough. We hope that reaches the Bansky. Again, thank you so much for hopping in this interview. It was super fun, and good luck for your next match now.
Thank you.
Someone was having fun in the background of his. At least someone's been having fun, right, Warren?
Well, for sure, but I believe everyone was having fun, since after those 1-1 games, you cannot really say that one team is in depressed mode, you know, because you still got one win for the one team, then you get second win, or like one win for the other team. So it's like, you know, it's the best for the good feels, you know. Like, of course, both of the teams want to have that 2-0, but like for the feels, you don't really feel like anyone lost today, because it's 1-1, you know, like it's kind of goofy, silly, like that.
I agree. Now, since this series was a 1-1, what's going to happen in the next one, ladies and gentlemen? We'll find that out after the short break. Don't go anywhere. Boy, oh boy, it's been kicking off at a pretty solid pace out here, ladies and gentlemen, because time passes by just like this and you don't even realize how quickly we've reached at the very last game for day number 5. Man, it's been an absolute honor to be out here watching all of these games, but still, it's a Stolen Angel versus Jackpot matchup, Warren, which I know you don't want to miss out.
Well, the question is, can Stolen Angel steal away the series if 2-0, or will Jackpots hit the jackpot as they can for the first game usually, or for the second, but can they hit the biggest jackpot, the 3 cherries, and go 2-0 against Stolen Angels, because that would really shake up the leaderboard.
I really want to see that happen, right? Because Jackpots are yet to win their proper series. We've seen them perform in those singular games. We've seen them constantly win out those 1 matches, right? And it just falls down to the fact as to how well they can close this entire series out. They've got one of the best gold laners out here, man. If I'm not wrong, Urex said it straight up. Pelmetronio is one of the best gold laners, or someone definitely did say that same line out here. So I kind of want to see how Jackpots will play out this game, because I'm pretty sure most of the people have kind of gotten that prediction right as well, that Stolen Angels will win 1 game, but Jackpots will secure the second.
Well, that's the thing, right? Jackpots are like in a similar boat to AKKE, where I feel AKKE's capability of winning out that 1 game is coming from their preparation. I had a little sneak peek into Toby's preparation sheets, and oh my god, they are big. They are very big. So he is working overtime for the team, and if this is how he works, I cannot imagine how the rest of the team works. So big preparation, preparing big time for AKKE. And the thing is that they prepare, they are ready, so they steal away that 1 game. But Jackpots, they just clutch it out mechanically, like they make something crazy and they win out just based on that pure skill. No preparation. Like, I don't want to throw them into the bin, I don't want to say they don't prepare, but like, if you compare those 2 teams, it feels like their methodology is different. Like Jackpots, skills, AKKE, the preparation is there, like Batman. If they have enough prep time, they can beat anyone.
I kind of agree with you on that point, right? There's one of them is Iron Man, the second one is Batman, yes. So it kind of falls into that category. But here's the thing. I think so the word that you've been looking for Jackpots is that they're very impulsive. They go along with the flow of whatever the draft is right now in front of them, and they don't really put in a lot of homework behind it. But I think so that's absolutely fine. They're pretty confident on the fact that Kingsta, he can set things up pretty well for them. Jackpot Walkie out here already, you know, is pretty solid in that jungle. Pelmetroni, one of the best gold laners out here. Laito, man, when you talk about the top EXP laners, you know my lobby is there. You know Bob Barusik is there. You talk about Laito, you can never miss this man out too. So that's something you have to focus down. You want to make sure that these people are not having a good time, while on the other side, if you let Yuichi get his hands on the Granger, if you let this man farm up freely, he will get the savages. He has showcased that skill live, and he's the only one who's got a savage out here in the Thunder division, ladies and gentlemen. As we look forward into this draft, exact same bans, exact same picks, not really seeing any kind of major changes, but there is a respect ban of Kalia, first one from Stolen Angels.
Well, but the thing is, if Yuichi goes for that Granger too soon, then you can always respond, you can always log him out, or you can always try to outscale. But right now it looks like Jackpots will go with Jackpot Walkie, locking in the Joy. Well, it doesn't really look like it's happening. He has that Joy in his hands, paired up with Gato, and I was saying when first we saw Joy in the hands of AKKE, with that composition, it didn't really work out for them because they didn't have the lock-in. But right now you have Kingsta with Gato, who can taunt, who can do the big AOG, and that's how you can make those targets stand in one place for Joy to pick them up. But of course, Levi with a great answer, and that's a threat. And we saw that many times. If he gets the taunt on you, Joy is not Joying.
Oh, he's not Joy anymore, I agree. He eventually turns into a frown out there, and you don't want to see him frowning out. And I love the fact how they're doubling down into that mid lane as well, because there is a possibility of maybe AKKE being picked up on the other side, maybe them going in for a longer bit of range, but Farsa being picked up by Enzo, instantly answered back by an Eve pick from the side of Tamsky. It's a back and forth coming in, and I do like the idea. The only advantage right now that Stolen Angel has is the fact that they've locked in the CC. So they already have a proper EXP laner out here. So it's going to become a little bit more easy for Jackpots to ban out the next few banning heroes. They're going to make sure that they don't give them those roams.
But right now, with that mid lane matchup, you're of course saying, well, you have feathered airstrike, but I have that real ward manipulation, so those big AoE ultimates are in your hands very firmly for both sides. It now all comes down to who can hit more, but I'm feeling like Jackpots have it a little bit easy. Well, not really, because you have Levi with that big AoE taunt as well, so I cannot really say who has it easier right now. But the only thing I know for sure is that Jackpot Walkie will need to dance around a lot of stuff, because there is Kent, who if he locks onto him with that joy, he's still dishing out so much damage. If he unfortunately gets hit by the feathered airstrike, his HP bar is disappearing, and then he can get hit by the taunt. It's going to be a rough one for Jackpot Walkie, but if he can pull it off, then they could be victorious.
If he can pull it off, that's a big if, which we normally have seen in the Instagram reels as well. Don't want to point out who, but it's a Uranus being banned out for the EXP. Maybe a Hilda, maybe a Lapu Lapu. I think so. Lapu Lapu would be a fair enough choice. Don't really want him to hop onto Enzo. Esmeralda, kind of a fair answer too, but I'm not quite seeing the utility of Esmeralda against the composition of Stolen Angels. I think so. A Lapu ban would have made much more sense to me. But on the other side, if Laito picks up the Khalid, then it doesn't even matter. Lapu is still open up. Maybe they can go for it if they want to, as Kingsta is going to lock into that roam. Can always be swapped up. That's the thing.
I would really like if Jackpots go for Lapu in XP lane. I would love it, because we saw it being so successful into CC. I like the approach. You ignore her during the lane in phase, but then you are stronger in the team fights. But it looks like you want to secure the best gold laner for Pelmetronio as you can, and that's going to be Iretiel. Of course, playing against 1-1, so I don't know if that was the pickup that you wanted for yourself, because you could have maybe stolen away 1-1, so your opponents couldn't have it by themselves. But maybe Scared can explain to us why he believes that Iretiel is the better pickup.
Forward counters 1-1, Granger, Harith, all of them in the lane. Apart from Moscow, it's one of the best gold laners out there. That's the only reason why I see the 1-1 being rejected and Iretiel being picked up. Plus you've got that critical chance, right? So since you'll be going in for that crit build, you'd be able to burst down through Tredrain and even Enzo. After the Malefic gun, he'll only be, what, 2 shots away from death. And I think so that is a very big advantage into the mid to later stages of the game, and also maybe Pelmetronio is a little bit more comfortable. So that's that. But a chip being logged in, including Yuichi on that Claude. Now here's the thing. Yes, Claude eventually loses the matchup, but Pem on that chip can actually set his team up for success big time, unless Laito locks this Arlet in.
Oh, but he did. And if we know something about Arlots, is that they can mix up those fights so badly that you don't even know where your head is standing. Those final slashes, man, they are really deadly. They can do a lot of bad for the side of Stolen Angels, but of course, taking into account that Laito can hit them. Kent quite mobile, Levi with a dash for himself, Enzo standing very far back, Pam with teleports over the map, and then the rest is in the hands of Claude, who by himself is pretty mobile, so not the easiest targets for you to hit, but if you can hit, well, then it's going to be a rough one. Right now, looking at the drafts, it looks like that the side of the red will have a little bit of a stronger late game, whereas for the blue side, you really want to secure that strong early game, and you need to do it right, because if you don't, then you lose this momentum and you get outscaled.
More or less like the same phenomena happening out here, right? For both of these teams, you've got pretty decent junglers who would want that early to mid game transition smoothly, and you've got gold laners who are your late game priority. The only difference maker out here is going to be the fact that Enzo on the Farsa, yeah, if we talk about it, Damski should be more utility based out here, and they should be able to clear out these waves faster. You can clearly see Kingstar gets that taunt in, will eventually move back to safety. Doesn't really want to overstay his welcome out here though. Honestly, it's going to be a poke battle up in top, and Laito, he is struggling in front of Kent.
It's a rough patch for sure, because on level 1 you don't really have much tools against Kent. It will get easier by your levels. When you hit that level 2, when you hit that ultimate afterwards, it's going to make your life so much easier. But right now Pam is looking for something, but Laito is looking for trouble. Kingstar starves it, but just in time they can retreat to safety.
Yeah, let's make safety net out here. Was just able to run back, and I like the idea of how Laito went in for that double vengeance combination, just making sure that he will be getting a decent amount of HP back as well, all thanks to the revitalize spell coming in from Kingstar. But out in mid,
Jackpot Walkie tried to go for Enzo, but Enzo, quick hands, flickers out into safety of his tower.
Lucky out here, Kent on top. He's kind of struggling, man. But here's the thing, he is demanding attention of Kingstar.
But he's also demanding the attention of Pam, because how many times was this chip eating chip on the top side? He was there like 3 times already. So you're kind of soaking up the threat, even though you are making threats by yourself. Kingstar will soon have the AOG. He could be looking for a big action pretty soon. He is now available. They go for that big round real world manipulation as they try to go for Kent, but Kent has his vengeance available. But I think this is just enough space for you to take the turtle in your hands. Levi doesn't want to have that as he tries to make a play, but first blood goes for Laito as he double kills with that final slash, and he tries to make it 3. Stunned by Pam, but he goes for the triple kill. And if there's one XP laner that you have to be scared, it's not just Boborusik with Arlord, but it's also Laito with that same guy.
Absolutely looking disastrous out here, and he waits for everyone to line up for himself and then uses the final slash to shut them all down. He knew that Levi was desperate for this turtle fight. Kent was desperate for this turtle fight, including Pem. All of them falling one after the other, and I don't think so it was a very wise decision to actually go for this turtle, considering Damski was the one who used the real world manipulation later. So he was able to set his team up for success in terms of positioning for that turtle. And also that Enzo eventually using away the feathered airstrike, trying to catch Walkie while he was in that rotation. That was also an opportunity lost for Stolen Angels. On the back of it, a 2,000 gold lead for Jackpots. It looks like pretty good to me, considering Pelmetronio is also free farming those gold crabs down in the bottom lane. That will give him an eventual advantage over Yuichi.
Also taking into account the Jackpots have the stronger late game, even though you still have Yuichi and you cannot forget about him. He is and he will be getting outscaled, because typically the carry that goes for crit based items is the superior gold lane carry. And Pelmetronio will be building those Hasclaws, he will be building those crit items for himself. But for the side of Yuichi, the most typical Claude build is the on-hit one, and it will fall off. Then Pelmetronio will be the king when it goes to 5 items.
I absolutely agree, and that's something that have to focus out, though. Portal being used up by Chip out there, and everyone's going to be joining in the fight.
Oh, they are, but Pam is actually getting the kill on Damski, so it looks really good for Stolen Angels, but not anymore as Final Slash connects. They go for that one, but Pelmetronio is the target right now. He goes down, Enzo with that feathered airstrike. Bombardment goes down on their heads, shut down. Kingstar tries to play it, but he cannot. He just given his life away. Jackpot Walkie tries to chase that electrifying maze, but he doesn't really connect on the right targets as he will be going down as well. For Kent, the double kill for Stolen Angels. And make that a turtle on top.
The back of it now, yeah. Just as you mentioned, it's going to be the turtle as well. And I'm pretty sure Tamsky would not want to try and close in this distance. Just trying to stack up on that passive so that once he goes in for the RWM, He will have a lot more of those bonks available on top though. Another fight in bot. Missed opportunity by Lito. Not really being able to connect that final slash since Flicker is on cooldown. He was the only one who was picked in that previous fight. So I think so Jackpots, again, out there losing a few members early on. That was a bit of a problem. Pelmetronio fell down as well. And I'd have to say, positioning of Pem was super crucial.
But the thing is, right, still your scaling goes for you. Your opponents could have stronger mid game, but you eventually get the outscale going. Of course, if you don't fumble those fights. But the last fight was in the hands of Stolen Angels, even though it was started by Jack. Well, it wasn't really started by Jackpots because Pam was the one using the teleports to start the ruckus. But it looked like a good fight for Jackpots. But suddenly Damsky got bursted down. He got finished by Pam, and then it didn't look really that well anymore. I believe he even got cancelled his reward manipulation. Wait a second, now Jackpot Walkie in trouble as he gets killing spree for going for Kent because he gives him the third kill in his bag.
Bro is just recoiling on the faces of Jackpots at this point. He just wants to make sure that they're being absolutely punished for letting this one EXP laner through. But on the other side of the spectrum, mid, yeah, it kind of looks a bit dominating, considering now Enzo with the feather airstrike, he already has a massive priority even over Damsky, because Damsky's got that poke damage constantly with the Void Crystal, with the Void Blast, so he will poke you down, but Enzo will destroy you in two of those bonks.
This damage coming from Enzo is just so big right at this moment, until your frontliners get some magic resistance going, that it's so heavy on you, it's weighting you down, and if it gets connected on your wait a second, final slash going for Levi, but Levi jumps out, and now Lito forced by Flicker. Forces to flicker over the wall, and now Pem is the target. Actually, Jackpot Walkie shouldn't be focusing the roamer. Actually, I think he should be going for someone else, but there's the real world manipulation. Kingsta, big AOG, picks up Levi, but he goes down because Levi still has the will to fight back.
The big one plays coming in, roamer for a roamer, but that's still not over. Kent is out here.
Kent is able to fly out just by sliver of his health. Jackpot Walkie is trying to finish what they started, but it's actually Damsky that gets the turtle together with Pelmetronio as they pick up another kill. Shutdown goes for Walkie as he tries to go for more, but he is getting stunned up by Pam, but there is Lito to finish the job. He kills Enzo, and he looks like he wanted to go for Pam, but doesn't really connect with that final slash.
Gold laner for the main difference maker out here. Pelmetronio rotating in, using the river currents. Look at top though. Alright, Walkie's gonna survive. Absolutely fine. Coming back onto this. Pem, hold on. Can Pem survive this one?
I don't know. It doesn't look like they even consider him a target. Still, it's a chip with possibly flicker available, whereas for chip the flicker doesn't really do that much, so he would probably just use it to escape. Doesn't need to keep it for those fights because it's not really doing that much. Whereas for the other side there was like flicker available. Wait a second, Kingsta is in big trouble and he would really want this flicker available. No, not really, because this was just a prank, it was just a bait. Lito picks up one, Pelmetronio the second, but Enzo kills Kingsta in return. But Roamer for enemy carry, you love to see that.
Oh, and something that I also love to see is the prediction out here. Every single one of us have thought it's going to be a 1-1, so it's either we are all correct or we are all wrong. It's not going to change the leaderboard of the predictions out, but pretty sure we're going to have that one chart for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But coming back onto this game, it's again Pelmetronio picking up two of the main items out of the three. So he's just cooking up the Berserker's Fury right now. Oh, Lito. He's just trying to go so aggressive, but he's gonna be punished.
He needs to flicker out because Kent wants to go for blood. He tried to finish him off, but there was Pelmetronio already. But he shouldn't have been because Pam is forcing him away. But luckily for him, there was no one else. Though his sprint got burned. And it's on 90-second cooldown as 5 seconds for the first Lord of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be in the next 90 seconds that Pelmetronio would feel comfortable in taking the fight. But I love this Jackpot that's bringing in so much aggression with the alert. Lito is starting every single fight. He's not scared to go in. And then Kingsta, after the real world manipulation is dropped, then he jumps in, and that's been working perfectly.
Wait a second, it doesn't look so perfect for Pam because he goes down and no one was able to connect onto him. There was the teleport available, but everyone was like, nah, Pam, you are on your own. We are sorry, bro, but you are dying for your actions.
And this is one of the big things about Chip. Yes, you have that, but there is a kill box composition, and your portal puts every single person at a risk of falling in that kill box. And it's being utilized by Jackpots perfectly. And this alert was such a phenomenal pick out in the draft itself. And kudos to Kingsta for making some nice items out here. I'm pretty sure he's going to complete his Dominance Ice if it's not completed already. And then he's going to go and complete the Anti-Cuirass. That's some big major items being built up, and Laito, he's gonna be the spearhead, literally.
And the thing is, typically when you see Gato, you feel like it's... Oh, wait a second, there's big KOG coming in. This could be the final fight. Final slash comes and killing spree for Laito, killing spree for Metronio as they chase for more. Super kill, destroy tower, double kill for Yuichi, and they chase for more. Enzo needs to run away in the bird form, but the base crystal cannot run away because it explodes.
Massive rotation from Pelmetronio in that mid part of the game, and that's where everything changed up. I'm saying, till that point, it was a back and forth. There were moments for both of these teams, but I was seeing a good amount of control for Stolen Angels. But once Pelmetronio made that rotation, everything turned around like that. And please, I'd have to say, please ban the alert. You cannot let it pass.
Oh, for sure, but the thing is that if you were Stolen Angels during the game and you were looking at scoreboard, you were like, all right, my CC is not doing so bad. She's doing quite all right for herself. He had a lot of kills on his belt. Their experience was doing all right, but Laito, that performance, those final slashes, like, yeah, he missed some, but he hit like 75%, and those that he hit were changing the pace of the game, but not only by himself, because there was another super important member, and that was Kingsta, because his AOGs together with the taunts, they were on point, and the CC they delivered, so Eve could destroy everyone in that real world manipulation. It was just gorgeous, it was just fantasy. And if you are looking for an idea how to play the fights with Eve, look at this game, rewind it, watch it again after we end today's stream, because this was great.
Beautiful is also what I want to add. As great as it was beautiful. Look at the perfect itemization. Laito building the Fury Hammer, and then into the Oracle Athena Shield, then also adding the Dreadnought armor into the mix early on, because he knew Kent will create a lot of problems for him. Fantastic build. Every single thing. Perfection personified. Damsky with a glowing wand into the Wishing Lantern just to make sure he bursts down Pem and Levi. Based on their HP, he will be dealing a lot of damage. All of that looks super good to me. The only problem in all of that was from Yuichi. If you can have a look at the items one more time, you'd notice he built the Demon Hunter sword first, went in for the golden stuff. There is no corrosion scythe whatsoever. And that's where the problems began for this man.
Oh, absolutely, and you can see it on the damage charts. We had like 15,000 that he just delivered. Even Pam out-damaged him. Of course, you can expect Levi to be somehow on par for most of the game, where Yuichi would probably take the lead later in the phases of the game, around level 15, when he hits those 3 items, when his on-hit build is really coming online. But without corrosion sight, what are you thinking? Poor Yuichi. I think he dropped it on his way to the shop, and I think he had it in the shopping place, but then he dropped it somewhere.
Forgot to pick it up. That's all I'm going to say right now. Because the biggest thing out here that I noticed is the fact that, here's the thing, with as many matches as you've got on Claude, you know that as soon as you pick up the corrosion scythe, you can now take 1v1 fights in your ultimate. All you need are 5 stacks of Art of Thievery, and you can instantly focus down with the Blazing Duet on the other marksman or the other mage. They will be melted down instantly. That's how good Corrosion Scythe works early on the Claude. And I thought that maybe, yes, since you picked up a Claude into the Erethiel until the Berserker's Fury, Claude should have an advantage after that level 4 once he picks up the Corrosion Scythe. No tank will be bursted down with that, but every single squishy will be destroyed, including some of the assassins which do not build defenses. That not being made and Corrosion Sight being left as the third item in the Trinity, that is where Stolen Angels kind of lost that mid-game priority as well, which they could have gotten. But for the next one now, that's going to be with their main focus, that they don't make those kinds of mistakes.
For sure, the story could have been different, but we had so many 1-1s today. Well, we had 2 back-to-back. That who can really tell if we won't have another one? Because teams coming from the first game to the second tend to look completely different, and it's always, as we are saying, 60% is won and decided by the draft. If you cook up the right draft, then you are on to success. If you don't, if you miss something, if you let them cook something better, then you are setting yourself up for a failure. But Kingstar doesn't look like he wants to make a failure for his team, so he will be cooking up some nice bans for the blue side.
As now there's an opportunity for him to pick up a Kalia too, if it gets left open. There's a possibility for those Angelas as well. Baxia being banned out as the first one. Interesting though, since it's on the blue side, but I think so it's absolutely fine. Maybe Walkie just does not want to play tank jungles out there. He's like, I'm super happy with those assassins, so just let me play on that one. So it's going to be back and forth, it's going to be pretty similar. I don't think so there's going to be any major changes.
Well, looking at it right now, Angela being banned, Baxia not available, but Kalia also being stolen away from the hands of Kingston. Maybe we will see his chow, but maybe we will not. But he was so successful on that Gato that I see no reason to not pick him up once more. Of course, we will see how the draft rolls out. Already we see that you cannot run it back completely because Arlott is gone, he is off the board. Looking at the bans for Jackpots, I'm feeling like they either, yeah, alright, they decided very quickly as they are feeling Uranus is not the kind of guy that they want to be having against them. So this tells me they're going for CC.
Yeah. I was about to say the same thing, that this could be a CC pick for Laito. You can have that advantage in that EXP lane too. But I think so he's more comfortable with the picks which can set team up for success too. But you know what? Yeah, they don't really want to risk it. They're like, absolutely fine. We had the Arlott to set us up. But since we don't have that option right now, it's locking it in. Sushin was banned out. And it's an early pick of Harith in the hands of Yuichi. Interesting to see.
Yeah. We saw it yesterday. Scared, we did it. We saw it. Twice in a row, actually. And they lost both times. I don't think this rings very well for Stolen Angels. I'm fearful. If I'm a their fan, I'm having PTSD stroke right now. Because I remember yesterday like it was 2 hours ago.
I don't deny that, because it was Omni glitch who were able to pull it off against them. And they said it themselves. They were not really looking for a 2-0. It's the first game that they won, and they were like, you know what, boys? I think so we can actually pull the 2-0 off. They eventually did in the mid to later stages. Kimi left open through this draft, so could very well be picked up right now by Damsky. We know that he's pretty active with that Kimi. And the Garrot Kache is also going to be locked in for, but this time in the hands of Laito. So maybe Kingston and Laito, they're going to swap it. So that's not a problem coming in for them. Last pick, Stolen Angels. They've got the gold lane, they've got the jungle. They're revealing a lot of cards. I want this one to be a flex pick. Something that you can pick up in the EXP as well as the roam position. Or maybe you want to double down on Mathilda right now if possible. I think so that pairs up pretty well.
But the thing is, do you need Matilda for someone really? Like, you will have that mid lane prio, and already you see Gato, so you could help your mid laner to have that availability for mid lane priority. But Farsa, I feel like, is the correct way to approach it. Even though she will be getting pushed in, they could have banned her, and if she is available, and other than Gato, they don't really have a dive in. And now you can ban out Hayabusa and you can ban out Joy. So Enzo is completely fine on that Farsa.
There's also a Yi Sanshin though that could be picked up. I'm not quite sure if he's going to be super fine though. Plus, there's always a possibility of Erethiel still available for Pelmetronio. And if I've got to give one hero to every other marksman out here, I think so Pelmetronio will actually get his hands on Erethiel. That's how well he plays with it. And if he's alive, it's gonna make sure that he's always valid in those team fights. I talk about these two picks. I talk about Mathilda being pretty decent for Stolen Angels, banned out. I talk about Erethiel being pretty good for Pelmetronio, banned out. What's gonna be next? Hylos maybe?
Ah, man, like scared. If you are right for the third time, you are cooking, man. I'm feeling Hylos could be the idea as well, because if you look at Stolen Angels and at the in comparison as at the Jackpots, you can see that his Horus Pathway could make a lot of space for Stolen Angels and deny a lot of space for Jackpots. And already you have so much damage in your arsenal that you don't really look like you need more. But at the same time, it's to be debated. If you want, oh, all right, it's going to be Khalid. So you want to secure that mid lane priority. They are thinking smart, Jackpots. If you look, they ban Matilda, so no more mid lane prio in her hands, and Khalid is the second typical one. Also, Kalia is being banned, so pretty smart banning from Jackpots, I must say. But also for the side of Stolen Angels, I feel like they are on point with their bans as well.
I like the idea, but as you mentioned about that space being created with the Hylos, I think so that still is an option for Stolen Angels. Maybe they can lock it right now, or maybe they can go for a Grog too. There is a possibility for that. Make sure that you've got that tectonic charge to set things up for your team and then go in for a proper front-to-back composition. But it is going to be the Hylos. They're going to keep it simple, straightforward, not changing a lot. And since Walkie was allowed to have his hands on the Joy, he's going to secure that.
He goes for it once more. It was victorious once. Why not go for it again? Of course, it will be a little bit harder to lock Yuichi, to lock Levi, because they are quite mobile. But Enzo, oh, that's a target for taking. That's a nice looking snack in the eyes of Jackpot Walkie, where he has his Joy ready to rumble. But the question is, what will Pelmetronio lock in? Is Kimi going in his hands, or is it going for Damsky? Oh no, it's a Moscow. You want to split the fight, you don't want to let them fight together. That's a bright thinking from Jackpots, because right now they will need to be constantly sending someone for Pelmetronio on that sideline, because if they don't, he will end your base like that Zilong wannabe from yesterday.
Lucky boy. I'll never forget his name and his game. He was the man who made it possible for Omni Glitch to try and pull that first game off. But yeah, on the other end of the spectrum, I don't know. I just see them getting outranged by every single one on the other side. That's something. And this Lapu Lapu is going to just make sure that Damsky is not going to have a proper timeout here. Hopefully he runs with a Purify. That flicker is not going to keep him safe whatsoever, specifically from that bravest fighter. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a back and forth coming in. Kingstar playing on that Guardwood. He needs to set things up, but Laito doesn't have a setter for his team. He's more of a kiting hero, and they've got to wait for the engages that will be coming in from the other side. So as I said, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite confident for this draft of Jackpots. I think so this time Stolen Angels might have actually cooked decent one up.
Well, the thing is, if they play it smart, they can succeed. They have the AOG coming from their roamer. If he can connect onto those engages coming from the side of Stolen Angels, they can definitely make it work. And also at the same time, Jackpot Walkie needs to be flanking, because if he is not flanking, then he will take so much damage before he can get into the backline and maybe even get caught up in the Bravest Fighter combo of their opponents. XP laner, that he will not be getting anywhere. So that's something to keep in mind. But approaching the second game, the question to be had, and that you can answer, try to answer in the chat before our players will do it for us. We will win. We will take the second game, because right now the first one went to Jackpots, but can they make the triple cherry combo, or will it just be 2 cherries and to 1 3?
Don't know, man. I think so. It's going to be 2 cherries out here. Stolen Angels, their draft looks pretty decent. Damsky on the other side. constantly on that Kimi is going to be up and ready for those chases. I like the idea of what they're trying to do up in top, Jackpots, making sure that Kent is again being zoned out on this Lapu Lapu. Laito, he was the man who was being zoned out previously, so that's going to be something that's constantly happening. And stealing away that EXP crab as well means he will get that early level 4. Kent is lacking behind in that EXP. And the constant zone and poke coming in from Kingsta, that's also going to help him. Or specifically help Laito out here. On the other side of the spectrum, here's the thing. I don't really feel that there is a lot of gap closing potential specifically for Jackpots. They would want to play in a far range. Pem
almost getting caught up, but Enzo is the one using the bird form to run away. Wait a second, Laito with a 1v2, I don't think he wants to be taking those, but Laito still able to dip, dive and dodge and dive away. Turtle will be spawning onto the map right now in 10 seconds, but Jackpot's 300 gold lead, where did that come from?
Top. They forced Kent to miss out on a couple of minions, and maybe they're going to force him to miss out on this major turtle fight because he does not have his ultimate right now.
Well, but there is still Kent that could be trying to do something, but well, right now he's looking to just walk back into his lane and give away the turtle. 700 gold for Jackpots as they steal away another jungle camp. Wait a second, Kingsta is now in the thick of the enemy jungle, forced away with that feathered airstrike. He is still alive, but he could be dying anytime soon because Levi was chasing him out, but there was Palmetronio ready to protect his roamer.
Game is going to fall down on the shoulders of Enzo, straight up. He's the man who needs to scale up fast, and he's the man who needs to take them down.
There's the spear connecting. There's the spear connecting, they are playing it out, but Pam is alive and safe and sound because Palmetronio not really having that much damage. You could have seen that it's not really that there is no damage, there is no attack speed because Palmetronio, he did like 2 autos and that's not something you see regularly on Moscow. Wait a second, Jackpot in the enemy jungle, but he is alive, he is fine and dandy because he is already in his own.
Stole away the orange buff as well from a Lancelot with a skill to retry combination. Levi's, you're gonna have to check on that, my man, because if that was a Lord, it would have been disastrous. Lancelot is one of the best secures out in this game. You don't want to mess up with that. But it's going to be a level disadvantage right now being built up. Jackpot Walkie already level 7 while Levi is struggling with just a level 5. That is a big disadvantage for Stolen Angels, and it's an almost 1.5k gold lead being built up by Jackpots.
I just wanted to say that, and you stole it away right from my mouth, but Levi almost hitting level 6, whereas Jackpot Walkie almost level 8. There is such a big discrepancy between those two that I feel like if Jackpot Walkie has the game to shine, it's this one. Oh, he steals away, he tries to steal it away, he cannot quite connect as Spam and the rest will defend it. Wait a second, no, Kingsta got it, look, under his shoes. He has the purple buff in his own hands, and Levi still barely surviving with that level 6. Jackpot Walkie goes through the backline. Enzo is forced to back away. Now there is this big OG that will change the pace of the fight. Probably Kent goes for Jackpot Walkie, but this is not the right target. Kent, you should be looking for the backliners. He tries to jump away, needs to flicker out, but there is Kingsta in the thick of the fight. Pam goes down. 2 members dead. For each team, there is 1. Pam traded for Kingsta. Roamer for a roamer, but Jackpot still ahead.
That's still going to be a very fine trade for Jackpots. Yes, they lost the turtle. Yes, they also lost Kingsta in that fight, but they're fine with it. A 2,000 goal lead out here right now, even after losing that turtle, clearly showcases that they will have an advantage. And fun fact, Palmetronio all the way was down at the bottom lane. He was free farming. He was not part of that fight. And still it was an equal trade. That means Stolen Angels are lacking behind even with a numbers advantage right now. Yuichi's got to drop down the Zam and force to try and clear out the wave. Lacking the mana, lacking the HP. I hope he decides to recall because he's not even having the Purifier right now. So if Jackpots decide to gank him, it is going to be difficult. And that's what's happening.
No, it's absolutely happening. I mean, it already happened. Yuichi got obliterated. He couldn't even ult out. And now there's the next target on the chopping block, and it's Levi as he tries to run away. There's the glorious pathway to force the Jackpots from your own jungle. But it's happening all over again. Jackpots still in the lead for themselves.
And right now, an early Radiant armor being picked up, though. But I like the idea. You've got a Farsa, you've got a Harith, but look at the SOD.
Pelmetronio goes in, but this wasn't the smartest choice of this ultimate. Connecting onto Enzo, oh, nice hit, but you shouldn't take it every time you hit down. Maybe it was better if you were Slorky Boy and you didn't hit some at all. Levi goes down and there's a new target, and that is Pam, as he is already gone.
The big target to chop off on from that block right now, but there we go. The bravest fighter along with the raging slashes used up. Kent will clear out that wave, but they have lost their top tier 1 and bottom tier 1. So no priorities over towards the turtle whatsoever. A 2,000 gold lead now turning into a 3,500 gold lead for Jackpots. So a massive problem for Stolen Angels to pull themselves back in this game. The only win condition is Yuichi right now, that he's still alive.
And the worst part is that you are getting outscaled. Wait a second, you want to try do something about it as you go for Jackpot Walkie. He gets obliterated and you go for more. Levi in the backline goes for Damsky. Damsky tries to flicker away, but he's still dead. Double kill for Levi. Can he retreat? He can. And there is Kent ready to take the fight into round 2 as he goes for more. No, he doesn't really. Oh, yeah, wait a second. There is no bravest fighter available, so that makes a lot of sense. I believe he used it to run away from Lito because he was chasing him on the bottom side right when the fight started in mid lane.
Wait a second, concealed play down bottom. Levi Licks in trouble.
But is he in trouble or is he the trouble? Oh, wait a second, he might actually be in trouble, but there is Pam ready to protect his jungle.
Here's the thing. The reason why he did not take the purple buff right earlier on was because of the fact, hold on a second.
Wait a second, Jackpot Walkie tries to make a play happen, but this was too greedy. Jackpot Walkie back-to-back dying in 2 minutes already twice. I'm feeling like the confidence is getting breathed back into Stolen Angels' heart. As Lito is trying to harass their own jungle in his own jungle, forcing Levi back from the purple buff, but he was still able to get it. But unfortunately, he has only his eyes for crying as he looks over to the top side, and there is no orange buff available by the second. Yuichi is trying to make something up, make something happen as they try to go for Lito. He jumps away, Vengeance still available. I think the Vengeance was kind of an over maneuver, or how you call it, like it wasn't really needed because he was already safe, but better say than sorry. 60-second cooldown, it's quite alright, but you don't have it for the Lord fight.
I don't think so. Stolen Angels are in a position to actually take this Lord fight. That's the main thing. One good thing is that Levi is still level 11, while Jackpot Walkie is level 12 on the other side. So not a big level disadvantage out here. So Lord still could be taken. It could be stolen away. And now Pem has made up the Radiant armor as well. So he will be soaking up a lot of damage coming in from Damsky. But hold on a second.
Big AOG, there's the glorious pathway to make your escape, but there is CC Immune Ken trying to make the play still happen, but Moscow is on the top side, not really even having a care in the world about the bottom fight, as Levi has to defend him, but Jackpots were successful in their trick to force Stolen Angels away. But wait a second, it has been seen through because Stolen Angels are re-engaging into Lord jungle side. Wait a second, there is Lito already engaging in another fight, going for Pam. Pam getting taunted up together with Kent. They get both bursted down. Pam is gone, Kent is gone, and there is CC Miyunuchi, who lives for a bit but doesn't live for long as Lito picks him up as well. And now they have clear and easy path to take the Lord and approach destroying those tier 2 towers.
Only they were able to land in that ultimate from Kent. It was on cooldown at that point, and I think so by the time he used it up, he was already super low, just executed instantly. If that was not the case, I'm pretty sure it was Stolen Angels who were winning that fight. The gold lead, which was reduced to almost 2.8k, now has bounced back up more than double. 5.7k right now. Soon going to be turning into a 6,000 gold lead once the tier 2 on the top and the mid falls as well. And again, they're making sure that Stolen Angels are working overtime to just pick up their own jungle creeps.
Oh, they are indeed. But wait a second. Now they have to run away from their own tower because there is Kingsta. I think he over-engaged because he will get bursted down for his actions. And now Lord is marching down onto the bottom side, but still 5 members alive from Stolen Angels, whereas only 4 for Jackpots.
But I'd say a big overcommitment, yes, absolutely. It was, again, unneeded and uncalled for at that point, but this could be an opportunity.
For the backline playing electrifying bees, he tries to burst them down. Levi has to force the run away, but he is dead. He has nowhere to run because his legs don't work no more. He's lying flat on the floor. Now Kent is the target base fighter, not available anymore. He goes down, Lito pick up another kill for himself and for the team. 8,000 gold lead as they try to get rid of the golden aura on the top side as well.
Yeah, it's also going to be the inhibitor taken down pretty soon. I don't really see the way of defending this one because it's going to be all 5 people moving in, specifically Kingsta with the AOG. They're just ready to take this fight.
He goes for backline and immediately, as you have said it, he goes for Enzo. He cancels his feather side and try to go for the top lane inhibitor so they can have the base open for their taking.
It's only down to Kent. He's got to face tank all of that, and I don't think so he's got enough tankiness right now. All 3 inhibitors falling down, a lot of recalls being spammed up on top of the faces, and guess what? It's baited out. The Zaman force of Yuichi. He doesn't have it to clear the minions. This could be a drastic mistake.
Oh, it could be, but we will see if Jackpots will make it to be. Kent, too deep, man. You didn't want this smoke. Levi tries to force them away. He tries to jump, dip, and dive and dodge, but he is dead. Mega kill goes for Jackpots, and there is the glorious path away. Pam slowing them down, but this is just slowing down the inevitable. 10,000 gold lead for Jackpots as they try to end the base. AOG going into enemy base and backline. Goes for the top, picks up Pam, and now they go for Yuichi. Enzo is getting forced away, and he's the last man standing. No feather stack available as the base crystal explode in the second game.
Every single one of us getting our predictions busted out here as the series went in 1-for-1 between both of these teams, and everything all clear now. Jackpots, insane coordination is what I'd have to say, and Stolen Angels, as good as they looked earlier on in this event in the first week, from the second week onwards, haven't really got any clean 2-0, and I think so this is one of the big reasons why they're not in top anymore. But as you rightly mentioned, Jackpots getting those 3 points will be toppling down a lot of big teams on top.
For sure, they got those 3 cherries I've been talking about. There was no 2 cherries, but make it 3. The jackpot went for the jackpot, and it worked out. And honestly, today, what a statement. Against Stolen Angels, against the second team, against yesterday's top of the leaderboard before yesterday's games. Oh my lord. I believe. Yeah, absolutely. Omni Glitch is now in the lead, but what I meant by that is that yesterday, before the games, Stolen Angels were on top, but look at them now. Getting destroyed by Omni Glitch, getting now beaten by Jackpots. What's happening to them? What is going on? But that's not something we will get to. No, because of course, for the interview, there will be coming someone over from Jackpots. But before that happens, we hope that you enjoyed this series. It was a blast, and I must give some credit where credit is due, and that credit definitely goes to Yuichi because he was trying his best. He was doing his absolute maximum, 44,000 damage. Even if you compare it to his opponents, he still did quite a lot. Where it felt apart, I felt like for the side of Stolen Angels, they didn't really respect the sideline pressure of Pelmetronio, and when it happened, they didn't have a plan. Immediately when they saw him, they should have been like, alright, let's go in, because he can connect with that spear, but if he doesn't hit, or if he connects on someone wrong, then we can still win the fight. We can town him up, we can CC him up, and he is not getting out of this one. But they had no plan. They were just crumbling, falling in front of each other, falling over their own legs. It all crumbled apart.
I agree. It's like the entire floor was being snatched away from right under their feet, and Lito again being the man who was tip of the spear. 26% tankiness coming in from him, while 69,776 damage still, 31% for the entire team. Also had the maximum amount of team fight participation, so he was being everywhere on their faces every single time. And this is one of the big things, right? You normally see a lot of CC users going in for a single player curtains call. Laito did that too. It's not like it's a bad thing, but he did it when there was no one around. Whenever he saw a couple of players around, he held on to the curtains call for just the right moment, so that once they all were close enough and once his team wanted to re-engage, that's when he would drop those curtain calls. And I think so that's again one of the big reasons why they were able to win out in this game and have so much more domination. And as I always talk about the itemization, yes, certain priorities not really being met out there, but it's absolutely fine. I could still see the idea coming in from the side of Stolen Angels. It's just that it came down to execution, and they were haphazard in that. It was not clear. They were running around left, right, and center. They were not able to close this one out.
Honestly, tell me if it happened otherwise, but I felt like Kent wasn't really known so far as the Lapu Lapu player. I think we had others much more prominent players in the form of playing out the Lapu Lapu. So him playing Lapu Lapu was kind of big news for me, because I didn't see him often. I think I didn't see him even once, to be absolutely clear. So maybe it's something that he doesn't really feel comfortable with. Maybe he should be going on to other heroes, because this Lapu, this wasn't the Lapu that we saw last week. This wasn't the Lapu that we saw the week before. This was no top of the crowd Lapu Lapu that we saw make those crazy big plays with the Bravest Fighter, with the CC, going for that backline, bursting the right targets. This Lapu was, he didn't have his sword. His sword was broken in half, and he never repaired it throughout the whole game.
He wasn't the bravest fighter, he was the braver fighter, not the bravest. But I know that was such a horrible pun. It's okay, you don't need to laugh on that, Warren. It's fine. Sometimes you can let these ones slide through. But I agree, there were not a lot of plays that were being made, and I think so it was him being bursted down way too quickly, right? He prioritized the blade armor first. That's fine, but I kind of wanted to see Radiant, considering you have Kimmy that you got to focus on. Then there's also going to be Joy. So you have both of them who will be on your face every single time when you try and dive in. Yes, Pelmetronio is on the Moscow, but he will not be joining most of the fights. He'll be joining in a little bit late. So that's why delaying onto that dominance size, decent, fair enough. But I kind of wanted to see that Radiant armor first, because his main target would have been Kimmy. He needed to take him down, but he wanted, or rather he should have followed up on Damsky, but that did not happen. That's absolutely fine. It's totally cool. Okay. Not really the best day coming in for Stolen Angels now. And their next game, that is going to be next week, going to be with, again, a pretty difficult team. And this time it's going to be Revenant Order. And that would be the opening game of day number 6. So not quite sure how that one's going to go for them.
Well, I mean, based on the leaderboard and based on how the teams are playing, I feel like Revenant Order should be kind of not an easy game, but it should be definitely easier game compared to Jackpots, compared to Omni Glitch, so they could rest a little bit, because if the games were rough today and yesterday, the game next week should be a little bit easier. Not saying easy, but a little bit easier. Well, but let's refocus our focus on this series once more, and let's not think about the day 6, because right now it's still day 5 and we have a gorgeous, awesome guest from the side of Jackpots, and that's of course Walkie, the man, the myth, the legend himself. And well, Scared, I think you can immediately burst with your question, and that is, what did he really say to Walkie?
You want me to say that? Man, come on, you've been out here. But first of all, Walkie, what's up, my man? How are you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How about you guys?
I mean, we're doing good. Thank you so much for asking, my man.
Very nice.
First series win for you guys. How are you feeling? Because this is the first time you got those 3 points.
I mean, we prepared pretty good, but my team got many problems with, like, we lost 2 members, and now we gotta change. Like, before everything started, before 2 days, we gotta change. We had to change our lineup, and now everything was like a bit harder. Yeah, I would say. Yeah. But like, yeah, I'm proud of my team. That's all I can say. I'm proud of my team, and right now we are top 2, right?
Yeah, you finally have made it into that top 2, top 3 mark as well. We'll get to know about the entire standings coming in too, because there's been a lot of changes happening in here and there. But Oren, go for it. Your turn for the question.
Well, we had a message coming from the last series interview, and it was a question to you. And me and Scare were like, well, what did he really say? So could you translate to us and the viewers what was really traded between you and the last interview?
I don't understand.
Vansky basically said something for you, and I just want to get the exact words from the production because I kind of missed out on that. But that message was for you from Vansky. So the fun fact is all of us have got no idea as to what he exactly said. So I really feel like you would want to go back on the stream and check that interview out so that you know what Vansky said. But it's totally cool. We're going to be...
Okay, all I can say, yeah, from my side, I'm pretty sure when we play against the next enemies, the next series, 2-0, and we get top 1. That's all I can say.
All right, what a statement. I love this confidence. I think this is the first time that on the interview we have such confidence, because usually it's like, oh yeah, we are trying our best, we are preparing. But I love this coming from Milwaukee. All power to you, man. I wish you the best of luck. And if you are saying it's going to be, you are aiming for the top, let's go for that. But well, Walkie, thank you for answering our questions. But of course, there is time for you. If you want to say something to your fans, to the viewers, to anyone watching, there's your time for that.
I want to say I appreciate my team at the first, that we can create such a team and also play like that on the tournament. What is huge for me. And I want to thank my followers, my viewers, especially P. Diddy is like my brother, you know, my brother. And yeah, that's all I can say. I love you all. I hope you enjoyed the tournament. I hope you will support Search, and that's all I can say. Yes.
Been having a fun time, man. We've absolutely been having a fun time watching you and the boys play. And you said that you recently got that team together, right? Just 2 days ago. So there were some synergy issues and a lot of problems coming in. Do you think that right now, in the position your team is, you're strong enough to lift the trophy? Or do you feel that there are still a few more improvements needed?
I mean, like, how I can say this, we got some conflicts. I'm honest with you completely. We got some conflicts. The first 2 days or first 3 days, I didn't play with voice chat because I got some conflicts with my team. But still, now we could fix it, like today. And we proved that we can make 2 easy fast games, right? Against the favorite team. You agree or not? Against the favorite team, Stolen Angels.
I agree.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, I must give more credit to you, because I absolutely love your honesty, that you are like, there was problems, we fixed it, there was another problem, we got over it. I love that. And thanks for being honest with us. Yeah, we are happy to hear that you fixed that and resolved that.
Yes. I hope you enjoyed the next series, next 2 series from us, 2-0. All I can say, and good night to all of you.
All right. Perfect, my man. Perfect, Walkie. Thank you so much for being with us out here in the interview. And congratulations for your 2-0 win, the second one out there in the tournament. Hoping for more in the future. Good luck for the games.
Yes. Good night. Love you, chat.
Good night. Such a sweet and honest guy, man. He like straight up said that, yeah, it's fine, there were some issues, we were facing some jitters, but we fixed that, it's totally cool. And yeah, I was the guy who was not turning on the voice chat. That was actually cute more than it was brutal honesty. It's rare to find people like that, I'd have to say.
Oh, absolutely. But it looks like they are finally able to connect the dots, at least for now. I'm so hyped for the next week, for the 6th day and the 7th day that comes after that, because, well, what stories are being told here? Omni Glitch coming back from the turbulent times, Void Kids stepping up, even though they weren't able to take the cake from Minerva Fury, they were still fighting strong. There is so many stories being unraveled, I love how the games are being played out. I love the stories that are being brought with that. I love the players that are making those plays. What a show! I'm completely in love that I'm being part of that, and I'm happy that all our viewers are part of that as well. We hope you enjoyed today's show. And before that, we will be having a look at leaderboard, don't we? Because something's changed. Yeah, I think we should have a look at the leaderboard because some stuff has changed, Scared, and we should have a look in that. Oh yes, Omni Glitch being strong at the 10 points. Jackpots in the second one, you said it perfectly. Minerva Fury strong third place. Stolen Angels unfortunately falling down to the fourth, and AKKE, the kings of taking one game and giving you one, still strongly in middle. Unfortunately for Revenant, they are under there. Method Black fighting, but Method Black actually got over Void Kids from the complete disaster of a start that they had.
The only reason is that Method Black have won more games as compared to Void Kids. So that's the only main reason why they're above. But it's not really a comfortable spot regardless, right? Because you're still being eliminated out there. And now we can finally see a certain bit of disparity being created between the top 3, then the central 4th, and then the bottom 4th, right? The gap between the last 4, the maximum is of 2 points, AKKE and Void Kids. So one series win can flip the switch instantly. While if you're looking at the top 3, 10, 9, 9, super close, like way too close between all of these 3 teams. So anything could happen. And for all the people out there, all of these teams will play 14 games in total. That means 7 matches. That means playing against other team once at least in the best of 2 series out here. So again, just 2 more series remaining for all of these teams. It's gonna be super fun for next week as well, right? There's a lot of matches. Stolen Angels taking on Revenant Order, Omni Glitch taking on Jackpots, AKKE taking on Void Kids, Minerva Fury taking against Method Black out there on day number 6. Going to be a crucial day for a lot of these teams, but just want to know, we're soon going to be sending it down towards also the post-game segment out. But Warren, before we move on to that, any last few words to close out the day?
Oh, for sure, because on the 6th day, you already called it, Scared, but there's going to be Omni Glitch against Jackpots. Oh, they are head-to-head, only 1 point separating them. The duel is going to be legendary, and I hope you will be here for that, because it's going to be absolute blast.
I mean, it's going to be super amazing out there, ladies and gentlemen, and I really hope you enjoyed with both Warren, me, as well as Kronos. All 3 of us were on desk for at least 1 game each out here. Super fun watching all of these games, but the action on day 6 will also continue. But guess what? You don't have to go anywhere. As I said, the post-game segment will be right after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
What a day! What a day! Saint,
Yeah.
we were talking about it in the pre-show, and we were making these ridiculous predictions. And once more, the tournament and the teams just show up and did something ridiculous, like always. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know where we're going with this. I don't know. Like, it's insane. Like the fact, for example, that Jackpots like 2-0. We were just talking about how crazy it would be if they would get that 2-0, and they did. So I mean, some of these predictions that I had expectations of, for example, that AKKE game, AKKE winning. I mean, how can you even predict this? Like, it's really, really difficult. You know, it's not easy. It's not easy, but wonderful games today, Nish, I have to say. And congrats to all the teams. I think the gameplay has been pretty strong today overall across the board. Have to show my respects for that.
I was also talking to some people during the tournament when we were watching, and we were saying that even if you wanted to bet on anything, like, you will just lose money in this tournament. Like, Thunder Division is one unpredictable serpent that is like always dodging everything that we are like. We think that we already figure out some team, and then you have game day and they are totally different. Like, it's fantastic.
100%. But what wasn't that different from my expectation was that first game, Revenant Order against MTB. I had the feeling that it was gonna be 1-1. Why? Because I feel like both teams are kind of equal. You know, I feel like, for example, Revenant Order has a little bit better draft, but MTB, since they changed that mid lane, Pika going Roam, Zing going Mage, I feel like it was much better. His Farsa was putting in work, for example. So I feel like that first game, that first match didn't really surprise me, I have to say. Great games from both teams, but Revenant Order, obviously, you know, it felt like they lost a little bit of energy. I don't know, they couldn't keep up with both games. And yeah, what do you have to say about this matchup right here? What you saw?
Like, the first thing I want to highlight is the length of these games. Like, they're really fast. Like, the first game was give me a second, 12 minutes. And it was such it was really like usually we encounter like pure dominance from one or another team. Like, for example, today the longest match was only 18 minutes, and it was the only one that was in such length.
And just for people to understand, 18 minutes is not a lot in tournament format when people are playing safe, and usually that's around 2 lords, and that's not normal to finish that quick. But definitely not normal to finish before 13 minutes. You know, if you say a game is 12 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, it's too quick. That means it's absolutely been dominant. And somewhere down the line, it's gone wrong. Because I think if you play a tournament, you need to at least hold past the first lord. Because of the passives on the towers, and usually you have those inhibitors also. So these games are going very quick-ish. We're seeing kind of dominant sides from all teams, really. From all teams. I mean, all teams have kind of had their, how can I say, highlight of being a very dominant team in some sense. So yeah, I mean, definitely the games are Revenant Order against MTB was very quick. And,
but I would add one thing into this matchup, like, well, even in chat and during even the casters, during the first game, everyone said that Method Black has a better draft, but they won. Like, so, and the same happened in the second game, that they said that okay, Revenant Order has a better draft, but Method Black won. So then again, even if we see something on paper that should be better, like they always, like, they can prove us wrong all the time. Like, this is the biggest factor that even like people who are really seasoned, like, see that even if you draft correctly, you can still lose, and you lose.
And
really
you know what's
badly.
and you know what's so crazy about the draft is, like, for example, the game that Method Black won, I think they just won because of Alexis Esmeralda. Got a triple kill by the blue buff. You know, it's not only about the draft, but look at the kind of heroes you leave on the opponent's side. You pick if I remember correctly, they picked the Matilda, they picked the Harif. Why not go Esmeralda? Why not? You know, how you have perfect counter, nothing can kill you, nothing can stop you. And I think that was like one of the biggest difference in draft. I think when Method Black got that Esmeralda, Alexis just really, he went online, and I think he was the reason why they won that game. The game that Revenant Order won, it felt like Method Black wasn't really there. It didn't look like the same, how can I say, teamwork that we saw from before, especially that mid lane. Pika wasn't really working together with Zing, I have to say. So,
but at the same time, like Kriv on the Farsa, he was like on point. Like even in chat when you were looking, like that was like such a good showcase of how to play Farsa, like the positioning, how he used the ultimate to always like force the enemies out of objectives and everything. It was perfect.
Yeah, and speaking of Farsa, I think Farsa is really one of the strongest mages. If a mage can play that hero perfectly, it's extremely hard to beat, just because how strong it does the damage, and also look at the positioning. You're like 30 yards away and you're dealing that much damage. You know, that's absolutely craziness. But yeah, he played that Farsa absolutely amazing, I have to say.
I'm really sorry. Like there's a big distraction here.
It's all good. It's all good. Let's go to the next one then. Let's go to the next one. Minerva Fury against VK. Here I have a lot to say, actually. I think Void Kids, first of all, it was disappointing. They started off kind of showing a little bit of fight in the beginning. But then again, that first draft they had against Void Kids against Minerva Fury, when they left that Angela open along with the Chi-Chi, I said that this was over. This was over because they couldn't really kill the Chi-Chi. If you guys recall, they had nothing to kill the Chi-Chi. They had Eve, they had the Granger. I think they had Fredrin, if I can remember. I don't know, they had some tanky jungle, but it was completely irrelevant. They had 0 damage, 0. And that Angela plus Rusik on that Chi-Chi was just completely one of the games. Yeah. The other game, I would say it was more like maybe Void Kids lost a little bit of motivation. They just got auto-rotate. It's hard to explain what really happened that second game. It was just like the soul was not there. It was something like they had no fight.
And not just soul, but I think there were some reckless plays in the second game. Like they picked them solo somewhere around the map. And
Zedel trying to push bot tower. I remember one situation, you just get picked solo, no problem. I mean, they're already there, they're rotated. So you're absolutely right. Like it's just some questionable gameplay. But I understand that questionable gameplay at a certain point, because once they are losing by that much, you have to go for something. But I mean, in this case, you need to know better at the same time. You can't just do anything. And I feel like it's a little bit unfortunate. I think they started off, if I remember correctly, on the second game as well, they started off pretty good, fighting 1 kill here, they lose 1 kill there. I mean, they kept going back and forth, but at some point around the 4 or 5 minute mark, when the turtle comes up, first objective comes up, that's when they completely dropped dead. Both games, they was completely irrelevant after that turtle. And I think that's one of the difference between some of the strongest teams and you know, another strong team. I think how they kind of get that turtle and how they choose to organize themselves to get that objective, I think it makes a big difference, especially early game here. So
But you mentioned one thing that is really like stuck with me for today, because yesterday I don't think that Angela was such a big factor in drafting, but today, like every time Angela was picked, like it was pure dominance. And I don't know that if the guys were screaming Angela for today, like the whole noon or what, but it was crazy. Like like what they could do with Angela, like because she was picked in AKKE versus Omni glitch. It was even in the game with Void Kids, and it was really felt like extreme dominance.
The thing with Angela is that it's a perfect kind of hero for the teams that like to brawl. So obviously, Minerva Fury playing against Void Kids, it's a kind of safe pick for Minerva Fury to play. Why? Because it goes against the playstyle of Void Kids. Why? He's gonna pick Joy. It's gonna be a little bit brawly game. You know, they're gonna try to kind of I believe that they're gonna try to kind of take that fight to Minerva Fury, and Minerva Fury with that Angela. I mean, we saw him use the ultimate multiple times of Pankra, not because it's action happening, but just make sure he doesn't die. Just make sure he doesn't get picked off even on the rotation. So with that 15 seconds cooldown, you don't lose very much by actually just making sure that you give your teammates the heart guard and like you make sure that they just stay safe. And speaking of that, Angela, I mean, if you can't brawl a kind of composition with Angela, especially if they have a fighter, they go kind of strong, tanky jungle, they go a very burst marksman, it doesn't work. You need to kind of poke, you need to kind of position, and you need to kind of split push as well. You don't want to fight directly because you're going to lose that fight. This is what we saw with Void Kids happening. Just straight off the bat, they had no chance. They had no business dealing with that composition because they wanted to take the fight to them, but that was not the draft they should do that against. And so I think Angela goes perfectly if you draft a kind of brawl composition, and if you expect basically enemy picking stuff like Joy, stuff like Hayabusa that works well with the burst, you don't have much to fear. You have 15-second cooldown. I mean, your whole team is gonna be safe. Your whole team is gonna be safe. Nobody's gonna get picked off. At least not solo. At least not 1v1. The Angela is there. It's impossible. Yeah. So I think that's one of the big reasons we're seeing Angela here. It's just too strong. I think it's just very strong.
I totally agree. And if we could go to the leaderboards of Thunder Division for a moment, I wanted to go because we already talked about AKKE, but you love how they play, you love how they fight, but at the same time they really need a win. Yeah. And today I was really rooting for them for the win because like they were playing against Omni Glitch, and even in the second game, like they were really trying so hard. But exactly, Omni Glitch took the Angela from them, and they totally took the game.
Just demolished them. Yeah, they just totally demolished them with that Angela. I think AKKE is fighting very hard. It is like we're saying, it's like 5 points, but it feels like 5 draws as well. It doesn't feel like that 2-0. We're not seeing AKKE. They haven't 2-0'd anybody yet, and I think they're lacking behind compared to some of the other teams like Stolen Angels. We've seen Stolen Angels done 2-0s. We've seen Minerva Fury 2-0, Omni Glitch even the first week. These teams are kind of getting away with more points, not because AKKE is playing bad by any means. They have drawn against, Omni Glitch, for example, the number one team here. We can't say that they don't deserve to be here because they do deserve to be here. But we're seeing just draws, and it's a little bit unfortunate because I'm interested to see where AKKE can even go higher on the leaderboards. You know what I mean? People say, they should be happy where they are, but seeing how they play, they have a huge potential here. And for me, they're one of the interesting teams, so I want to keep watching. Exactly. And I think here also important note today. I mean, Hellcut was banned both games, if I recall, but he didn't need it. Again, we reiterate, he doesn't need it because when we see that Lancelot come out, it still looks good. It still looks sharp.
Yeah, but actually, I have to highlight Omni Glitch because in the first game they didn't ban just Hellcut, they also banned Lunox.
Yeah.
And it was the first three banned. It was Lunox, Hellcut, and
Zuxin, if I remember.
No. It was also like we were predicting.
Like Grok. I think Grok, right? I don't.
We have to check. But anyway, big holds up like for Omni Glitch because they have read AKKE so well. But at 100%. The same time, even their first pick was Lancelot. So Omni Glitch really were trying to like reduce all the comfort picks of AKKE. But even so, in the first game, AKKE just took it. And this is something really amazing that we see that we are starting to see that even other teams are really starting to prepare for their opponents. Like they know exactly what to ban. But at the same time, I'm really glad that AKKE like showed up even when Omni Glitch really were prepared for them.
Yeah, Omni Glitch really made that research, because by those bans, to ban out the Lunox, for example, I know 100% that they just stopped a lot of combinations from the side of AKKE. AKKE had plans to pick that Lunox, or maybe they didn't, but they stopped it. So that is absolutely amazing that they did that, the research. I think more teams should kind of look into the opponents. Who are you playing against? I mean, really, you need these points, because I can't stress it enough. You need to win every game here. Next week is the last week, Nish, right? They have 2 days.
Yeah.
They have 2 days, and that means probably 4 games, right? 2 on one day, 2 on the next day. And if you want to, for example, qualify, this is the time for Void Kids to step up. This is the time for AKKE to show that they're top 3 here. You know, and we just heard Woki on that interview. He said, sure, we have 9 points, but he doesn't worry, because he says he can still be #1 spot, because the leaderboard is so close. There is still potential that a team like Omni Glitch that is first right now can go, for example, 4th or go 3rd. You know, the spots are no way guaranteed here, because it's so close.
Like the first three teams, like Omni Glitch have 10 points, Jackpots have 9 points, and Minerva Fury have 9 points. So there's like just 1 point difference between the first and the second and third place. So yeah, that's exactly what they are saying. And at the same time, if I understood correctly, like AKKE and Void Kids have they will be playing on Saturday. That will be such an intense match, because Void Kids really need, really need to win. And at the same time, AKKE is just like, they are so hungry for a 2-0. Like they really want to have.
They're dying for that 2-0. I can tell you. And if we have to highlight some of the things today, I took some notes. I mean, Astra on that XP against Wade, I think he destroyed him. Astra picked CC, Wade picked Esmeralda. I mean, this was one of the big reasons they won that first game. I know that he had some really good rotations, felt like a 5v4 basically every fight. I mean, Esmeralda was not even relevant. And yeah, just want to highlight, it seems to me that things are working for AKKE, even though they are losing here even one game, because it feels like the synergy has just gotten better. The gameplay has gotten better. The draft with Hellcurt is not needed, but you best believe you don't want to open that Hellcurt though. You better not open the Hellcurt, because you don't know what he can still pull off with that. But it feels like AKKE's really gotten into their own kind of identity, team identity. They are a very strong team now, and I'm looking forward to when they play against Void Kids. I gotta be honest though, if people look at that game, they're gonna say AKKE is the favorite of that, just because look at their games. Look, how can you not say that, you know, they're expected to win when they're playing 1-1 against you know, the #1 like leaderboard team, and it's gonna be very interesting.
Since they played 1-1 with everyone.
Yeah, they played 1-1 with everyone.
Everyone, like they took a point from everyone. So I would say that they made their point, and they look during the whole tournament they're looking more solid with each match they have, I would say. And even like yesterday when Toby sent the sheet and he said like how much data they collected and how much they prepare, like wow, that's not something that you see like normal people do. Like that's really crazy.
No, this is not normal.
And that's really that's the dedication I said about. Like I see them and I'm really looking how they are trying to improve all the time. So I'm really looking forward where they are going. But let's go to the last match, and that was the biggest surprise for us.
100%.
This is exactly what I was talking about in the pre-show. Like it would be such a phenomenon to see Jackpots click for both games, and they did.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we say that, this is no way of you know, downplaying them, but we just know how strong they are, and we just haven't seen that that energy usually transfer from the first game or the first win to the second. But here we saw it. Here we saw absolutely good gameplay, stable, consistent. It was all throughout, and they didn't even look tired after those 2 wins. What can we say here? I mean, obviously something clicked here. I think Woki played very well. I think that Laito played also good as he usually does on that XP, but it was more like the mentality change more than anything, because I don't know, I haven't seen this kind of consistency from them, but here we saw it. Gameplay good all throughout. Can't say nothing about that. Stolen Angels, I would say, expected a little bit more. Didn't really feel like they were working together. I don't know. Felt like they should kind of support the goal lane a little bit more. They focused a lot around the mid lane, and yeah, but it was I mean, congrats to Jackpots. It felt like a completely different team when they were consistent as that. I mean, you know, and as hearing Woki talk about on the interview that he's very close to the #1 spot. It's very good to hear. You should have that mentality. I get very happy when, you know, when for example, I hear I talk to Mako and he says he wants to win this thing. You know, nobody's okay with going 3rd or 4th. You should come in with the mentality that you want to win, and I really love it.
Actually, I have one question for you. In the second game, when there were team fights, I don't know why, but both sides were focusing purely on the roams. And can you explain? Because I would say that everyone is going for the backline, but here I don't know why, but they were just the most tankiest people. And let's show them we can melt them or something. Like what is it?
It's usually that the #1 usually role that over positions is the roam, because he needs to get that vision. And if you have a very strong burst composition, you can kind of get away with killing him if he enters the wrong bush at the wrong time. He has to, though. He has to check the bush. But, you know, if you have a very strong burst composition, if you can get away with just bursting him and recover 15 seconds, you get the ultimates back, you're in such a better position, because at that point they don't have no roam.
I know what you mean, but I mean that they did it in team fights. Like they were like everyone, and
in team fights I don't know.
That's why I'm asking. Like I was really surprised about it.
Yeah, maybe the mentality was that they kind of didn't. So obviously they should both focus on the backline, but maybe the mentality is they kind of don't want to risk overstepping. I'm not really sure. Felt like the team fights, like you said, is being played a little bit safe. You know, we're hitting just what's in front of us. We're not trying to get caught off guard. I don't know, maybe someone is surprising. It felt a little bit safe. So maybe that was I really don't know actually. When you mentioned it, they probably should have like tried to split push a little bit more and kind of went in for the rotation and done a 5v4 instead. Would be maybe better, but if purely team fights 5v5 and they're straight ahead, I mean, obviously you may want to, as a marksman, you may want to hit what you can see because you don't want to overstep anything. It's too risky. That's what I believe that we saw. Just the mentality of, I basically don't want to die. I'm just going to hit what I see.
Yeah. I want to just highlight one sentence from Warren, because I really loved it when he was talking about it. I think it was Levi, and he was chasing someone, and he just said that, because there were two others, and I don't remember who it was, and he was like, "Is he in the trouble or is he the trouble?" I was like, "Oh my god!"
that's usually, but that's how it is. I love that sentence because that describes the kind of mentality in tournaments perfectly. You see an opponent, you think, I can kill him. But then again, you think, maybe it's such a misposition that maybe you think, I'm getting baited. So a lot of times you see these kind of split pushes with that we saw in Void Kids game where, for example, Joy was completely solo. I mean, Minerva Fury can think, okay, either he's solo, he's a free kill, or they're getting baited and there are like 4 people in the bush. But obviously it wasn't working in terms of the Void Kids. I mean, you just got caught off guard. But that was a very funny statement actually by Warren. I totally agree. You're always wondering, you know, is he in the trouble or am I the trouble?
Yeah, I would just have to, I want to highlight at the end of everything today that we really are before the last weekend. And like last weekend is going to decide everything, not just for the Thunder division, but also for the Rising division. and like we are really stoked about it. And I hope that even today, like I saw there was so much more activity in the chat, and I love it because I see that the players are finally getting the recognition. They finally have their fan base supporting them in the chat, and I love to see that. There are so many flags. Like for me, the biggest hype I saw was during Minerva Fury against Void Kids, because you just saw the Ukrainian flags, the Lithuanian flags, the French flag, and they were just racing like who will be on top. So this is exactly what we want to see. This is the entertainment that that needs to be happening, and I'm glad that we are slowly but surely getting there. And I'm
absolutely,
and I'm sure
and
okay, go on.
I would kind of get a persona behind the player. Usually we only see the player, but for example, when they're holding the interview, when Urek is holding the interview, I say, I don't know, but I like him, I like him. And for example, when Walkie was also holding, we get a face behind the player, which is very interesting to how they think. Some people may resonate, like, think that they want to be the next Walkie when they play that Ling or play the Hayabusa. I don't know, but it's very interesting. And I think that, upcoming teams also have that potential to look forward to seeing someone and, someone maybe they like and kind of copy their game style, their gameplay. And it's definitely interesting to see that people are getting their fan base. Absolutely good on you, because they deserve it. They deserve it. The way they're playing is amazing, and they deserve it. So, yeah.
And today we have a couple of cute things that happened. Like, for example, Walkie shout out to his girlfriend. That was like it's like from a movie, Hey, mom, I'm on TV. Hi.
Yeah. Exactly.
But that's not what I wanted to talk about, Vansky, because Vansky at the end he threw the glow on Walkie because they're going to play on Saturday.
Yeah.
And this is something I'm really like. This is exactly what I want to see. The mentality that next time we are playing, then I'm going to smash him. Like the mentality, because he like these guys. They even though they do a draw, they are disappointed. They don't want to have a draw.
Yeah.
Like none of them want to have a draw, and that's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah.
So this is exactly these small clips. I hope that someone did a clip, but because I'm not really sure about it. But these are the also, things that needs to be saved and archived for us 100%. To see.
And it's also interesting because I know that these guys are thinking like that. They're all thinking like, I'm gonna win. You talk to Vansky and how about the Jackpots game? I'm hoping for him to answer as honestly as he can, because I know he's gonna say, "Oh, that team is easy. We're gonna take care of them." But people want to stay a little bit humble on the camera, just in case they get sick. No, do a Nikki, do a Danzo, do what they did to Zadel. Talk your talk, but you gotta show up as well. You gotta show up. So I think I love it when people put extra pressure on themselves, because I think it's under the pressure where we see the best kind of gameplay. We see the best kind of gameplay, and I love just what Vansky did there. Absolutely, I think more people should do it. We keep it respectful, but why not say you're gonna win if that's what you believe, and you should believe it. You should believe it by the amount of hours that you and your team is putting in. I know that AKKE is putting in a lot of hours. Of course, they should have the mentality that they should win this, or that they should win whoever is in the next opponent. Because when you put
as you were just saying, like, do you remember when we have Toby here? Like, Toby has such big confidence in his team.
Yeah.
Like, if you ask him if he's going to win, he will definitely he will not even hesitate for a second. He'll of course.
Yeah, it's like you said something crazy. Like, of course.
Yeah,
I love it. I love that kind of mentality. I think it's I think people have it. I just think people are scared to express it. And when you're scared to express it, it's almost like you don't really fully believe. You know what I mean?
Maybe your unconscious mind is not really on the same page as your conscious mind. So this is something exactly. Maybe even the because professional players, they usually have their mind coach, or how should I call them?
Yeah, like therapist. Hype man.
Okay. So they always visualize how they win, and that's it.
Yeah.
You don't need anything else.
Yeah. But you don't even need that as well. For example, me, I'm not a pro player, but if I go against people in rank, you best believe I have the mindset that I'm gonna win. You know, with my 90% win rate, I better believe I'm gonna win. You know, but
like you have 90%.
100%. People can check that out in my profile. Yeah.
Okay, then you can't really play with me.
Really?
I will destroy your win rate.
It's gonna go down. That's fine. If I play with you or Zakota, I think it's gonna go down. But other than that, if I keep in that good queues, I should be fine.
Yeah. But to all of the people who are still watching, like, thank you very much. Like, subscribe. And there is one comment I got from our marketing guy. Like, there's this in the following button that there's this bell. So please push the bell so you get notifications about these tournaments and you know when to watch, because it will only get more interesting from here. Like we are getting to the sweet tournaments of MEC, and we will have just like every day we are streaming, we are getting closer, and the stakes are just so much higher.
Yeah,
so
100%.
Keep watching.
Perfectly said, I think. And I think not only keep watching, keep training, keep practicing. Maybe you can be in one of these tournaments. You never know. You know, you might be the next winner. What do I know? I can't say that that's not possible. So definitely, I mean, keep watching, keep enjoying, keep learning, and yeah, keep liking and stuff. I mean, we're only getting bigger. We're only doing stuff better and better. Still improving. You know, after so many shows, Nish, I know that, you know, the whole team is still improving, and I think it's absolutely amazing. Just still getting bigger and bigger. And yeah, closing final words. Anything to say, Nish?
Yeah, I want to thank you for always being here. It's night, so I'm already tired. Yeah. But thank you for you always being with me here.
That's
and thank you to all the people that watched and for the teams that they put such a show today. So thank you. Good night, and see you next weekend.
See you guys. See you.